fallen divine child stopped walking, his mind trembling, because those were natives, not people he could provoke. Otherwise, there would be no place safe for him in Immortal Ancient, bringing a great disaster upon himself. Sherhao's eyes were extremely cold as he looked at him. He walked forward step after step. This person still dared to raise the old topic again, using his humiliation of his two senior brothers to incite him. "Little friend, can you exchange that thing for us? We will help you eliminate him and eradicate HS sect along the way." One of the elders spoke. In the surroundings, the group of people were petrified. For the natives to side with Sherhao like this, it truly was unexpected. "I'll take care of it myself. You all don't need to take action," Sherhao said. An enemy was right in front of him, someone who had previously trampled on his two senior brothers, mocking and humiliating them. If he didn't personally defeat him, then that would be letting down Supreme Being Tao right. "Ha ha ha!" Fallen Divine Child immediately laughed, his expression becoming a bit cold. He seemed to be ridiculing but also showing disdain. His head of gray hair danced about, his eyes slightly narrowing. The terrifying scenes of gods and devils being wiped out was within him. When he saw the natives back off, the corners of his lips curled upwards. He was calm and cold, confident that he was unmatched. "Not surprising at all. You asked those great races for protection, wishing for them to defend you." He looked at Sherhao, his eyes deep. "I've already said that the grudge between us will also settle between the two of us. You don't need to be scared." Sherhao spoke in a somewhat mocking manner. "Me? Scared? If I had fear, I wouldn't have my accomplishments today. In fact, even if an expert stepped out for your sake, I will still similarly kill you," he said indifferently. The divine striking stone was so angry it shouted noisily, "You are definitely going to die." He really wanted to see what kind of expression Fallen Divine Child would have once Sherhao revealed his strand of immortal energy. This street was engulfed in chaos, and soon after, it was difficult for all of Burial City to calm down. Many people hurried to this region after receiving news, all of them wishing to watch this world-shocking great battle. An ancient freak appeared, wishing to take action against Huang, who had stirred up quite some news recently. So this naturally produced a commotion, making people look forward to it. From a certain perspective, this was the ancient freak who moved his true body to kill a present world hero. Fallen Divine Child's appearance stirred up huge waves. Even though it was rumored that there were ancient kings that died in the vicious nest, after all, they didn't see it happen, so there was no way to verify if it was true. As such, now that Fallen Divine Child came, in most experts' eyes, this was the first time an ancient freak's true body appeared. A great slaughter was going to be carried out. What a rare opportunity! Huang drew the attention of an ancient king. "I'm really looking forward to this. Let's see who is weaker and who is stronger." Ancient kings, those who had reigned supreme in one era or multiple eras. I truly wish to see just how brilliant they are. The street was immediately crowded, people everywhere in the skies. Dang! Suddenly, a bell sound rang through the air. The bejeweled jade palace shone, one of the jade bells within swaying, releasing a soft ripple that sounded through Burial City. That was Descendant Auction House. It was the largest auction house in Burial Realm, a place established by the natives. Even within all of Immortal Ancient's small worlds, it could still rank in the top 10, a place with a great reputation. It was extremely clear that it was time for the auction. That grand jade palace's divine bell sounded, informing everyone that the bidding for all types of secret treasures was going to start. Everyone felt conflicted. Were they going to watch the battle or join the auction? It was a bit difficult to decide. This battle was a competition at the peak, the highest level of battle since the start of Immortal Ancient. No one was willing to miss out on it. However, Descendant Auction House had already released news half a month ago, and this time, all of the world's rarest divine treasures were being auctioned off, the opportunities shockingly great. It was rumored that there might even be a heavenly deity fruit that would appear. Once one ate that divine fruit, they would immediately become a heavenly deity and transcend above, having the power to sweep through all enemies in Immortal Ancient. There was also the rumor that an ancient diagram would be auctioned off, On it recorded the cave of an immortal. As for the natural luck within, there was no need to talk about. It would definitely be enough to shock all of the small worlds. Going to the auction first. At the crucial moment, Xianxia spoke up. His heart was calm. He wasn't affected by fallen divine child's intimidation at all, instead feeling incredibly calm, doing things according to his own plans. It was because he also heard a few rumors that Descendant Auction House had some things he needed. He was about to go into isolation cultivation to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy, so he had to make ample preparations. That's fine as well, matches what I had in mind. Fallen divine child smiled. He originally came for the auction to choose a few divine treasures. Youngster, if you see anything you want, we are willing to exchange it with you. 8-armed soul race, ancient fiend race, and several other elders moved over, speaking extremely eagerly. I wish to take a look first, Xianxia said. It looks like you have something not bad on you. Properly take care of it, all right? It seems like this time, my harvest will have some pleasant surprises. Fallen divine child glanced over, revealing a faint smile. Then he took large steps towards the bejeweled jade palace, entering the auction house. That bastard. Too hateful. The little rabbit grinded her teeth as she stared with her large ruby-like eyes. Even Chao Yuxing and the others found it difficult to remain calm. Fallen divine Ridge's inheritor was overbearing as expected, arrogant to the point where others truly wished to immediately take action, fighting with him to the death. He's doing it on purpose to anger us. This person is quite deep and wouldn't act so superficial. This is to disturb Xianxia's mental state, Qingyi said. They walked over into the auction house as well, because the bidding war was about to start. When they entered the sacred hall, everything they saw was even more grand than what they saw outside. It was vast and spacious, seats and private rooms everywhere, enough to hold several hundreds of thousands of creatures. There were clearly spatial natural laws in this massive building. Who said the natives were old-fashioned? This is their auction house, a place where business flourishes. This place was built through the joint efforts of multiple powerful races. Someone said in a low voice, quietly discussing. This place was tastefully designed, with even the seats carved from fine jade. The stone stairs were made of green jade, the thick pillars a golden jade. Meanwhile, that tall platform was made of fine white jade. Hurry and start. Everyone is already here, so let's witness this bidding competition. Everyone was excited and expectant. News already spread that fallen divine child had appeared. He was incomparably powerful, arriving in Burial City to suppress and kill Huang. Many people speculated that he might have taken that step, and that was why he emerged from isolation, arriving in Burial City. However, no one could confirm these rumors. Fallen divine child has always maintained a low profile. If he doesn't take action, it is difficult to say. No one knows just how powerful he is. Fallen Divine Ridge is one of the 4 great demonic Tao ancestral halls, and Fallen Divine Child is known to be the most terrifying and the one with the most potential from this sect. If he took that step, then in the future, the higher realms will definitely be shaken up because of him. 3,000 provinces, a place truly vast with many sects. Meanwhile, Fallen Divine Ridge occupied one position among the 4 great demonic Tao's holy lands. So there was no need to talk more about them. It was already enough to prove how terrifying they were. Everyone, please quiet down. The auction is about to start. Someone spoke from above the fine jade elevated stage. On it was an aged indigenous expert, as well as a beautiful and moving young lady with unmatched charm and grace. Everyone quickly calmed down. They were all looking forward to this auction. Sure enough, Descendant Auction House didn't disappoint. They had just began. Yet everyone was already surprised. The very first auctioned item triggering a huge commotion. Blue Bone Blade, known to be able to kill all experts in the True Self realm. Its power is great. Nothing it cannot cut through. The Elder introduced. As soon as his words dropped, a huge commotion broke out. Everyone was shaken up. The auction house immediately erupted with activity. Many people stood up, their minds rising and falling as they stared at the high platform. One had to bear in mind that the true self realm, for many people, was the limit of what they could achieve while in Immortal Ancient, and a long amount of time was needed for accumulation and cultivation. Right now, there was actually this type of bone blade that could cut through all true self-realm cultivators, so how could it not move everyone's heart? Aside from the ancient kings and a small number of people, normal people didn't even bother thinking about breaking through the true self-realm in this amount of time. Once they grasped this blade, it was enough for them to move unhindered through the small worlds. A beauty appeared, in her hands a sparkling blue bone blade. It was dreamlike, carrying faint smoke, appearing beautiful and bewitching before everyone's eyes. 2 holy medicines. Someone shouted, and then swallowed his saliva. Truly a country bumpkin, even daring to speak up with just 2 stalks. 5 stalks of holy medicine, half a piece of star essence. The auction house erupted with noise, sounds of bidding rising and falling, immediately raising the price of the blue bone blade sky high. It was extremely lively. In the end, the bone blade was purchased by a mysterious woman. The second auctioned good is a portion of a heavenly deity's primordial true bone. The beautiful young lady spoke with her captivating red lips, her large eyes black and intelligent. A part of a heavenly deity's true bone. Doesn't that mean that a damaged heavenly deity artifact can be refined from it? Really doesn't disappoint. There are too many good things. Within the vast palace, everyone was stirred up. They had just begun. Yet 2 formidable precious artifacts already emerged. One could only imagine what would come later. However, there were quite a few people who were speechless, sighing inwardly. With the amount of materials and medicinal herbs they had on hand, it was simply impossible to get the treasures they needed. As time went on, the divine treasures that appeared became more and more shocking. Eventually, they finally reached the highlight of the event, the heavenly deity fruit. I know that everyone is expectant, wishing to obtain the heavenly deity fruit, but that item is too heaven-defying, and there is no way that the fruit would truly appear here. What we will auction off is a bone diagram that has recorded on it the mysterious region where the heavenly deity fruit grows. The auction master on the elevated stage spoke. As soon as his voice fell, this place erupted with noise. Many people were extremely unsatisfied. Isn't the heavenly deity fruit being auctioned? Turns out it was just some information. What is the use of something like that? If someone could have found it, you all would have picked it a long time ago. Why would you have to auction this information off? Trying to swindle us with some diagram, truly insincere. Everyone was upset, all of them quite angry. Everyone, we are not trying to deceive you. There really is that type of place, only the surrounding space has chaotic energy. That is why since ancient time, not many people have successfully picked heavenly deity fruits from that place, but many have personally seen it for themselves. The auction house elder spoke. Many people curled their lips, lacking interest, not even sure how participated because he believed that he didn't need that type of thing right now, so there was no need to take such risk. He also wanted to rely on himself to reach that cultivation realm. A piece of sunstone, a piece of heavenly deity crystal core. Fallen divine child stood up, continuously declaring materials, participating with a price a bit higher than the bottom price. In addition, he looked over towards Sherhouse Group, carrying cold intent and mockery. Thanks for bidding on it. Properly take care of it for us, all right? The little rabbit said. Relax. If you all are obedient, I will properly raise you all, turning you into my heavenly deity troops. Fallen divine child smiled extremely brilliantly. We'll see the results soon, just waiting for your defeat. The little rabbit puffed her cheeks, appearing quite angered. Ha ha ha! Fallen divine child laughed, his voice quite loud and unrestrained. He looked towards their group and said, The auction is about to end, so I'll take all of you as servants in a bit. Fallen divine child was unbridled and brash. He stood there with a smile on his face. That type of insolence and arrogance was completely undisguised as he spoke overbearingly. You can act arrogantly for a bit. When the time comes, this old one will cut you down. The divine striking stone was so angry it cried out noisily. Quiet! Right at this moment, The elder inside the auction house spoke, using his barbaric ox roar divine ability, making the entire palace rumble with noise. He was clearly an expert. In the surroundings, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Regardless of whether it was towards fallen divine child's intimidation or the elder's roar, they all felt that they themselves were insignificant, their existences not worth mentioning. In the end, no one fought with fallen divine child over that diagram. He successfully obtained it with a price just slightly above the bottom asking price. The main thing was that most people didn't believe they could find that place and get close to the heavenly deity ancient tree. If it was that easy, then the natives would have taken action a long time ago. Apart from this, even if there were some who were moved, wishing to bid, when they saw the ancient freak fallen divine child take action, they all felt scared. Who was willing to fight against him? That was simply courting death. This kind of person had a cultivation that shook past and present, overlooking the world below. How many people dared to have him as their enemy? Even someone as powerful as Huang was targeted by him, his words carrying undisguised provocation, declaring that he was going to kill Huang. Everyone naturally became fearful, not daring to provoke him. Then there were a few half-divine fruits for sale. Sure how decisively took action. He needed these types of things because the following breakthrough would be extremely crucial, requiring large amounts of holy medicines. What was shocking that fallen divine child was helping out. He was competing as well, moreover scanning his eyes over everyone, intimidating many people from competing. As long as others backed off, he didn't continue bidding either. At first, the little rabbit was quite happy, giggling simply, mocking fallen divine child's stupidity. However, soon after, she realized what was happening and immediately became furious. The other party was treating them like his servants, believing that everything on them was his, things that were definitely going to be seized later. Hateful! The little rabbit cried out with AOAO sounds, her eyes immediately becoming even redder. Let it be, there's no need to be angry. The results will be apparent soon. Qingyi consoled, the light in her eyes swirling about. Even an otherworldly fairy like herself was a bit angered. The auction house's staff's expressions became a bit unkind. A few creatures giving fallen divine child a look. If it wasn't for him using a large sum to purchase that bone diagram, they would have chased him out a long time ago. Fallen divine child didn't cross the line, no longer interfering with the bidding. In the end, it was time for the bidding war over the mysterious diagram of the Immortal Cave. Some people's moods were immediately uplifted, becoming incredibly excited. Of course, there were some who weren't all that interested, watching coolly from the side. This was completely contradictory, dividing into two camps. One side was incomparably excited, while the uninterested were extremely apathetic. On the tall platform, the elder made a gesture. A beautiful young lady immediately displayed a stone-engraved diagram that unexpectedly released wisps of mysterious mist. There were hazy diagram traces on its surface. I understand that many people carry curiosity. Since we grasped the Immortal Cave's secret diagram, why haven't we headed there ourselves? The elder said, his deep eyes releasing light as they swept through everyone. At this moment, many people looked pensively. They indeed heard that immortal ancients' residents normally hid within their own tribes, that they usually wouldn't travel outwards hastily. It was clear that regardless of whether it was the heavenly deity tree or the Immortal Cave, these 2 points didn't reside in areas the natives could step foot in. Of course, the elder also spoke frankly that even though this was the case, they still sent out experts. Aside from one era where they picked more than 10 heavenly deity fruits, the other attempts all resulted in failure. The Immortal Cave is quite unordinary. The 10-crown king from you people, the immortal Tao little tree seems to have been excavated in front of the Immortal Cave. When the elder spoke this sentence, it seemed to strike down on everyone's minds like thunder, making many people tremble inwardly. Everyone straightened their bodies and stared at this elder, trying to judge if this was true or false. This was just too shocking. 10 Crown King's great natural luck actually came from this Immortal Cave. As the base, he obtained a jade ancient book in Burial Realm, and based on what was recorded on it, he then went out to search about, and only then did he obtain some harvest. The elder continued. Everyone heard this before, only they never imagined that the Jade Book actually pointed towards an immortal cave. 10 Crown King had never entered before, only digging up a small tree outside the cave. Yet there was already this kind of natural luck. One can well imagine the opportunities that are available. The elder said with a sigh. These words naturally left everyone shocked. The entrance was already like this, so what would the immortal cave itself be like? Everyone's breathing became hurried. The elder spoke frankly that their experts had gone there, but they couldn't enter that cave. In the following years, they also sent quite a few experts, but all of them returned in defeat. Sometimes, opportunities don't only rely on strength, but are truly related to fate, the elder said. He then had the beautiful young lady raise the stone engraved diagram. Everyone reached out their necks to see it for themselves. Unfortunately, they only saw vague traces, impossible to see it clearly. Sure how opened his heavenly eyes, but in the end, they were still obstructed. It was clear that the other party used restrictive force to seal up that stone diagram. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you should be aware that this immortal cave might very well be Immortal Ancient's greatest natural luck. Otherwise, why is just a little tree before the cave enough to shock past and present? The elder spoke in a pace that wasn't too fast or too slow. He looked towards everyone and said, I know that you all are competing over it, and when the time comes, all of you will ascend onto a massive Immortal Dao elevated stage to carry out a world-shaking struggle. Only the winner will be able to tread on a mysterious road to search for the final great luck. However, after an endless amount of time has passed, no one was able to obtain it. What I am trying to say is that the immortal cave might be where the greatest natural luck is stored. He was clearly stirring up temptation so everyone would bid on it. However, this indeed ignited everyone's interests, all of them greatly shaken up. Only the ancient kings who had previously ascended on that Immortal Dao platform, carried out the final contest and returned alive were able to search for that great natural luck. For normal creatures, they didn't even have to think about it. There was simply no way there. However, right now, there seemed to be an opportunity that pointed towards the end point. The Immortal Cave. Could this be the ultimate destination? Fallen Divine Child's eyes were cold, not saying anything. When Immortal Ancient was last opened, he had swept through all of Immortal Ancient, becoming unmatched under heaven. He had killed 2 ancient kings, ultimately standing tall on that elevated stage. The starting price, 2 stalks of divine medicines. The elder spoke, declaring the lowest price. What? Everyone became stupefied. This was too shocking. Who could bring out this kind of price? Apart from 10 Crown King and Ningchuan, they had never heard of anyone else truly obtaining divine medicine. Of course, there were some ancient kings who might have them, only others never learned of it. However, there was no way anyone would take out 2 stalks. In the outside world, even the powerful Goddess Academy only had a single stalk of tribulation crossing divine lotus. There were many inheritances, many great sects, but not even their sect masters had seen a living divine medicine, let alone possessing one. Sure how directly shook his head. There was no way he could bid on this. Fallen Divine Child didn't move, unknown what he was thinking. As for others, they were all dispirited. No one could pay that kind of price. It was clear that this stone engraving diagram wasn't going to be auctioned off today. No matter, we will continue to hold onto this item. When fellow friends ally together to bid over it, it will still be here, the elder said with a smile. Everyone understood that the auction this time was for propaganda, hoping to draw even more people, making the ancient kings join hands to bid on this stone engraving diagram. However, next time, the lowest price will be 4 stalks of divine medicine. The elder was all smiles. Everyone wanted to curse at him. This was too hateful. Even if one searched through all of Immortal Ancient, how many stalks of divine medicine would they even find? This was, unless one opened an ancient medicinal garden that remained from the last great era. If this happened, forget about divine medicines, there might even be long-life medicines. Everyone gradually understood. The natives couldn't leave their respective regions, so they relied on outsiders to obtain divine treasures from various places. No wonder they wouldn't rashly take action against outsiders. They feared that they would alarm everyone, and that it would then be difficult to do business. Since no one is bidding on the diagram of the immortal cave, then let's add a few more rare treasures, the elder said. Originally, the immortal cave's stone engraving diagram was the last item for auction, but because it wasn't sold, they produced 2 more items. One was a jade altar that stored jade-like viscous liquid. When the altar was opened, a wave of medicinal fragrance wafted outwards, penetrating deeply into the heart. Life spring, able to deter old age and increase one's vitality, the elder introduced. This triggered a huge commotion. This was good stuff, able to increase one's life essence. Then, another young lady carried over a jade box. When it was opened, an astonishing green energy gushed out. It flickered with radiance like gemstones. This was a stalk of grass. Revival grass. Even if one only has a trace of vitality, after ingesting it, one would still be able to live. Revival grass was similarly well known. Upon ingesting it, apart from increasing one's cultivation and magical force, its medicinal characteristics was similar to divine medicines, definitely able to grant a dying person flesh and bones. These two were undoubtedly unmatched life-saving treasures. For sure how this was equivalent to 2 lives, the things he needed the most. He immediately straightened his body. The elders that followed sure how like dogs all revealed strange looks. They asked, "Little friend is interested?" "I am." Sure how nodded. "Then that is much easier." The elder smiled. He nodded towards him, and then his lips opened and closed, transmitting sound. On the platform, that elder spoke the lowest price. The lowest price for these 2 items is just a willow branch. Everyone was shocked. It was just that simple? Sure how was stunned. He immediately understood. Descendant Auction House was related to the elders at his side, opened by them. "I can find 100 carts of willow branches," someone impatiently shouted. "I should add one more point. That branch was left behind from the last great era." On the elevated stage, that elder said. Everyone became dumbstruck. Was there still natural reason? Who would be able to bring out such a thing? "You all are making things difficult for me." Sure how turned around and looked towards those elders. "Willow deity, I will not allow anyone else to blaspheme him. I need to properly preserve it." The elders revealed looks of shock. One of them said, "Why are you saying what we were going to say?" "The reason we want the willow branch is out of hopes that guardian spirit ancient ancestor isn't blasphemed by others. We were going to bring it back to the Holy Land to consecrate." "Nonsense." The 8-armed spirit race elder glared. "I need an explanation," Sure how said. "We cannot speak too much about many things, but we can tell you that the branch guardian spirit ancient ancestor left behind cannot belong to outsiders." Even though they couldn't speak too much about it, the elder still spoke a bit more. In a mysterious pure land, a golden willow tree's branch was left behind by the past guardian spirit, consecrated by them, planted within the life spring. However, it hadn't revived all this time, so they wished to merge this willow branch with that one. A branch with vitality, one of the willow deity's 3,000 divine countries? Sure how was shocked. Unfortunately, these creatures forcefully rejected him. He wasn't allowed to go there. However, in the end, Sure how agreed joyously to exchange with them, allowing them to bring that willow branch back to merge with the other. With the life spring and revival grass in hand, Sure how was fully content. However, this shocked a group of people, all of them revealing strange looks. Huang was too powerful, even able to bring out this type of willow branch. As such, quite a few understood with a flash why those elders were following behind him, siding with him so. It was because he brought back something heaven-defying from the black abyss. Not bad. With the life spring and revival grass, my path will go much smoother. Able to calm down and focus on comprehending the Tao, no longer needing to fear failure. My cultivation will be greatly increased. Fallen divine child nodded, extremely conceited. Going to beat you until you explode in a bit. The little rabbit bared her teeth. She couldn't take it anymore. What a pity. That branch clearly has some immortal Tao energy. Exchanging it out like this is too regretful. Fallen Divine Child shook his head, as if he was talking about his own items. Hao's eyes became deep. He stood up and said, "Let's go choose your grave. Of course, if your original body isn't human form, then never mind. A cauldron to stew you later on is enough." Ha ha ha! Fallen Divine Child laughed. Even though he was calm, he became a bit cold. "So impatient to offer yourselves over, you are just like your two senior brothers. Back then, they were fighting one over the other to take action against me first. In the end, I suppressed them all the same, giving each of them a kick, stepping on their faces. That type of feeling is not bad. After all, they are people from the Supreme Being bloodline. Yet they were stepped on by me, ha!" The auction house immediately became quiet. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating. They all understood that a great battle was going to begin. No one dared to speak randomly, not wishing to offend anyone. "Go to the place of your death." Hao got up, walking outwards. "Unendurable. Need to be killed." The divine striking stone roared, the first time it was angered so badly. Truly hated this person. Divine Fallen Child was too overbearing, more than it could take. "Huang, you have to defeat him," the little rabbit cried out noisily. Chao Yuxing and Qingyi followed behind, finding it difficult to calm down their emotions. "All right, let me have a look. I want to see if you are a bit better than your two senior brothers." Fallen Divine Child walked out from the auction house, following behind them to fight this great battle. Hong! Burial City immediately erupted with commotion. All of the creatures here already heard that Fallen Divine Child had arrived, about to take action against Huang. The two of them were selecting a place for battle right now, an exceptional great battle about to unfold. "Go! Let's go watch this. This type of great battle definitely cannot be missed out on. Hurry and follow them." Fortunately, the battlefield Hao and the others selected wasn't too far. Otherwise, not many people would be able to follow them. This was an ancient battlefield. The Great Earth was a dark red color, dyed red by the blood of past unmatched creatures. Not a blade of grass grew here, and it was surrounded by mists all year round. Generally speaking, this type of place was full of baleful energy. Not many people dared to come here. However, right now, Hao and Fallen Divine Child were in the depths of the ancient battlefield, unaffected by their surroundings. As for others, not a single one went inside, all of them watching from the distance. Everyone was extremely nervous, but also looking forward to this. Hong! The two of them didn't say anything, directly taking action. It was as if two stars in the cosmos collided, erupting with the most dazzling holy light. Dong! Like comets smashing into the great earth. Even the dark red earth that was known to be sturdy and undying broke apart. Rubble rushed into the clouds, great cracks quickly extending in the void. In the distance, everyone became speechless, all of them petrified. This was just the first collision, a clash of flesh, yet it already produced such a terrifying scene. It was too shocking. "You are a bit stronger than your two senior brothers, but still not enough, too far removed from me." Fallen Divine Child spoke. At this time, a strand of immortal energy appeared around him. Those from the distance couldn't see it clearly, their line of sight blocked by the mist, but Hao saw it clearly. "Do you know where the difference lies? I can suppress you with just a raise of my hand, easily able to wipe out your body and spirit." Fallen Divine Child spoke calmly as he walked over step by step. He stared at Hao coldly, carrying mockery in his eyes. While speaking, he raised his right hand, aiming at Hao, casually crushing downwards, about to easily kill Hao before everyone's eyes. That strand of immortal energy lingered about, winding around his arm. It immediately became hazy. It was incomparably mysterious. That arm seemed like it could suppress and collapse heaven and earth. These were the wondrous effects of immortal energy. Once one cultivated it, they would become entirely different, transcending above, impossible to match. Hao saw that he used immortal energy in such a casual manner. His expression didn't change, only rushing forward quickly. He then kicked out from midair. Even a glimmer dares to compete against a luminous moon? Overestimating your abilities. Fallen Divine Child said. That hand slowly and resolutely smashed down on Shurhao's leg. However, what was unexpected, something that exceeded all of everyone's predictions happened. Shurhao's leg was simple and direct, powerful beyond imagination. Pong! Shurhao's right leg lashed out like a dragon snake, thrashing the void, blasting apart his arm. The leg in the air struck his face, causing blood to flow out from his mouth. His entire body was in shock, sent flying out in reverse. Fallen Divine Child's expression went rigid. His face was kicked, his body flying out. A bit of blood scattered outwards. For him, this was intolerable. A newcomer, the junior brother of people he had defeated before, unexpectedly landed this type of kick on him, stepping on his face. This not only inflicted physical damage, but was also a great shame and humiliation. He was an ancient king, someone who had killed a 3-crown king and present world heroes, rising up alone, a supreme existence in Immortal Ancient, known as an undefeated legend, yet today he was humiliated so. If he didn't take that step and this happened when he encountered another ancient king, then that was one thing. However, he was facing a present world youth, yet he was kicked in the face. It was simply unimaginable. Nice, clean and efficient. In the distance, the little rabbit cried out with AOAO sounds, jumping and hopping, brandishing her little fists. The others were shocked as well. Fallen Divine Child was kicked in the chase and sent flying. This was unimaginable. It had just began, yet he already suffered so greatly. On the battlefield, Fallen Divine Child felt a scorching pain on his face. His jawbones almost all fractured. This result made his eyes cold to the extreme. Shame, resentment, and ruthlessness interweaved together, causing dark light to erupt from Fallen Divine Child's entire body. He was like a demonic god from the underworld. Pong! He, who was still flying backwards, directly stopped himself. Then, like a javelin, his body nailed itself into the ground, stopping all movement. His eyes were deep, the scenes within them terrifying. In the depths of his eyes, large amounts of divine corpses fell. "I've underestimated you." It was just these few words, but they sounded like clashing metal, making everyone feel incredibly uncomfortable as it rang in their ears. He walked over step by step, glaring at Shurhao. He truly acted carelessly, never expecting Shurhao to be so extraordinary. Pong! His hand formed an imprint, and with a gentle shake, the surrounding void split. Following his movements, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be swaying. This type of energy, that kind of fluctuations, made one's soul feel unsteady, as if they were going to collapse as well. Fallen Divine Child took action, the magical imprint tangling about a streak of pure white immortal energy to kill Shurhao. That hand imprint was too crazy, creating more and more cracks in the void. Dong! Shurhao didn't dodge, fiercely taking action. His right fist shone resplendently, smashing down like a comet, colliding with that magical imprint. With a wong sound, the battlefield trembled intensely. Their arms continuously clashed against each other, attacking with the most ferocious methods. It was as if thunder struck down again and again here. In the distance, many people cried out in alarm, quickly backing up. It was because mysterious symbols were extending outwards, engulfing heaven and earth. They were affected even while far away. Everyone flew backwards together. A few people's bodies went weak under those unimaginable fluctuations, trembling with fear. It was as if they were insects facing enormous dragons. In the battlefield, the two of them were like lightning as they moved about, continuously clashing. Resplendent light was released again and again, some directly piercing through the horizon, scattering the clouds. This battle was incomparably intense. Their fists collided, the light released actually continuously making the void cave in. That type of scene was too terrifying. Many people's faces became pale. How could they compare to this type of fighting prowess? It was on a completely different order of magnitude. Many proud and arrogant geniuses were dealt a mental blow, feeling a sense of defeat. It was because this type of difference was too great. They suspected that even if they became true deities, they would still be easily killed by these two. In the end, both parties scattered, each occupying one side. Even though it all happened in an instant, their fists had already struck out over 1,000 times. The light that erupted split apart the surrounding void, terrifying to an inconceivable degree. And right now they already traveled several tens of li, entering deeply into the ancient battlefield. Fallen Divine Child's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Shi Hao. He found it hard to believe that after taking that step, transcending the ancient predecessors and cultivating immortal energy, he still couldn't kill this person. Chi. He activated a secret treasure. Hazy light surrounded this place, isolating this place from the outside realm. You also took that step? His eyes were extremely cold, not restraining his emotions. He stared at Shi Hao. If not for this, how else could this be explained? Aren't you the arrogant one? Do you feel that taking that step is that hard? Shi Hao calmly said. Fallen Divine Child's mind fell. He cultivated a strand of immortal energy, making his divine senses incredibly sharp. He could sense many things ahead of time, yet he never discovered beforehand that Shi Hao was just like himself. This type of feeling was extremely bad. His expression became grave. The other party arrived in Burial City 2 days ago, while he had just emerged from isolation. This meant that Huang succeeded before him. One had to bear in mind that since the ancient times, countless heavenly talents died on their own paths, none of them able to take that step. Now, Fallen Divine Child emerged, full of confidence. He carried an attitude of devouring mountains and rivers, that he was the only one that was supreme. It was because he transcended above the ancient predecessors. He believed that he could travel unhindered through immortal ancient, that even if he encountered Ning Chuan, he could still fight him. As for others like Huang, he could just directly sweep through them, easily killing them. Who would have expected that the enemy he looked down on, someone younger than himself, cultivated immortal energy with just one era, able to stand on equal footing with himself? For Fallen Divine Child, who had always overlooked his peers, this type of feeling was utterly terrible. There had never been anyone who exceeded himself, yet today he encountered a terrifying freak. By sealing up this space, is it that you don't want secrets to be leaked? Shi Hao jeered. Fallen Divine Child's face fell. The battlefield was surrounded by mist, so outsiders couldn't see their immortal energy. He sealed up this place so others couldn't hear their conversation. He indeed wished to hide things, not wanting the other ancient freaks in Immortal Ancient to know that he succeeded. He wished to use it to decisively carry out a slaughter when the crucial moment arrived. Unfortunately, the person before him was even quicker than he himself, so his actions now seemed a bit laughable, making his face turn a bit sour. Ha ha! Shi Hao laughed, carrying ridicule and disdain. There was also a type of self-confidence as he responded to Fallen Divine Child's previous overbearing manner. A strand of immortal energy appeared silently around Shi Hao's body. It was pure and spotlessly white like jade, coiling about his body like a true dragon, incomparably auspicious and peaceful. However, before Fallen Divine Child's eyes, it was incredibly blinding. His pupils hurriedly contracted. This was a huge blow. He overlooked the masses, his accomplishments and talents world-shocking. Yet in the end, he was brushed aside so easily by another. Just because we both cultivated a strand of immortal energy, you think you can compare to me? Fallen Divine Child said. He opened his mouth and roared. He put away his secret treasure, slaughtering his way forward. Hong! This time, one of the two was like dark light that covered the sun, the other like a golden brilliance illuminating the skies as they clashed together. Endless resplendent light erupted, as if a million volcanoes erupted. What powerful fluctuations! These two are truly terrifying. Huang is actually powerful to this extent, able to fight an ancient king. In the distance, everyone saw the two individuals' figures again, seeing their great confrontation. They were all incredibly shaken. Rumor has it that Fallen Divine Child might have taken that step, so why is it that he still cannot suppress Huang? Could it be that Huang also succeeded? That would be too frightening. The fight between these two shocked all sides. It had to be said that fallen divine child was terrifying to a heaven-defying degree, worthy of being an ancient king. Otherwise, how could he have claimed to be the best of an era, sweeping through all of immortal ancient? He was powerful to a ridiculous level, beyond what outsiders could imagine. His casual attack displayed the greatest profound mysteries of precious techniques, displayed to great heights, exceeding the ancient predecessors of all different paths. Back then, your two senior brothers were known as geniuses as well, shocking the world, but they still crawled under my face. Today, I will strike down your kind's final bit of arrogance and dignity. What supreme being? Everything will be crushed beneath my feet. Fallen divine child roared. It was unexpectedly more shocking than a lion or bull roar. Blood-colored mountain peaks split apart all around them, collapsing here. Ah! A few people cried out loudly, their 7 apertures bleeding. They quickly took steps backwards in retreat, feeling incomparable alarm. This type of person's fighting strength exceeded their imaginations. Even with so much distance separating them, the fluctuations still landed on many experts. If they truly slaughtered their way over here, what kind of result would that be then? No one dared imagine this result. Was this an ancient king? A single person could sweep through a group of enemies, destroying all those before him. Now they were seeing this, everyone felt even more moved. They truly witnessed what was the so-called unmatched, the undefeated and invincible under heaven, what was called being a sovereign of this world. Show! With a strike from fallen divine child, dark light erupted. A mountain peak in the ancient battlefield swept through. Large amounts of mountains fell, leaving this great earth shaken until it rumbled with noise. Smoke and dust overflowed into the sky. Pung pung pung. The two confronted each other, continuously clashing together, erupting with the most brilliant symbols. That place became incomparably divine. It was as if they were the lords of all deities as they fought. You dare to boast so shamelessly with just this bit of methods? Xianxia said, mocking fallen divine child. It's enough to kill you. There are only a few in this world who can fight me, but you are not included among them. Fallen divine child shouted. Dong! After another intense collision, the two of them each retreated to one side. Immediately afterwards, fallen divine child became completely different. His head of gray hair danced about, his eyes deep like an abyss. His entire body slowly forged an imprint. A boundless pressure swept out, shaking the heavens above and earth below. All around them, several 100,000 gene boulders and other things rose into the air, suspending in the sky, shaking along with the imprint. Then, with another hong sound, all of the enormous rocks exploded. This place was extremely terrifying. Following fallen divine child's imprint, the world began to rumble with noise, as if a tattered painting scroll was moving. It was extremely terrifying. That's fallen deity imprint. In the distance, everyone was horrified. In fallen deity's surroundings, terrifying scenes appeared. Countless gods and devils fell from the heavens, divine corpses everywhere. Demonic remains spread throughout. A rain of blood poured downwards. This left everyone shocked. Everyone's minds went numb. This type of scene was too terrifying. Fallen deity imprint was the greatest art of fallen divine ridge, rumored to have originated from immortal ancient great era. It was something that was discovered from ancient remains. Someone had previously speculated that this was an unmatched divine ability established by an undying individual. It could kill deities and devils, extremely powerful and exceeding all imaginations. Xianxia didn't waste his time with words. Left hand reincarnation, right hand heaven calamity light, and a third type of innate precious techniques initial symbols blended inside. His entire being erupted with brilliance so dazzling it made others tremble. Chi! The void around him split apart, black cracks exploding. Xianxia directly rushed over. The light between the two was dazzling, drowning out the heavens as they collided viciously. Pong! In the end, everyone saw fallen divine child fly out, coughing out large amounts of blood. In addition, white hair appeared on his temples. He was seriously injured. Even someone like you dares to boast shamelessly, wanting to kill me? Hao roared. He quickly took action again, his palms and fingers erupting with endless radiance, bombarding downwards again and again. Pong! Fallen Divine Child's magical imprint was blasted through, his entire body coughing out blood, flying outwards. Hao chased after him. His right leg swept out, blasting the barrier of light formed by the deities and demon corpses. With a hong sound, it thrashed down on his body, sending him flying again. I'm still not finished, Hao roared. He closed the distance with the earth to inches technique, blasting away the other party's palms. His fist smashed out, almost piercing through Fallen Divine Child's body. His chest exploded, blood and bone gushing outwards. Humiliating my two senior brothers, winning is one thing, but you keep bringing it up again, using it to provoke me. However, in reality, you aren't even anyone special. Dong! It was another heavy strike. Hao's fist smashed out again, light overflowing into the heavens, blasting Fallen Divine Child out horizontally, smashing into a mountain peak. Blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Don't be careless. Fallen Divine Ridge's people are the best at taking blows. Chao Yuxing shouted, unknown if he was reminding Hao or mocking the other party. As for everyone else, they had long become dumbstruck. How could this be? Everyone became petrified like statues as they watched the ancient battlefield situation. Fallen Divine Child is being beaten up, someone said. His breathing rushed as he spoke this sentence. Everything that happened was a bit difficult to believe, leaving everyone shocked. An ancient king, one known as an undefeated legend, someone who was unstoppable and unmatched, was suppressed and beaten today. Many people knew that Fallen Divine Child had come out from isolation for Huang, to suppress and kill him. This was the first time an ancient freak truly emerged in the world to unleash a slaughter, to cut down an enemy. Everyone felt that Huang might be in danger. After all, Fallen Divine Child was unstoppable. He had previously been unstoppable, unmatched in this world. As an ancient king, he was powerful to the extreme, able to kill all enemies. However, the result before everyone's eyes left them stupefied. Huang was ridiculously powerful, chasing after his body that was flying out, striking Fallen Divine Child until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Ah! Fallen Divine Child suddenly released a roar. Dark light covered the sky. There were countless divine corpses around him, and demonic remains rose, forming a maelstrom. Suppress and kill! He released a loud shout. The void split apart, and black cracks surrounded that black-colored vortex, the scene terrifying to the extreme. Chao Yuxing's warning made sense. They even fought to this level, yet Fallen Divine Child was so domineering, just like a wounded wild beast, becoming even more dangerous. That black vortex was like a black hole, surrounding Hao and devouring him within. Obliterate! Fallen Divine Child's gray hair flew about chaotically. His body was increasing in size, turning into a giant. Then, a large hand slapped down fiercely, slamming into the center of the black vortex, covering it completely. Hong! The void shattered, heaven and earth shaken. That place was completely destroyed. Hao flew outwards, his clothes blasted into tatters. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of his lips, but his injuries weren't too severe. He stood in the distance, looking at Fallen Divine Child. The little fatty was spot on. Your skin is rough and muscles thick. Really good at taking a beating, Hao said. This joke wasn't pleasant to listen to at all. Fallen Divine Child's face became extremely cold. He wiped off the blood from his lips, staring at Hao viciously with eyes like those of a starving wolf. Hee. At this moment, perhaps it was only the little rabbit that could laugh. She was slapping her little hands, her long silver hair swinging back and forth, truly overjoyed. Already said a long time ago that you were going to be defeated and beaten up, she shouted. In the surroundings, no one said anything. Many of the spectators took steps backwards, keeping quiet out of fear. The ones fighting was Fallen Divine Child and a Devil King, both of them extremely dangerous. No one dared to provoke them, nor did anyone dare to randomly make comments, because it was difficult to say for sure who was going to win. If they offended the one that ended up living, then the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. Huang, you've made me mad. Fallen divine child's voice was low, but his eyes became more and more deep, incomparably terrifying. So what if you're mad? I am going to beat you until you don't dare show any anger any longer. You can forget about your anger or future, because there won't be such opportunities for you. Xianxia said calmly. Ha ha ha. Fallen divine child laughed coldly, still remaining calm. His temples carried wisps of white, but they quickly faded, recovering from his aged state. This really was shocking. After suffering from reincarnation, if it were others, they would have long declined away, yet he still stuck it through, his body not deteriorating during this process. Of course, this was also because his strength was great, avoiding the fatal strike. Pang! Fallen divine child moved his wings. World-shocking demonic light shone. A pair of wings appeared behind him, one black, one white, extremely strange looking. They left Xianxia with a deep impression the very first time he saw them in Burial City. At this moment, fallen divine child attacked again. These were innate divine wings, containing incomparably terrifying power. One black, one white, two streams of energy appeared, yin and yang energies. They slowly circulated, immediately making this heaven and earth chaotic, causing the expressions of cultivators on all sides to change. The world was boundless, but it could be explained through yin and yang energies. All things were born through yin and yang, able to produce great Tao true meaning. This was fallen divine child's innate divine ability, as well as his path, one black, one white. When these wings moved, yin and yang appeared, energy surged, shaking the world. Why can't I move? Affected even from so far away. In the distance, everyone was in fear. Yin and yang energies pervaded the air, making heaven and earth chaotic, as if everything was going to collapse. At the horizon, a few cultivators unexpectedly fell from the sky, finding it difficult to control their own foundational energy, as a result suffering serious damage. This was why fallen divine child was terrifying. He grasped yin and yang, affecting the natural laws of the world, making everything chaotic. This world seemed to have been locked down by his power. As an ancient king, how could he be ordinary? He had previously forged an illustrious reputation through slaughter, not a single person able to compete against him. He towered above on the immortal Tao elevated stage alone, overlooking everyone under the sky. How could this kind of person be easily defeated? He was sheltered by the heavens, previously the leading character of an entire generation, unstoppable as he killed his peers until they all became silent, keeping quiet out of fear. Kill! Fallen divine child released a light shout, turning into a streak of demonic light. He rushed at Xianxia, and when his wings moved, the void caved in and the great earth split apart. Mountain peaks collapsed, and rubble rushed into the clouds. That type of scene was too terrifying. In addition, following a light shout, a few people in the distant skies felt their souls being attacked. They began to drop from the sky like falling leaves. He was unrivaled. These types of methods enough to make all exceptional talents' faces pale, impossible to fight against. This was an ancient king, an undefeated legend, the embodiment of their unmatched glory. Xianxia's expression became grave. Wings quickly appeared behind him and other precious techniques appeared as well. Bone texts interweaved, covering the surface of his body. Hong! The two experts rushed at each other murderously. Great cracks extended into the void, reaching several hundred zhang, tearing this place apart. It was as if two streaks of light were tangling together. They were just too fast, and both of them moved their wings, using all of their great divine abilities, clashing viciously. Arms struck against each other, divine wings hacking down, producing kung-chong sounds. Sparks flew in all directions. Pang! Xianxia slapped down on the other party's wings. Heaven calamity light shone resplendently, condensing into a hand, the most terrifying strike. However, those black and white wings erupted with yin and yang energies, neutralizing everything, practically hacking apart the heaven's hand. Fallen Divine Child fully displayed his unmatched style. Hong! The two of them continuously took action. Reincarnation symbols struck Fallen Divine Child on the shoulder, making the skin there quickly age, and about to quickly spread over his entire body. It was those wings that once again surged with yin and yang energies to resist the reincarnation symbols, displaying the most brilliant patterns. Pong! Finally, Hao also had a taste of why fallen deity imprint was so terrifying. That magical imprint slammed into his body, and even though he used his great divine abilities to neutralize a large half of it, he was still shaken greatly. Blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. These all happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. The two sides clashed, and both of them received a blow from the other party, receiving serious injuries. Hao didn't seem to care about this injury in the slightest, his eyes instead revealing resplendent light, unexpectedly showing a bit of excitement. It was because the main reason he was so determined to fight against Fallen Divine Child was to gauge the strength of these so-called ancient freaks. Fallen Divine Child didn't let him down, making him cough out blood. As expected, this was a terrifying opponent. Even though he hated this person, Hao still admitted that this was an extremely powerful enemy that had world-shocking methods. He was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Pong! Fallen Divine Child's wings, one black, one white, were truly powerful. When they collided with Hao's Kuan Peng wings, resplendent fiery light erupted. Symbols interweaved, covering the sky. The two clashed viciously. When their battle passed close to the surface, an expanse of mountain peaks shattered, all of them blasted through by the bone texts produced by their symbols. Pooh! At the same time, his foot also swept through Fallen Divine Child's hip bone. After staggering a bit, all of the bone texts covering his body were thrown into chaos, almost struck between the brows by his follow-up symbols. The symbols diffused outwards. A rain of light shone brilliantly between the two. They separated. With a Hong sound, Fallen Divine Child's wings suddenly erupted with black and white light. He released a loud roar, and then his head of gray hair stood up vertically. A terrifying aura spread outwards. Immediately afterwards, this world seemed to have been divided into two, split into a black and a white world. Light, dark wings. These words were like a demonic chant, piercing through many people's sea of divine senses. The void immediately changed. Not only did yin and yang energy swirl, darkness and radiance surged as well. This world was made of these two forces of opposition to begin within, divided into black and white, yin and yang, light and dark. Fallen Divine Child displayed this type of great Tao to suppress Hao. Hong! Hao moved his wings, displaying the Kuan Peng technique to its limit. The golden light of his right hand shone brilliantly, a Peng appearing in this palm. His left hand was pitch black like ink, symbols interweaving to form a Kuan. His hands moved, the great yin and great yang erupting and merging together. Primal chaos mists pervaded the air. A chaotic mist burst out, blasting towards Fallen Divine Child. Hong! Fallen Divine Child released a cold snort. He revealed a look of shock. This was his domain of expertise, originally wishing to give Hao a pleasant surprise, never expecting that the other party could also do it. Pong! His black and white worlds clashed, producing chaotic energy. There was terrifying radiance that accompanied this attack as it hacked towards Hao. Pooh! Almost at the same time, both sides were seriously injured, blood splashing out from their bodies, flying backwards. Chaotic energy and symbols were everywhere. The two wings clashed greatly, each pair hacking at the other party. Fists and palms struck against the other party's body, inflicting heavy injuries on both parties, their mouths coughing out blood. Do you have any other forbidden divine abilities? Hurry and display them, Hao said, his eyes becoming more and more resplendent as he stared at the other party. Fallen Divine Child's pupils shrunk. He saw excitement from the other party's eyes. That was definitely not fake, but rather a true joy treating him like prey. Fallen Divine Child was furious. When had he ever been treated like prey by another? However, this time it was extremely dangerous. Apart from having the precious technique of a vicious 10, his innate divine abilities were also too terrifying. One of them he hadn't seen through even now. Kill! Fallen divine child shouted angrily. At this moment, he displayed an exceptional precious technique, making everyone shocked. Refinement technique. It is actually a world-shaking refinement method. Everyone was indescribably shaken. That was a type of lost great divine ability, yet it unexpectedly appeared in fallen divine child's hands. He refined the void, forming a furnace, suppressing sure how within to burn him, could burn the 9 heavens, refine all deities and devils. This divine ability was the most terrifying, one of the greatest precious techniques of the divine Tao. However, fallen divine child failed, unable to refine sure how. He quickly rushed out from the void furnace, and then smashed out with a fist, making the heaven fall and the earth crack apart. Only Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the others understood why this was. It was because Sure Hao used the world as a furnace, using 3,000 Tao flames to burn his body. That was why he remained fearless. If it was anyone else, they would have undoubtedly died. Even if it was another ancient freak, they would likely be in danger, difficult to resist this attack. Fallen divine child was too tyrannical. Void return technique. Fallen divine child released another great shout. His entire body erupted with symbols, shocking everyone once again. This was another great divine ability that had been lost in inheritance. This didn't belong to fallen divine Ridge, but was instead a forbidden secret method that shocked the past and present. This technique had unexpectedly been successfully cultivated by him as well. It truly was unknown how he obtained these methods. Void return technique. It would allow one to directly strike one's flesh into nothingness, causing all tangible matter to disintegrate and completely disappear. Sure Hao stood there. His only heavenly passage appeared around him, thunder roiling above. A streak of immortal energy accompanied by lightning radiance smashed downwards, the electricity hacking down from the 9 heavens, blasting fallen divine child. The two of them exchanged attacks, the fight reaching its climax, as well as its final phase. Everyone was shaken. Their methods were endless. This was especially the case with fallen divine child, who unexpectedly produced 4 or 5 rarely seen forbidden great divine abilities, all of them enough to shock the world. Everyone had heard of Huang's methods a long time ago, but fallen divine child was more mysterious, immediately displaying so many unmatched precious techniques. It was too shocking for those of the present era. Worthy of being an ancient king, the main character of a certain world. Too terrifying. Even the little rabbit who hated fallen divine child had to admit that he was powerful. The two exchanged attacks, long exchanging 2,000 blows. Sure Hao also fought until he was crazy, becoming incomparably excited. His eyes were full of fanatical excitement. Do you have anything else? Fallen divine child's eyes became deep. Fighting up to this point truly was out of his expectations. This battle was too difficult. After cultivating a strand of immortal energy, one was supposed to become unmatched, yet they fought bloodily to this extent. If you don't have any other methods left, then let this be the end, Sure Hao shouted. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he operated divine force. The Kuan Peng wings moved about, and at the same time he displayed his own innate divine ability. Heaven Calamity Light, Reincarnation, and the third mysterious method's symbols that had initially formed intertwined, the power increasing exponentially. Hong! Sure Hao moved his wings, rushing over murderously, about to bring this great battle to a close. This place erupted with chaos. Nothing could be seen anymore, only symbols erupting everywhere, surrounding the heavens. The two hacked at each other murderously, leaving everyone horrified and in shock. In the end, a streak of blood flew upwards. Sure Hao rose into the air, retreating outwards. Meanwhile, in his original location, fallen divine child split up into several pieces. Blood splashed all over the ancient battlefield. What? It ended just like that? Fallen divine child lost. Everyone was shaken. This is too great. Finally won. The little rabbit cheered. Qingyi and the others released a breath of air. This battle had made them quite anxious. Sure Hao descended. He looked at the corpse. Why is it human form? That shouldn't be. Bloody light suddenly erupted. Phoenix cries shook the heavens. A streak of resplendent symbols flashed across, moving through Sure Hao's body. What? That's the undying bird. The true phoenix. Outside the battlefield, everyone became dumbstruck. Fallen divine child's blood shone, as if igniting, turning into a true phoenix that carried a divine blade in its mouth. It rushed forth, hacking apart Sure Hao's body. If it was just a bit closer, the space between Sure Hao's brows would have been hacked through. He displayed symbols, using a great divine technique, forcefully blasting that true phoenix that attacked him away. Sure Hao was almost cleaved in half. At the very least, everything below his brows was cut. Blood surged, the scene shocking everyone. Huang, you have to stick it through. Sure Hao, you are okay, right? The little rabbit, Chao Yuxing, and Qingyi cried out in alarm. Qi. Sure Hao staggered backwards, and then the two halves of his body quickly merged, growing together. His blood also flowed in reverse. A strand of immortal energy curled around him, nourishing his body to treat his injuries. On the other side, fallen divine child's broken body recombined. That bloody light returned to his body, and in his hand was a multicolored dagger. It was resplendent and world-shocking, incomparably sharp, able to easily hack apart the void. He actually grasps the true Phoenix's divine ability, one of the vicious 10, refining an undying body. Chao Yuxing's expression changed. This was definitely shocking. Undying body. Such a thing made everyone horrified. Fallen divine child's face fell. He didn't mind exchanging life for life, allowing his own body to be killed once if he could get rid of Sure Hao. However, in the end, he failed. This was just too terrible. One has to understand that the last time Immortal Ancient opened, this was precisely what he used to kill Three Crown King, making that ancient king die with remaining grievances. Now, someone who was even younger than him avoided this attack. Things would now become extremely troublesome. Good. I've underestimated you. You've almost made me suffer a disaster. However, now you don't have any chances left. Even if you have an undying body, it still isn't enough. Sure Hao said. Kill. Sure Hao went berserk, displaying all of his divine abilities. Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him, and lightning interweaved in front of him. In his left hand appeared Heaven Calamity Light, in his right Reincarnation. His body's third divine ability also erupted. This great battle was absolutely world-shaking. The two of them went crazy as they hacked at each other, blood flying everywhere. It was precisely as Sure Hao said. Even though Fallen Divine Child was incredibly powerful, he was still killed. When he wanted to use the Undying Phoenix's precious technique to revive, Sure Hao would kill him once again. There were no undying people. It was just a consumption of one's source energy, paying a considerable price to revive. After killing him several times, Sure Hao released a loud roar, piercing through the space between Fallen Divine Child's brows, capturing his primordial spirit. Fallen Divine Child released an angry roar. There was no way he would surrender. He resisted with everything he could to destroy everything indiscriminately. Pooh! In the end, Sure Hao blasted his primordial spirit apart with a single fist. Primordial spirit fragments flew everywhere. A multicolored dagger hacked apart the void, about to bring the primordial fragments with it in escape. Sure Hao brought out the everlasting immortal sword, and with a chong sound, hacked down that dagger, also forcing all of those primordial spirit fragments back, not giving them any chance to escape. Similarly cultivated immortal energy, and I even accumulated for another generation. Why would I be defeated? How could I not be your match? Fallen Divine Child was unwilling to accept this result. Could it be because when I took that step, I didn't experience the ominous and inauspicious? That it was too easy, lacking the corresponding trial? Fallen Divine Child reflected on the past. When you took that step, you didn't experience the inauspicious? Xianxia was shocked. He then wanted to curse the heavens. This was too unfair. What? You faced the ominous, forcibly making it through. Fallen Divine Child was shocked. I understand. Xianxia suddenly understood. It was definitely because he ascended onto the black-colored boat that all types of changes were produced. The Desolate Borders King sealed up the abyss, leading to this result. What do you understand? Fallen Divine Child asked. Being able to take that final step, you should actually thank me, Xianxia said. Why? Fallen Divine Child was shaken. Because it was me who chased away the ominous and inauspicious. Xianxia's teeth were white, smiling extremely brightly, but also rather harshly. Fallen Divine Child truly wanted to smash that face with his Fallen Divine imprint, hitting him until his entire face exploded. This enemy that was younger than him was too hateful. He naturally didn't believe this. It's up to you whether or not you want to believe me. I got on the black ancient boat and chased the ominous to its source, seeing many truths, Xianxia calmly said. Even though Fallen Divine Child wasn't willing to believe this, he knew that this person should have faced the ominous, forcibly rushing through. It was because only during these past 2 days did the inauspicious disappear. 5 Crown Kings, everlasting immortal sword. He stared at the gray sword core in Xianxia's hands, his mind greatly shaken. He knew that this hero fell due to the inauspicious, thus disappearing. Now that he saw this sword, he was starting to believe Xianxia's words a bit. The youth before him had walked to the source of the curses. Fallen Divine Child's primordial spirit trembled, wishing to rush out and learn about this information. He found it difficult to calm down. Even if he had to die, he wanted to know what exactly was on that black-colored ancient ship. Tell me, what did you see? Fallen Divine Child was furious. At the final critical moments, the other party spoke about these things. This was clearly to attack him psychologically. He was already greatly defeated, yet the other party was still like this, weakening his confidence. It was just too hateful. Why should I tell you? Xianxia was calm and unruffled midst this chaos. He sat on the battlefield, looking at his body and primordial spirit fragments with a smile on his face. You are absolutely shameful. Fallen Divine Child's voice was extremely cold, like that of a wounded beast. He was greatly defeated today. All of his glory, his honor were completely crushed. You don't have to die, and I can tell you what there is at the very source. Xianxia slowed down his voice, trying to speak to him as calmly as possible. What do you want? Fallen Divine Child released a cold snort. We can research the true Phoenix's undying art together, mutually perfecting it. Xianxia said, his eyes shining brilliantly. Fallen Divine Child had a few precious techniques that were too astonishing. Fallen Divine Imprint was an unmatched divine ability that had been preserved in immortal ancient ruins. Meanwhile, the refinement method and void return techniques shook the past and present. Last but definitely not least was the true Phoenix's precious technique that moved Xianxia's heart. It truly possessed a great temptation. Fallen Divine Child sighed and said, I truly wish to know about the inauspicious, but I definitely won't compromise. Xianxia didn't say another word, raising his hand to suppress, wishing to imprison his primordial spirit fragments. He had already prepared for quite a bit of time just now. It's no use. As long as I wish to die, wishing to disappear, you won't be able to stop it at all. Fallen Divine Child laughed, his voice a bit cold and ruthless. His primordial spirit fragments began to burn. Even though Xianxia took action, he was still unable to stop Fallen Divine Child's self-destruction. He was heading for death, about to burn into ashes. A primordial spirit was the fundamental existence of one's soul imprint. If it was completely burnt, then this person would fully die, everything becoming nothing. Hateful. Even though Xianxia did everything he could, wishing to stop this, it was still ineffective. He watched as his soul imprint disappeared. I am an ancient king, someone who has his own dignity. How can I bear humiliation to save my own skin? I would rather die. Fallen Divine Child spoke coldly and ruthlessly. Not only did he hate his enemy, he felt great hatred towards himself as well. After his defeat, he didn't compromise at all, rather wishing to die. Your two senior brothers aren't bad, but they were beaten by me until they completely lost confidence. What a pity. If you were to be also stepped on under my feet, then that would have been perfect, the supreme being bloodline completely fallen. Fallen divine child said. Even while dying, he was trying to incite Sure how to deal a blow to the supreme being bloodline. Fallen divine Ridge has enmity with the supreme being bloodline? Sure how asked. Our earliest ancestor had previously been chased by Supreme Hall's old thing for over 1,000 years, barely making it out alive, only surviving after hiding inside the uninhabited region. My teacher and Qi Daolin are mortal enemies. Fallen divine child spoke coldly. Since that is the case, then I won't be too polite. I'll just cut you open and eat you. Sure how said noisily. You bastard! Fallen divine child roared. With his final bit of primordial spirit flame, he threw himself towards his own body to destroy it. It was because he had heard about Huang, how this fella ate anything, and that he truly loved to eat. All enemies that weren't humanoid in form were cooked after they died. He was the glorious fallen divine child, an ancient king who rose to the top in a generation, known as an undefeated legend with no one among his peers being his opponent. If he really did fall to becoming food, then it was truly a fate more terrifying than death. Sure how's sword core swept out, scattering the primordial spirit's fire, turning it into scattered smoke. At the same time, that corpse displayed its original form, immediately becoming larger as it towered in this dark red ancient battlefield. It was a mysterious dragon beast with a strange shape. It had the head of a true dragon, the scales covering its body rather eerie in appearance, releasing a terrifying glint. There was an astonishing draconic energy curling around. Meanwhile, its body was actually that of a crane, its wings one white, one black, shining with resplendent radiance as if black and white flames were burning. There were terrifying divine force fluctuations, the flesh and blood containing incomparable divine substance. Its tail was extremely long, a dragon tail that carried brilliant light. There were concentrated scales covering it as well. Without a doubt, a light shake from it would be enough to flatten many great archaic peaks. Its body was just too large, like a small mountain as it rested there. The divine fluctuations were powerful, the flesh containing unimaginable essence. Sure how's eyes shone. This enormous body truly made him overjoyed. He could eat this for several meals. This was definitely a delicacy of this world. In the distance, a commotion had long broken out. Fallen divine child was actually defeated, his body and Tao erased, falling in burial realm. This was a great earthquake that would shake up Immortal Ancient. Sure how's power shook everything under the heavens. No one expected the unmatched fallen divine child would be defeated, moreover so thoroughly, even throwing his life away here. This was simply inconceivable. Ancient king, he actually wilted here. Fallen divine child who had oppressed a generation, rarely encountering opponents in this world, experienced defeat today. Reaching the end of his life? Someone muttered. Before this battle, most people believed fallen divine child to be unmatched, insurmountable, because he had already experienced the test of a generation, proving his status as a king. Even though Sure how was powerful, he was still a hero of this era. He hadn't experienced the most vicious trial. Fallen divine child was different. He had killed 2 ancient freaks, one of them even a 3-crown king. This was the same as fighting against the greatest of different eras. Yet today, the one that ultimately dyed heaven and earth with his blood was fallen divine child. Without a doubt, Huang's name was going to shake up all directions. This battle established Sure how's position as a king. Even when facing ancient freaks, he was still powerful and stunning. Did he cultivate immortal energy? Rumor had it that fallen divine child might have taken that step, yet he was still defeated. This formidable. Outside the battlefield, everyone was discussing this battle fervently, finding it difficult to calm down. In the outside world, the border of the vast uninhabited region, the cultivators of all sects looked like living ghosts, finding this unbelievable. The unmatched fallen divine child was actually killed. Ah! someone released a great roar from a dark golden war chariot, causing many true deities to fall onto the ground and heavenly deities' chi and blood to roil, almost coughing out blood. Everyone knew that this was fallen divine Ridge's greatest expert, someone who had previously fought against Qi Daolin for a generation. The inheritor he meticulously raised with all of his care was defeated, causing him to lose control. I never thought that Huang could kill even an ancient freak. Many people had a bad feeling, worrying for their own disciples in Immortal Ancient. Of course, everyone was extremely regretful as well. When Hao was fighting fallen divine child, they actually couldn't see what was happening. It was because at that time, both of them had a strand of immortal energy around their bodies that covered everything. Those of the outside world couldn't watch this battle. Only when the great battle ended did Hao restrain the immortal energy, the two of them once again appearing. However, at this time, fallen divine child had already become an ice-cold corpse. None of them knew the various things that happened in the battle, but the result spoke of everything. Huang is going to rise up. If he doesn't come out from Immortal Ancient soon, with enough time, it will become extremely difficult to stop his footsteps. A heavenly deity said with a low voice. This made quite a few people's minds tremble. The ones who wished to kill Huang all felt extremely uncomfortable. Burial Realm, the dark red ancient battlefield. Hao was smiling the entire time. This time, his rewards were too great, making him incredibly happy. As soon as fallen divine child's strand of immortal energy was about to scatter, Hao's body trembled. The immortal energy in his body moved out, wrapping around that energy and directly refining it, absorbing its essence. This left him shocked. It was actually refined by his immortal energy and merged together. Now, his strand of immortal energy truly became whole, abundant and incomparably real, now much thicker than in the past. It was sparkling and translucent, unable to increase any further. This was an enormous harvest. Hao had tried all types of things to nurture that strand of immortal energy, yet he found that there was no way to improve it further. To forcibly refine a strand of immortal energy, strengthening himself, this truly left him incredibly shocked. I really am hoping to meet someone else with immortal energy. If I can kill him, I wonder if I can use that to directly condense a second strand of immortal energy. If others heard what he was saying, they would definitely become stupefied. How many people took that step since the ancient times? Everyone felt great fear and anxiety. Yet he wanted to encounter that situation again. There's no rush to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. When I get back, I'll use that immortal corpse to nurture the first strand of immortal energy. See if I can increase it a bit further. Hao said to himself. He searched through fallen divine child's spatial magical artifacts. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. His harvest was truly astonishing. Forget about the various containers that had rare precious medicines. There was still another pile of holy medicines and a few half-divine fruits, everything releasing resplendent radiance. Meanwhile, what was the most shocking was that a jade container even had a stalk of divine medicine sealed within. A fragrance wafted through the air, a rain of light flickering about to make one intoxicated on the spot, giving them a feeling of sprouting wings and ascending. It was incomparably brilliant. The only regretful thing was that this divine medicine didn't have a root. Unknown how fallen divine child obtained it. It only had the body, unable to be planted again. Despite this being the case, Hao was still satisfied. A stalk of divine medicine. When I use it with the octatic treasure unicorn, it will increase the medicinal effects several-fold. In the outside world, when fallen divine Ridge's experts saw this scene, their eyes were dark and eerie, truly wishing to slaughter their way into Immortal Ancient. Unsurprisingly, Hao didn't find any inheritances from fallen divine child's body. This dagger is quite heaven-defying, an exceptional divine object. Hao picked up the dagger. It released brilliant light and carried a thin layer of smoke, making it look almost like something illusory. This dagger had cut him apart not long ago, even his powerful flesh unable to defend against it back then, only being blasted away when it cut towards his head. This dagger was quite heavy, several tens of thousands of jin in weight. In the outside world, The cultivators of all sects were moved, their eyes burning fiercely. It was because they knew that it was unordinary, within it some 7-colored immortal gold. This was originally a valuable treasure. If one carefully refined it, it might be able to rank in the 10 great weapons. Only, during the battle against Supreme Hall, its great Tao symbols were scattered by the unmatched Elder, causing the quality to drop. However, its material was undamaged, so it was still a world-shaking item, as it contained 7-colored immortal gold. When Fallen Divine Child obtained this dagger, he had previously swore that this dagger would grow with him, all the way until it became a supreme treasure. Chong! The gray sword core in Hao's hand released a cry, releasing blazing radiance. It began to shake, hacking down on the multicolored dagger on its own. And what is going on? What happened? Everyone became shocked. The heavenly deities of all sects in the outside world were startled. Brilliant light erupted from the dagger, unexpectedly gathering towards the everlasting immortal sword. The sword core was no longer dull. Whenever it revived, it would illuminate the world, making the sun and moon lose luster. At this moment it released a light cry. A blade wasn't opened up, its entire body still heavy. However, immortal light erupted in all directions, piercing through the heavens. Astonishing scenes appeared on the sword core. A human-shaped figure was ascending to immortality. Around it a large rain of light and pure white mist. That was immortal energy. Kacha! The dagger began to split apart, revealing cracks. This scene was shocking. One had to understand that this was Fallen Divine Ridge's holiest, most divine treasure. Even though it suffered great damage, its quality decreasing, the material was unharmed, carrying immortal gold. It was invincible, so how could it break apart now? The sound of metal splitting was clear. Streak after streak of brilliant light flowed out from the dagger towards the everlasting immortal sword, the 7-colored divine light shining hazily. That is, everyone was moved, widening their eyes as they watched everything with shock. The 7-colored divine light changed directions, condensing with the ascending immortal light on the sword core. Brilliant radiance flickered about, becoming more real and vivid. This was extremely astonishing. The diagram on the sword core was full of thriving life force, as if it was alive. Next to that human-shaped creature, an endless rain of light scattered downwards, 7-colored rainbow light swirling about. Ka! After a final crisp sound, the dagger completely broke apart, landing on the ground. One could see that it was full of holes, losing at least half of its material, now completely broken and dull, almost unrecognizable. The 7-colored immortal gold disappeared. When those of the outside world saw this scene, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Fallen Divine Ridge's people's faces fell ashen, overcast to the extreme. It was clear that the brilliant dagger was ruined. Half of it was originally made of 7-colored immortal gold. Yet in the end, all of it flowed out, absorbed by that sword, its essence sucked out. Only the useless residue remained. On the contrary, the sword core was as resplendent could be, difficult to look straight at, making everyone's eyes hurt. On the sword's surface, the humanoid creature was unchanged, the spotlessly white immortal energy the same. However, the rain of light became 7-colored, gorgeous and diverse, bewitching and beautiful to the extreme. In the end, the radiance of the sword core was restrained, becoming dull again without the slightest bit of luster. It looked completely dull and ordinary. Even those diagrams were like this. The 7-colored rain of light became a dull gray, never displaying the uniqueness of the 7-colored immortal gold. Hao was shocked. This sword core was extremely simple and ancient-looking, not appearing any different than from the past. Even its weight was the same. Something's not right. The 7-colored immortal gold was mixed in, so it should be several tens of thousands of gene in weight. Why is it still the same weight? He weighed the sword core in hand, feeling that it was still a bit over 100,000 gene in weight. However, he soon became pleasantly surprised. This sword core was too mysterious, actually able to absorb 7-colored immortal gold and refine it into its sword body. This was a self-transformation. It was rumored that this sword core's origins were mysterious, not cast into its current shape but naturally made. When it was unearthed from an ancient mine's stone material, it was already like this, entering 5 Crown King's hands. Good. Xianxia lightly flicked the sword core, releasing a clear and melodious sound. He was quite satisfied, putting it away and not thinking too much about it. Then he stared at the enormous body on the ground. His eyes shone with radiance. "Wow, we're rich!" The little rabbit was the first to run over, hopping about. She first picked up the jars all over the ground, fondling them all admiringly. They were all precious medicines. Then, she stared at fallen divine child's body. "I never thought that his original body would be like this," Xianxia said. Fallen divine child had a dragon head, crane body, his flesh containing powerful divine matter. Even though he died, his body was still releasing a holy radiance, as well as astonishing fluctuations. "It's not like I can eat it." The divine striking stone was discontent. "This flesh body is so powerful, can't even cut through it." The little rabbit's eyes were shining, as if she had been starving for many years. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, walking around it as she watched. "Hey, rabbit, are you going to eat meat again?" Chao Yuxing asked. Xianxia and Xianxia both laughed. The divine striking stone also giggled strangely. "Nonsense, I'm a vegan," the little rabbit directly corrected, but a gudong sounded in her throat, and saliva was swallowed back down, making her face flush with redness. "Why do I feel like you and Xianxia are brother and sisters? The two of you behave the same," Chao Yuxing said. "Pong!" The little rabbit's large ruby-like eyes glared outwards, stomping her legs, kicking the fatty flying, disappearing from view. In the distance, everyone was shaken up. Fallen divine child was killed, leaving behind a pile of precious objects. However, no one dared to get close. Who dared to fight with Huang over them? This place erupted with commotion. Everyone was discussing this result, making this place extremely noisy. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head and coldly said, "You want to leave?" "Shua!" His figure flickered, vanishing from his original location, appearing at the battlefield's surroundings. Everyone trembled, their fine hairs standing on end. They were all incomparably frightened. This was Huang, the one who had just killed fallen divine child, yet he now appeared before them all. Who wouldn't be scared? "We didn't offend you," a few people explained stammeringly in a flustered manner. Soon after, everyone discovered that Huang wasn't targeting them, but instead cutting off a single person, only focusing on that creature. This person was 30 or so years old, his pupils carrying great fear, continuously backing up. He was precisely Long Yu Jun Dao's subordinate. He had previously looked for Xianxia, saying how his family's great one Jun Dao and fallen divine child wished to ally with Xianxia. In the end, the alliance wasn't formed, and fallen divine child instead came to Burial City to kill Xianxia. "Huang, Great One, this isn't related to me. I indeed wish to facilitate the alliance between you all, but something unexpected happened halfway." Long Yu's face was pale as he spoke. He came here to observe the battle, originally believing that fallen divine child would be able to win. Who would have expected that he would be killed here? A chill ran from his head down to his toes. When he saw Xianxia cut him off, he almost fell weakly onto the ground. "I don't want to waste words. Bring me to see Jun Dao, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you know the result." Xianxia spoke coldly. Long Yu hesitated. To bring someone to see the ancient freak Jun Dao, this made him scared. "Great One, please spare me," Long Yu pleaded. "I can let you go, but you must bring me to see Jun Dao," Xianxia said. While speaking, he pointed forward, aiming at the space between Long Yu's brows. "I will bring Great One." Long Yu was horrified. At the same time, Xianxia was able to learn about quite a few things. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Good. Fallen divine child came out to kill me to get the immortal corpse for Jun Dao to assist in his breakthrough? I will personally deliver it to him. Let's see if he'll dare accept it then." "Ayaya, we are going to loot again?" "No, take care of an ancient freak. This is too great." Off we go. The little rabbit cried out excitedly, wishing for the entire world to be in chaos. As for the others, the geniuses of all clans' faces became petrified, feeling greatly shocked inside. Huang was too powerful. He had just killed fallen divine child, yet he was now going to kill Jun Dao. This was a huge incident that would definitely shake up Immortal Ancient. Everyone's hearts were rising and falling. The divine striking stone took action, quickly setting up a transport formation based on the coordinates Long Yu provided. Shihao's group all got on, quickly moving on a silver-colored passage, thus disappearing from this place. It was hard for this place to calm down again. Everyone was trembling. Huang really did what he said he would, slaughtering his way over just like that to capture Jun Dao. Heavens! Did the great era change? Huang's power devours mountains and rivers, continuously fighting against ancient kings. After killing fallen divine child, he didn't stop there, leaving now to kill another ancient freak. Huang is exceptionally domineering after all. Everyone was shocked. This place extremely noisy. The outside world, the border of the uninhabited region. The cultivators of all sects were shaken, staring at the inside of Immortal Ancient with shock. The faces of everyone from Jun Dao's sect changed, becoming incomparably nervous. They carefully watched everything. No one expected that even ancient freaks would encounter such dangerous times, their fate escaping their control, lives dependent on another's actions. Jun Dao, you have to leave or take that step, someone from his sect secretly prayed. If news of this got out, it would definitely trigger an uproar. For even the sect of an ancient freak to act this way, did this world truly change? This was an ancient place, the clouds surging with multicolored splendor, mountains surrounded by thin smoke. The spiritual essence was dense, rising in spirals. In the mountain range depths, chaotic energy overflowed from within an ancient cave. In the void, a gate of light flickered. Shihao, Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others walked out, directly hurrying to an ancient cave. There is a formation protecting this place, the divine striking stone said. Shihao nodded, but he didn't stop. With the everlasting immortal sword in hand, he fiercely hacked down. Under kacha-kacha sounds, the mountain region collapsed, the peaks flattened, formations cut apart. This was a type of violent beauty. Shihao's arm had a strand of immortal energy curling about it as he brandished the sword core, hacking through everything before them. Everything in his way was turned into powder, completely destroyed. This was the strength of taking that step, every action one made displaying a powerful attack. Together with the sword core's might, there wasn't much that could stop his advance. Shihao's sword flew out. The ancient cave's restrictions were torn apart. He walked inside with large steps. Jun Dao, come out. Hong. Inside the ancient cave, chaotic mists pervaded the air, surging frantically. A figure rushed over. In his hands a precious pagoda that erupted with incomparably terrifying symbols, suppressing forward. Not good. There are formations being activated. Stop him, the divine striking stone shouted. It was a master in this field, so it naturally sensed this. In the cave, the human figure turned in the air. Precious technique blossomed and symbols covered this place. It was incomparably terrifying. Shihao held the sword, standing there alone, attacking forward. Kung Chong sounds rang out continuously, hacking apart endless divine patterns, sweeping through the enemy before him. Kacha! That pagoda was hacked to pieces, and that figure was also chopped into several parts. Just a puppet. Shihao didn't stop, heading into the depths of the ancient cave. He moved the sword core, releasing the most forceful strike. Pooh! Not only did he cut through that formation platform, he even cut open the void, many streaks of sword radiance rushing inside. Pooh! Unfortunately, he was still a step late. In the end, a streak of blood scattered out from the void. Jun Dao disappeared, leaving this place injured. Truly makes one regretful. Shihao shook his head. Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others didn't know what to say. Fighting two ancient freaks in one day, one after another, forcefully killing fallen divine child, and now scaring away Jun Dao. This type of battle accomplishment was enough to shock the past and present. He is quite cool-headed, knowing that fallen divine child cultivated immortal energy, but was still defeated, so he himself was definitely not your match, decisively backing off as a result. The divine striking stone said, we're rich, we're rich. So many divine objects. The little rabbit hopped and shouted, her eyes shining. She grabbed Xianxia and directly gave him a kiss on the lips. Hey, you have so much drool. Hurry up and swallow that back down, Xianxia said without batting an eyelid. Pei was careless, too excited, letting you take advantage of me. On the ground, medicinal herbs were in piles, all of them holy medicines and half-divine fruits. It really was astonishing. Apart from this, there were all types of bone books as well, all of them records of predecessors, recording their insights gained from various cultivation realms, as well as a few thoughts from ancient geniuses who wished to take the final step. These books were invaluable. Wow! There are even divine pills. So many of them, all of them astonishing. The little rabbit produced 4 crystal balls, each of them with a sparkling pill sealed within that flowed with brilliant colors. Refined from a stalk of divine medicine. Xianxia said, many things could happen when an ancient king cultivated in isolation, at times even crippling themselves. For example, Xianxia burned himself with 3,000 Dao flames, leaving his body in tatters each time. As such, there were some things that couldn't be placed at his side, or else they might be destroyed along with his own body. Judging from this, Xianxia's group caught him unprepared, stealing all of Jundao's wealth. There were just too many good things, making one's eyes go red from greed, feeling incomparably moved. After all, these were the belongings of an ancient freak. With these things, I can now cultivate in isolation with peace, cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. Even Xianxia was incomparably overjoyed, feeling quite moved, brilliant light filling his eyes. The harvest was just too abundant. Within the depths of the ancient cave, precious light overflowed outwards. Auspicious multicolored light blossomed. The heavenly materials piled up in heaps. What is this? Don't tell me that it's that kind of earth, right? The little rabbit's voice began to tremble, feeling like even her fingers weren't so nimble anymore. She reached her hand out towards a pot. This was a pottery pot that wasn't that big. It was a faint purple in color, the earth inside extremely strange like sand, every granule sparkling and releasing strands of mist. This was heaven and earth essence, but it didn't originate from the earth, but instead converged from all directions, entering this sand-like soil, making it brilliantly colored. Their group surrounded it. When they saw what the little rabbit now looked like, they all felt quite strange. They didn't know what this was. The little rabbit put one of her hands in the soil, carefully sensing it. Light immediately flourished, the soil gushing with all different colors, making her little arm look translucent. Aya! She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Pong! The fatty came to the rescue, kicking forward to knock over the pot. However, the little rabbit was the first one to take action, kicking him away. Everyone was speechless. Chao Yuxing was furious, grumbling about how he was trying to help her. Yet in the end, he was the one to get kicked. This is a supreme treasure. Are you trying to kill me? The little rabbit glared with her ruby-like eyes fiercely, but it was difficult for her to conceal her happiness and joy. This is the sacred object I will use to achieve enlightenment, a rare treasure under the heavens. It is all life earth. The little rabbit hugged the pot without letting go, fearing that others would fight her over this. All life earth, rather than saying it was earth, it was better to call it a type of heaven and earth source that could nourish all living things. It was the most miraculous substance. Anything placed inside wouldn't die and would instead flourish with vitality. It was to the extent where someone said that it was a type of earth that would only work when an immortal king was buried within, but immortals had long lives, so how could they die? This left those of the world confused. There were other rumors that stated that when unmatched creatures died, if they were buried in this type of earth, after an endless amount of time, the day would come when they would revive and live once again. Of course, if this type of earth was used to grow living plants, the effects would be even greater. There were a few records from bone books that said if one planted medicinal herbs with it, it would almost be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only the little rabbit precisely had these types of plans. She wanted to walk the path of the natural Tao and grow all types of wondrous and miraculous herbs, using this all-life earth to nurture a life spirit or the spiritual nature of any specific living thing. All-life earth had another miraculous use. If one refined a furnace of pill medicines but felt that they were lacking a bit, if they were placed in the earth after a period of time, the inadequacies would be made up, becoming a perfect pill medicine. In summary, this thing was extremely heaven-defying. However, it had never appeared, only being described in related bone books. It was impossible to encounter in the real world. Worthy of being an ancient freak, even collecting and keeping this type of thing by his side. Xianxia sighed with admiration. Jun Dao's treasury was just too abundant. The others nodded, expressing their agreement. An ancient freak not only had the divine treasures bestowed upon them by their sex, they themselves, as the leading figures of their generations, collected many astonishing treasures on their own. Even richer and more unimaginable than Immortal Palace's inheritor. Even Xianxia sighed in amazement. "Can you give it to me?" The little rabbit said with a soft voice, her large eyes blinking, looking quite pitiable and lovable. She hugged the pot without letting go. "It's yours," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Even though this thing was divine and precious, for him it wasn't all that useful. If he really needed it in the future, he could just find the little rabbit to borrow it. Either way, they were on the same side. "This is too awesome." The little rabbit immediately jumped out, almost giving Xianxia another smack on the lips. Xianxia immediately reached out her snow-white arms to stop her. "Ayo, I almost forgot myself again. Thanks, older sis Xianxia. Hey, the drool on your face hasn't even dried up yet. Are you not even planning to wipe that off?" Xiao's skin was too thick as he said, "Go die." Gabbing gabbing. A rather disorderly sound could be heard. Everyone raised their heads, but they only saw the divine striking stone hiding in a corner, sneakily eating something by itself. Xiao immediately recognized what it was, his eyes widening, shooting out like a rocket, shouting, "You little bastard!" That was a piece of phoenix-marked stone with beautiful patterns resembling a slumbering true phoenix. It carried the aura of the great Tao, something that was incomparably mysterious. He had previously obtained a small piece in the lower realm and merged it with the imperishable golden body, allowing its innate quality to increase, repairing some of the damage. It displayed great uses during the battle of 7 deities in the lower realm. This was an unmatched wondrous stone. When merged with precious artifacts, it would allow it to transform and evolve the most shocking type of thing. There was another piece here, yet in the end the divine striking stone ate it. "I will become a supreme treasure too. If I eat this type of thing, I can evolve, so it doesn't count as a waste." The divine striking stone's cheeks were puffed as it stuffed its mouth, speaking inarticulately. When he saw that Xiao was fighting with it, it directly produced a pair of stone arms, covering its mouth and mumbling, "Don't fight me over it. When I transform, when the time comes, I'll take that step and cultivate a strand of immortal energy. In the future, not only will I be able to strike deities, I can even hit immortals. You are a precious artifact, yet you still want to take that step." The others were all speechless. They naturally didn't believe its nonsense, only they felt that there was no way around it. The phoenix-marked stone had already been eaten. "Let's carefully look around. Make sure we didn't overlook anything," Chao Yuxing said. The treasury of an ancient freak was incomparably astonishing. Any carelessness in their search might result in an incredible opportunity being overlooked. In the end, they left satisfied, all of them feeling incredibly happy. The outside world couldn't remain calm any longer. Xiao killed fallen divine child and chased off Jun Dao. These news spread through some small worlds, triggering a huge uproar. Within a pure land swirling with spiritual essence, multicolored mists shone hazily. "I have to work hard too. Comprehend the Tao in isolation to take that step," the little fatty Chao Yuxing said. In front of him was a pile of bone books, all of them insights of those before them, as well as all types of killing formation references, all of them shining brilliantly. These were rare, wondrous books. These things were enough to make one's eyes red with jealousy, because they were all the secret texts of the higher realm's most terrifying inheritances. Di Chong, Fallen Divine Child, Jun Dao, these three treasuries were piled up here. They respectively came from Immortal Palace, Fallen Divine Ridge, and Great Sky Border. If just a single book from any one of these sects containing the insights of those before them was leaked into the outside world, it would be enough to cause a great commotion. Yet now, all of the secret texts they carried on them were displayed here, separated into three large piles. They were all world-shocking records. The three great inheritances, for the sake of allowing their inheritors to break through and take that final step, raised and prepared them with the utmost care. These were the heart and blood of those before them, containing too many great Tao true meanings. Qing Yi and the little rabbit were flipping through them, completely engrossed in reading. The insights of sacred sages from these three sects were invaluable. Moreover, there were quite a few bone books that shone with brilliance, recording secret information about their ancient outstanding talents, their opinions on taking that step in the past. Observing this truly gave them all great enlightenment. I believe more and more in my own path. The natural great Tao. I will definitely succeed. The little rabbit encouraged herself, clenching her little fists. She then blinked her large eyes and looked towards Sure Hao, saying pitifully, "You have so many holy medicines, half-divine fruits. Can you let me plant one of every single one of them? I promise that I won't destroy them and to only take a small bite from each of them at most." She wanted to plant all of these medicines to experience the natural Tao's profound mysteries. Sure. Sure Hao nodded. Then, he produced the Void Sky Divine Vine's root and said, "Plant it into the all-life earth." Divine medicine? The little rabbit was shocked, and then a brilliant smile filled her face. She rolled back and forth on the ground. The Void Sky Divine Vine was horrified at first, immediately wishing to escape. However, when it saw the all-life earth, it directly threw itself over, hanging onto this place rigidly, not willing to leave even if it died. Qing Yi released a light sigh. After reading through the insights of the sages, her brows furrowed together, as if in deep thought. "What's wrong?" Sure Hao asked. Qing Yi had on snow-white clothes, her fine black hair gentle and supple, her beautiful eyes full of specks of light. Her beautiful face didn't have the slightest flaw. She sat there like a fine jade statue. Right now, she felt a bit of hesitation. I have to make a trip, settle things with her. Everyone became momentarily stunned, and then they woke up from their stupor. They knew what she was referring to. She was going to settle things with the main body. "I'll go help you," Sure Hao said. "You all can't help me." Qing Yi sighed. She wanted to take that step, but she had to be a perfect true body. Now that she saw all of the predecessors' experiences, she became more and more certain that she had to fully break things off with the main body. Older sis Qing Yi, isn't the main body extremely strong? Just let Sure Hao suppress and capture her. The little rabbit shouted rather sinisterly. "Go!" Qing Yi gave her a glare, pressing a pure white jade finger lightly against her forehead. "You all don't have to worry. I have the green lunar flame, so no matter who I encounter, I will definitely be able to protect myself." Qing Yi then said. "But," Sure Hao frowned, "I need to do this alone. After all, that is another me and not normal opponents." Qing Yi had already set her resolution. "And it seems like all of us have to step on our own paths. I am going to Formation Realm to comprehend all formations. I have to take that step." The little fatty revealed a rare, serious expression, also deciding to leave. He also gave the divine striking stone look and said, "Why don't you come with?" "Not going. I already ate Origin Stone, Phoenix Mark Stone, Heaven's Mandate Stone, and I still want to eat Heaven Fault Stone, World Stone, using the stone as my Tao. I'm not that far from taking that step." The divine striking stone spoke with dignity and honor. Everyone directly ignored it. "Ayaya, speaking of food, I'm hungry." "Sure Hao, don't you have many tasty things?" "I want to eat all the vegan stuff," the little rabbit said. "If you want to eat meat, just directly say it." The little fatty shot it a look of disdain. You don't want to go to formation realm anymore? Forget it, how about I just bury you right here? Either way, your master said before that someone was going to bury you. My master said that I will definitely become an immortal. The so-called burying is just a small sleep. However, before this, I will definitely shake the world and become unmatched under the heavens. That is why no matter what, a strand of immortal energy shouldn't be too hard for me. I am going to cultivate it. Chao Yuxing gave himself confidence. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's eat a good meal in a bit, and then there's the immortal corpse to divide up. Let's all study it for a bit. I believe this will bring us some pleasant surprises. Xianxia said. Good. I'm already starving. The little rabbit raised her hands in approval, her excitement for food even exceeding that immortal corpse. The little fatty and divine striking stone's eyes shone, feeling great desire towards that immortal corpse. If their mortal bodies could absorb a bit of immortal Tao energy, who knew what would happen? Qing was also moved, her beautiful eyes displaying a bit of excitement. As for Xianxia, he already set his resolution on cultivating a second strand of immortal energy. He wanted to study the immortal corpse for a bit. The immortal Tao fluctuations possessed extraordinary meaning to him. Apart from this, the light seeping out from the immortal corpse could nurture immortal energy. Buddy, I need all magic stone, world stone, and heaven fault stone. Can you help me out? The divine striking stone revealed a rare, bashful look, appearing a bit embarrassed before Xianxia. Xianxia shot at a look of disdain and said, Stop trying to be pure and show some action. Go, wash and clean up this dragon-headed crane-bodied beast so we can stew it. All right. The divine striking stone inwardly grinded its teeth. Every time it saw them eat a feast, it would always feel incredibly angry because it could only watch from the side. Meanwhile, this time it was even worse. It was going to be their mess cook, preparing that body with shocking divine fluctuations for them. For the sake of future consideration, it still obeyed, bringing that enormous precious body to a spiritual lake and starting to prepare it. Let's drink a bit first. These are things collected by ancient freaks, so it is likely divine wine. Xianxia brought out several jars of fine wine, all of them spoils of war. However, he still didn't have time to carefully look them over. So fragrant, Chao Yuxing said with a sigh of astonishment. I am going to cheat and drink a bit. The little rabbit's eyes looked over. What cheat a bit? Didn't you start doing drunk boxing after getting too drunk last time? The fatty shot her a look of contempt. This wine was extremely astonishing. When the seal on the jar was broken, divine light shot into the sky. Auspicious multicolored light blossoming. The wine fragrance was so great it seeped into one's bones, intoxicating one down to their soul. This is definitely extraordinary wine, Xianxia said. He produced a few jade cups, placing them on the grass, sitting on the floor to enjoy this wine. Good alcohol. The medicinal fragrance was extremely astonishing. Their mouths released divine multicolored light, nourishing their flesh and blood. This really was bejeweled nectar. I feel dizzy. Why do I feel drunk after just a single cup? The little rabbit's head was swaying. Is this divine Tao essence? I don't think I can hold on either. Chao Yuxing was also feeling dizzy. However, even though they spoke like this, they were still fighting over the wine. When the third cup went down his stomach, even Xianxia felt dizzy. His vision blurred. This wine was too powerful. Even though the wine fragrance was astonishing, the medicinal nature was too formidable, even able to intoxicate a deity. When the fourth cup went down, the little rabbit was already drunk boxing, dancing about there, her body swaying back and forth, appearing charmingly naive. Meanwhile, Chao Yuxing's but was sticking out, drunkenly muttering about killing formations on the ground, saying, I understand it, already understand it. As for Xianxia, he moved close to Qing Yi's swan-like snow-white beautiful neck, the sight charming and gentle. They touched cups there, continuing to drink. Qing Yi sat on the grassy area, her exceptionally beautiful sparkling white skin carrying a bit of redness, her eyes carrying a bit of perplexity. She was also drunk. Her fine black hair was bright like silk fabric, her umber black eyebrows curved. Her large and intelligent eyes were slightly narrowed, her bright red lips extremely moist and erotic. When they opened and closed, wine fragrance left her body, creating a bewitching type of beauty. Her pearly white teeth were like jade, flickering with radiance. It had to be said that this type of alcohol was too extraordinary, even divine-level experts about to collapse from intoxication. She sat close to Xianxia, the two of them touching cups. In the blink of an eye, the fifth cup was downed. Xianxia had his arms around her, feeling the gentleness of that snow-white neck and the smoothness of the skin. He could smell an orchid-like fragrance from her body. Even though Xianxia was drunk, she was still aware of what was happening. The two of them were just too close. Moreover, her neck was wrapped around as they drank so intimately, making her ivory-like skin immediately become taut. Pong! She directly struck Xianxia on the forehead with her cup. The transparent amber liquid that carried bits of gold splashed outwards, landing on their bodies. "You are wasting. This is divine wine," Xianxia spoke disjointedly. Xianxia's white clothes were purer than snow, her face so beautiful it was almost unreal. Her skin looked extremely delicate. Right now, wine slid down her smooth and fine face, the sparkling liquid shining together with the extraordinary fair skin. It really was unknown what overcame Xianxia, but as soon as he said that she was wasting it, he directly moved over and then drank a bit, drinking the alcohol on the side of her face. The sweet fragrance was truly great. The aloof, exceptionally gorgeous Xianxia's body went taut, her expression freezing. No matter how drunk she was right now, she still sobered up quite a bit at this moment. She cried out in alarm. Cymbals swirled, about to send Xianxia flying. However, now that Xianxia had taken the so-called final step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, his strength became extremely terrifying. Precious light flickered, putting up a defense. When he was attacked, his body instinctively reacted, retaliating, grabbing Yu Chan's delicate wrist. Then his palm and fingers shone, loosening the wrist. With a light brush, those symbols were scattered. He then grabbed her fine small waist. "Eh? You too? What are you doing?" The little rabbit was drunk boxing, belching while widening her eyes, looking at the two of them in confusion. Finally, the two of them seemed to have woken up. Xianxia struggled about, feeling extremely embarrassed. Her fine black hair danced about, her graceful waist moving around, trying to free herself. Her lotus arms shone, flinging Xianxia away. Pong! Xianxia woke up. This time he didn't resist. With a pung sound, he landed on Chao Yuxing's body. "Io, my formation, my great Tao. Why did heavenly tribulation blast me? Is it trying to stop me from gaining enlightenment?" The fatty screamed. "This alcohol is a bit strange." Xianxia shook his head, becoming a bit more sober. He was truly shocked. How could one's primordial spirit even be intoxicated? When one reached their level, what kind of alcohol could knock them out? However, after just a few cups, they were already intoxicated to this level, making them lose self-control. "Hey, older sis, why were you two hugging each other?" The little rabbit just didn't want to let the matter go, asking while drunk. Her large eyes were blurry as she looked at Xianxia again and again. "Nonsense. You just misinterpreted." Xianxia's jade-like face blushed red, her exceptional face carrying a bit of embarrassment. There was also a streak of radiance that flew out, striking Xianxia. "Then why are you so embarrassed?" The little rabbit wanted to get to the bottom of this. Xianxia took a deep breath, and then she circulated a method to calm herself down, finally becoming at peace. However, the scene from just now quickly resurfaced. She couldn't help but caress one side of her face, feeling a scorching heat. Just now, that place was sticky with wine. That bastard actually drank it just like that. Aya! Xianxia truly couldn't take it any longer. After becoming clear-headed again, she couldn't help but scream out. There was now a unique type of charm to her exceptional appearance that was extremely moving. "Older sis, you have to be a wise and virtuous woman. How can you randomly scream?" The little rabbit was confused as she advised. Have to be a wise and virtuous woman. Fine. Qing controlled her emotions, forcefully enduring her urge to beat the shit out of Sure Hao. She calmed down, her white clothes exceptional, finally putting on her normal pure and holy fairy-like appearance. This wine is quite strange. By operating bone texts, one can become slightly more clear-headed, and then they can comprehend the Tao. This was what Sure Hao discovered. He also received enlightenment from Fatty Chao Yuxing's state, and after giving it a try, sure enough, this was the case. Soon after, Qing and the little rabbit sat down, comprehending their own Tao here. All of them were extremely shocked. They then completely calmed down, gradually entering a clear and empty state of mind. This was an extremely strange type of feeling, a bit of intoxication, but still inside of a Tao comprehending state. It allowed one to touch upon many types of Tao traces while in a somewhat dazed state, wandering about the road of the great Tao. After who knew how much time had passed, the drunk feeling passed. They woke up from their deep states of comprehension. So strange. I want to drink more, the little rabbit said noisily. It truly is quite strange. Chao Yuxing also looked at the wine jar, directly swallowing his saliva. The feeling isn't bad. Sure Hao nodded. Qing was the only one who didn't say anything. Her white clothes fluttered about, giving off a cold and aloof feeling. The little rabbit put on an innocent and naive appearance, saying, I remember, older sis, you still didn't reply to my question. Just now, I seem to have seen you two huddling together, and Sure Hao was even drinking wine from your face. Qing Yi's fairy temperament was shattered once again. She immediately grabbed the little rabbit's small hands and said, You saw wrong. No, I didn't. Definitely didn't. The little rabbit cried out. Little girl, stop trying to stir up trouble. Qing Yi struck her on the head. This wine really isn't bad, Sure Hao said in admiration, giving Qing Yi's cheeks a glance. The little rabbit giggled. Qing Yi turned around, revealing a murderous look, glaring at him. Chao Yuxing roared with laughter. Why do I feel like I missed out on something? I was too deep in my comprehension. Why don't I do a divination for you too? You even know divination? The little rabbit was shocked. But of course, my master can see through the mysteries of heaven, even able to see a thing or two about the future. As his only inheritor, no matter what, I'll still have a bit of ability. The little fatty felt incomparably proud of himself. He directly produced a few snow-white jade-like tortoiseshell fragments, each one of them extremely bright and covered in mysterious patterns. One could tell with a glance that they were divine treasures. Walala! The tortoiseshells scattered on the ground. The fatty carefully studied them for a bit, and then said, What rotten divinatory site is this? I'm clearly divining for you too, so why are there 3 together? There's 1 extra. Little fatty, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Qing Yi stopped him. Oh, I forgot. There's still a main body. The little fatty raised his head and looked at Qing Yi, saying, You're finished. You and the main body are out of luck. Dong. Chao Yuxing directly flew outwards, sent high up into the sky by Qing Yi. He screamed as he smashed into a mountain peak. My master was right. Divination and deducing the Tao is the most dangerous. A single mishap and you will suffer disaster. Chao Yuxing was extremely upset. In reality, he didn't know anything about divination, just throwing out some tortoiseshells. However, the snow-white divine shell's symbols truly formed a set of patterns, and a thing or two were understood by him. The fatty collected the tortoiseshells with guilty conscience. These were one of his defensive precious artifacts and couldn't be casually tossed about. So fragrant! The little rabbit's nose was extremely sensitive, smelling the distant meat fragrance. Let's go, time to eat, Sure Hao said. The divine striking stone was working hard, cleaning up that dragon head and the crane body precious corpse, already throwing them into the cauldron to stew. Great Tao flames burned below the cauldron, and now, shocking meat fragrance finally wafted through the air. I can't hold on any longer, about to die from fatigue. This fella is unbreakable, his flesh incredibly sturdy, Now even fully cooked? The divine striking stone grumbled. The dragon blood was saved and the crane wings propped up on a bonfire to roast, not placed in the cauldron. Otherwise, this mountainous body wouldn't have fit in the cauldron. Right now, the crane wings and the other parts were as large as how they normally were. Let me. Xianxia took action, and he also brought out the gold-marked white tiger, cleaning it by the lake. It was placed in the cauldron and also slow-stewed. Dragons and tigers, Qiao Yuxing said in praise. A dragon and tiger were placed inside to stew together, truly shining mutually. Divine multicolored light immediately surged, resonating with each other. Of course, the dragon was clearly much stronger, the flesh containing shocking divine matter. The gold-marked white tiger was placed in later and cooked at the end, and only then did it become cooked at the same time as the dragon. Soon after, fragrance filled this place. The dragon and tiger left the pot, and the golden crane wings on the side were already surging with multicolored light, now fully cooked. Apart from this, there was also a wine fragrance wafting through the air. They began to gorge themselves on the food. They enjoyed the delicacies while comprehending the Tao. With the small lake in front of them, the beautiful scenery of rising spiritual essence in view, it was quite the wonderful experience. Even though they were comprehending the Tao with such delicious food before them, as well as foodies like Xianxia and the little rabbit, the mood was definitely affected. In the end, even Qiao Yuxing and Qingyi became distracted, no longer focusing on their meditation. Why do I seem to have seen a snow-white phoenix? The little rabbit rubbed her eyes as she looked at the spiritual lakeshore. A divine bird, snow-white and perfect, feathers resplendent. It's too perfect. Qiao Yuxing sighed with admiration. This really is a phoenix? Qingyi was also shocked. They became distracted. When they weren't comprehending the Tao, the effects of the alcohol immediately kicked in, everything becoming a bit blurry. As they looked at the lake, they were all a bit stupefied. There really seemed to be a white phoenix there. We aren't seeing things, right? How can there be pure-blooded, heavenly phoenixes left in this world? Xianxia mumbled. Only, when he raised his head and looked at the shore, he also became stupefied. There was a divine bird there, white and pure, like the most perfect work of art from the heavens. Elegant and graceful, snow-white and mysterious. It was truly like a snow phoenix. I'm seeing ghosts. I've witnessed a phoenix. Qiao Yuxing shook his head with everything he had to sober up. Perfect and beautiful. Too gorgeous. The little rabbit shouted. It'll definitely be tasty. Xianxia's skin was extremely thick, directly speaking on reflex. What kind of nonsense are you speaking? That might very well be a snow phoenix. Qingyi glared at him with a rather displeased look. What snow phoenix? No matter how I look at it, it looks a bit familiar. I'm pretty sure I caught one like it before. Xianxia felt like it was more familiar the more he looked at it. At the same time, his eyes became blurrier the more drunk he got. He then directly drank a cup and said, "It's a bit different. This one has some golden patterns on its forehead." Bullshit. The little rabbit rolled her eyes, not believing at all that he caught one before. Qiao Yuxing on the side also curled his lips, believing that Xianxia was completely drunk. Is it impossible for you to be quiet? Qingyi even more so spoke out against him, because she thought back to the drinking of wine from her face. Dark lines couldn't help but appear on her forehead. I swear I'm not lying. Xianxia now felt anxious, releasing wine fragrance from his mouth, as he stated that he didn't speak any falsehoods, that everything was real. It's absolutely true. When I first entered the higher realms, I really did happen to capture a silver phoenix, and I even helped name it, calling it Silver. Xianxia said. Right at the lakeshore, that snow-white phoenix bird's plume feathers stood up, radiance shining in her eyes. It was currently staring deathly at him. While still under the effects of intoxication, he explained a step further, saying, in the lower realm, I've raised a big red bird, subdued second Baldy, and even captured third Blackie, the mysterious tortoise, so I wanted to name the silver phoenix fourth Whitey, but in the end, it absolutely hated that name, so I just named it Silver. As he spoke these words, He was completely unaware that the extremely beautiful divine bird on the other side's eyes were about to shoot flames, all of the snow-white feathers covering its entire body about to stand on end, all of them shining resplendently. The divine striking stone was like a person, producing a movement that was quite difficult for someone like itself. It shrunk its neck, and with a chi-lu sound, directly ran. It was because he saw that snow phoenix fly over, its resplendent wings shining brilliantly. The scene was too astonishing. Xianxia was drunk, but it definitely wasn't. The snow phoenix descended by the shore, turning into an incomparably beautiful young lady with glossy and smooth silver hair. Her slim figure walked over gracefully. The emperor butterfly moved its wings, trying to wake up Xianxia. However, he was really drunk and he was still explaining to the little rabbit, Qingyi and Chao Yuxing. I really did capture a similar snow phoenix, only that one didn't have golden patterns on its head. Back then, I even carried it in my bosom, personally helping it treat its feathers. After several dozen cuts, its long feathers were shortened, and later on it looked a bit like a white pigeon. By the lake, that exceptional young lady's glare could kill. However, her attitude was still graceful as she walked over elegantly. This was her innate noble temperament. You are saying that you carried a snow phoenix and trimmed its feathers? The little rabbit asked with her large eyes widened. Even though she was smiling purely, there was clearly a bit of evil brewing. Correct. Back then, I gave it a complete wash, cut and dry, Xianxia said. With a gudong sound, another cup of alcohol went down. At this moment, the emperor butterfly covered its own face with its wings. It really couldn't watch this any longer, also backing off, hiding to the side. Finally, the exceptional young lady closed in, her eyes spewing out flames. That type of aura was about to reach Xianxia's face. Why do you look the same as Silver? Xianxia's drunk vision was hazy, pointing at the young lady while speaking. He really drank too much, about to collapse from intoxication. The silver-haired young lady's body was slender. Even though there were flames released from her eyes, her bearing was still graceful, her demeanor elegant and wonderful. This was an innate type of noble temperament. We've met, Xianxia called out. The silver-haired young lady's black eyebrows were curved, her intelligent large eyes releasing sharp radiance. When her delicate, ruby-lipped mouth opened and closed, snow-white teeth could be seen. She was inwardly grinding her teeth. Xianxia's head was tilted to the side, his vision blurred, mouth even a bit crooked. While looking at this silver-haired young lady whose beauty could topple cities, he said with a rather stupid expression, I think it is her, only there's a bit of golden symbols between the brows. Everything else looks the same. The silver hair of this exceptional beauty drifted about. A phoenix cry was released, and then snow-white multicolored light blossomed. A streak of white-colored flames flew out from her mouth, sweeping outwards, immediately surrounding Xianxia. Ayo! Xianxia released a cry of alarm. These were phoenix flames that originated from the snow phoenix bloodline. Normal people wouldn't be able to endure it. However, symbols automatically appeared around his body, his single heavenly passage protecting him. Silver. You really are the silver I raised? Xianxia immediately sobered up a bit from his drunken state. When the silver-haired young lady heard the name Silver, she was immediately provoked. She gnashed her teeth in anger, dark lines appearing on her sparkling white forehead. She was truly angered badly. When she thought of the bitter experience she went through 2 years ago, she wanted to vomit blood. The proud heavenly lady of a glorious sect with the chance of evolving into the Snow Phoenix, someone who was known as a legendary genius girl, in the end unexpectedly landed in that monster's hands. She had to go through the disastrous experience of having her feathers cut. She was carried by her phoenix wings, her plume feathers grabbed, touched and pinched about. It was a truly unimaginable experience. Now that she thought back to that experience, she felt like she was going to explode from anger. That was a truly unbearably dark period of time, a time of blood and tears. That type of experience was too terrifying for the most powerful pearl of the Snow Phoenix bloodline to think these thoughts. feeling incomparably miserable and terrified. This alone was enough to put Sure Hao in a class of his own. The silver-haired beauty never mentioned these experiences to anyone, to the extent where she didn't even tell her clansmen. After all, this was something too embarrassing to talk about. However, she never expected that when they met accidentally, this fella unexpectedly spoke about the past in front of her face, bragging to these people. It was more intolerable than intolerable, absolutely, utterly unendurable. Show! Her eyes shot out two streaks of silver light. It was as if a divine moon fell, the radiance brilliant and boundless, unexpectedly making the void collapse. A strand of immortal energy appeared around Sure Hao's body, divine and auspicious, quickly stopping the sacred symbols. He was completely unharmed. His only heavenly passage was even more gentle and soft as it surrounded his body. You cultivated a strand of immortal energy? While feeling incredibly angry, the silver-haired young lady immediately became shocked. It was clear that she had been quite far from Burial Realm, so the results of that battle hadn't reached her ears yet. Silver, it really is you. This is really great. Truly a small world. The drunk Sure Hao was just too daring, completely oblivious to how much this exceptional beauty hated the name Silver. The silver-haired young lady immediately snapped out of her astonishment, her sparkling teeth creating gotsy-gotsy sounds as she said, "I hate you to death." With a schwa sound, she immediately flew over, her hands forming imprints. Her entire body shone, and then she spun in the air. White beautiful legs swept out from her long dress, striking towards Sure Hao. Careful, you shouldn't open your legs. Sure Hao was still quite tipsy, using his arms to defend himself. A soft pung sounded. The silver-haired young lady's expression changed. That leg contained her world-shocking magical force. Yet in the end, it was lightly brushed off, moreover bringing her great pain. Under Phoenix cries, all types of symbols erupted, all of the precious techniques blasting at Sure Hao. This was a great divine ability of the Snow Phoenix bloodline. However, that single heavenly passage and the immortal energy merged together. With a pung sound, the astonishing symbols were all scattered, successfully blocked. You forced me to use my restricted divine ability. The silver-haired young lady grinded her teeth, the golden imprint between her brows starting to shine. She was truly angered badly. She was caught earlier, her shining white feathers cut into an absolute mess, and now she was being ridiculed. It was just too much to bear. Hey, Silver, I am your life-saving benefactor, so why are you attacking me? Sure Hao spat out a breath of alcohol, his face revealing confusion and innocence. The silver-haired young lady stared blankly for a moment. She hated Sure Hao badly, but she had to admit that she was only able to escape from that because Sure Hao brought her out. As such, she didn't seek out revenge during these past 2 years, and when they met again, she was just incited badly by his words, only taking action because she was too angry. One thing at a time. You humiliated me first, so I demand an explanation. The silver-haired young lady landed on the ground. Even though she was angry, her bearing was still extremely graceful. This is where you are wrong. No matter what, I still saved your life. If you want to bite the hand that feeds you, then just come at me. The effects of alcohol began to wear off. He became more and more clear-headed. When he spoke like this, the silver-haired young lady felt some hesitation. Earlier, even though she was truly aggrieved, a flame raging within her, if she truly made a big fuss with Sure Hao, it would still be a bit much. She immediately froze there. She raised her hand several times, wanting to give Sure Hao a beating, but she then lowered her hand again. Turns out to be one of us. Sit down and drink a few cups of wine to quell your anger. Chao Yuxing walked up and said, Older sis, you and me are the same. We both have beautiful silver hair, so we're definitely kindred spirits. The little rabbit also welcomed her while giggling, grabbing her arm. Qing Yi also revealed a faint smile, trying to resolve the dispute here and mediate the grudges. Only now did the loyalty-lacking divine striking stone appear again. Back then, when it waited for Sure Hao with the Emperor Butterfly in 5 Elements Province, the Silver Phoenix revived, turning into a silver-haired young lady, beating it until it cried for its mom and dad, running several hundreds of thousands of li away. There was still a shadow over its heart. Older sis is a snow phoenix. This is too shocking. The little rabbit sighed in amazement. When she understood some secrets, she widened her little mouth with shock. Not yet, only, there is hope of evolving to that step, the silver-haired Shui Lin said. After calming down, her temperament became extremely fine, her beauty truly outstanding. She really was powerful. Back then, when Immortal Palace's inheritor and a group of exceptional talents chased after her, she was only injured and not captured. Now, Shurhao discovered that there was an additional golden imprint between her brows, clearly the result of another step of evolution. She was now much more powerful than before. With Qingyi and the little rabbit asking indirectly, together with the divine striking stone's big mouth, their group finally knew what happened back then. Older sis, can this kind of thing be tolerated? The little rabbit's large eyes moved all around, stirring things up as she said, "He cut off your beautiful phoenix feathers. That is the same as destroying your battle clothes, the same as tearing off all the clothes on your body, the same as—" The silver-haired young lady immediately grabbed her small mouth. It really sounded worse the more the little rabbit spoke. "We will not allow this type of thing to pass." The little rabbit struggled free. While brandishing her little fists, she spoke fiercely, adding fuel to the flame here. "Dong!" Shurhao sobered up, quickly rushing over, fiercely hitting her snow-white forehead. There was so much pain her eyes welled up with tears, crying out with owl sounds. "The one surnamed Shur. I'm going to fight you to the death." The little rabbit bared her fangs and brandished her claws. "Younger sis, I support you. How can this type of thing be endured?" The silver-haired young lady smiled, even benevolently rubbing her forehead for her. However, she was using too much strength, making the little rabbit scream out in pain. "You all are ganging up on me." The little rabbit was panting with rage, immediately turning her body around. Qingyi smiled with her lips closed, and then she called out for everyone to eat and drink together. The atmosphere quickly became better. However, from time to time, the silver-haired young lady still couldn't help but want to give Shurhao a beating. For the sake of easing the tension, he cut off a piece of the golden shining divine wings while drinking, absent-mindedly saying, "Here, eat up." Everyone became speechless, all of them staring at him. The silver-haired young lady's stare could kill, glaring at him. Was this on purpose? Why aren't you displaying those snow-white phoenix wings? I feel like if you have the human body, and then together with the divine feathered wings, you will definitely look stunning. Your look's exceptional. Back then, when I touched it, I felt. Shurhao was extremely thick-skinned, and while drunk, he spoke without thinking. However, soon after, he woke up, his voice coming to a grunting stop. It was on purpose, on purpose. The silver-haired young lady thought with anger, and with a dong sound, the wine cup was thrown onto his forehead. What is up with you? This is divine wine. Don't waste it," Shurhao said. "Gold-marked white tiger?" The silver-haired young lady Shui Lin looked at the gold-marked tiger meat, her face revealing a look of shock. She already recognized that this was Divine Temple's holy beast. It was actually cooked by someone. What's so special about that? The little rabbit looked immensely proud of itself. She pointed at the shiny golden divine wing in her hand and said, "This is fallen divine child's wing." Pooh! The tender meat was spewed out as soon as it entered Shui Lin's delicate mouth. For the snow phoenix race that had always watched their bearing and attitude, it really was lacking in manners. It was because she was just too shocked. Fallen divine child. How tyrannical was that? Yet he was cooked in a cauldron and roasted over a flame, eaten by others. This was just too shocking. Even if Shui Lin's bloodline was powerful, possibly becoming a true immortal phoenix, she still felt speechless, truly dumbstruck by this result. This was just too ridiculous. An ancient freak turned into food. Just this thought alone felt crazy. Something that was hard to believe. You really cultivated a strand of immortal energy? After a long time had passed, Xuelin's eyes became brilliant, carrying a strange look as she stared at Shi Hao. About to cultivate a second strand already. Shi Hao had a completely calm expression, as if he was someone extremely great. So formidable since the ancient times, so many geniuses have failed, and I've only begun to walk on this path. Yet you already succeeded? Xuelin was truly shocked. She was called a world-shocking genius, one of the present world's most powerful exceptional talents. However, she discovered that on this path, someone already stood at the very peak, looking down on her. The shock this brought her was definitely not light. Wu, I can give you a few pointers. Promise you'll be able to take that step. Shi Hao put on an extremely indifferent appearance. You want older sis Xuelin to follow you at your side, to take her as... The little rabbit chirped noisily, wishing to expose his noble appearance. Xuelin took the initiative to cover her mouth. She now realized that this little rabbit looked pure, but wished for the whole world to be in chaos, that she was a little monster. Of course, she still stared hatefully at Shi Hao. Cough, younger sis Xuelin. I heard that you previously discovered a few clues regarding Supreme Hall? Shi Hao was at his wit's end, directly revealing his true intentions. Back then, Xuelin was chased precisely because it was rumored that she had personally seen Supreme Hall return to the higher realms, knowing its whereabouts. Xuelin immediately became vigilant, looking at him with an unkind expression. How about this, if you tell me where Supreme Hall, I will directly give you a great opportunity. I promise you that in the future, you can evolve into a true, undying, immortal phoenix. Shi Hao said. Xuelin curled her lips, not believing him at all. Is that enough? Shi Hao carefully produced a jade cauldron, cautiously opening it. This place was immediately drowned out by divine aura. What is this? Xuelin was shocked. Half of an immortal body, Shi Hao said. He also added that a part of it could be gifted to her. How could this be? Xuelin's beautiful eyes widened, feeling that this was inconceivable. She looked at this corpse that was overflowing with divine radiance, immediately becoming dumbstruck. Silver, it's not all that impossible. Shi Hao didn't watch his words, inadvertently calling her silver again. When he wanted to correct himself, he found that Xuelin was still in a stupor, not catching his mistake. Something's wrong. There's no way it's an immortal. It is rumored that when a true immortal dies, no one can get close to them. If we tried to touch it from a close distance, we will be blasted to pieces, the immortal Tao symbols destroying everything. After a long time, Xuelin snapped out of her daze and spoke like this. Shi Hao released a sigh. He had no choice but to tell her everything, about how the immortal body suffered a strike from a palm. The patterns within its body already scattered, completely wiped out. As for the immortal body that remained, the flesh had long disappeared, the bones spotlessly white like jade. Hazy radiance spread outwards, making one feel as if they were bathed in autumn winds, as if they had entered an immortal pond. Don't look down on it. Even though the symbols have scattered, the essence pretty much all gone, there is still a rich immortal Tao energy. If one cultivates while facing it, there will be endless benefits. You might be able to use this to continue your evolution, becoming a true heavenly phoenix. Shi Hao said in a rather tempting manner. Xuelin was truly quite shocked. These fellas really knew how to stir up trouble. Eating Divine Temple's holy beast was one thing, but they even cooked fallen divine child. Now, they even had half of an immortal corpse, truly leaving her stupefied and finding everything hard to believe. Will you exchange the information with me for the immortal body? Shi Hao asked, his eyes shining brilliantly. He was always thinking about Supreme Hall from the lower realm to the higher realm. He continuously stumbled upon clues, yet was never able to see it for himself. You will most likely be disappointed. Xuelin released a soft sigh. What? Could it have been just a rumor? Shi Hao was stupefied. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. No, I truly did see it. It was an enormous mysterious tortoise, hiding in an ancient palace, bringing with it chaotic energy. It moved through the world barrier, appearing in the higher realm's great earth. Xuelin said softly, her eyes a bit distant. When she thought back to the scene she saw then, it made her feel indescribably shaken even now. Where is it? Shihao asked. It's in a valley. I've recorded the coordinates. However, when I was reporting to my clansmen, there was a leak of information, and that was why I ended up being pursued from all sides. Xuelin said. Shihao knew what happened afterwards, and it was precisely him saving Xuelin. In the end, when I returned to the clan, the ancient ancestor personally came out of isolation, hurrying there. The result was quite regretful. Supreme Hall was no longer there. The enormous tortoise that carried the ancient palace had long disappeared, vanishing. Sigh! Shihao released a light sigh. My ancient ancestor is definitely not an ordinary person. He has lived for an endless amount of time, magical force shocking the past and present, not weaker than Immortal Palace's most powerful existence. Xuelin said. Could it be that he discovered something? Shihao asked. My ancient ancestor continued to follow a trail of clues, discovering that Supreme Hall entered the boundless uninhabited region's depths. This immediately cut short many people's intentions. After all, who dares enter that kind of place? Xuelin sighed. This was why she felt regretful. I'm going to go there sooner or later. Shihao clenched his fists, asking her for the concrete coordinates. In the most dangerous place. The ancient ancestor has said that Supreme Hall should be heading for the ancient city where the contract of alliance is. Xuelin said. What? Shihao's mind immediately trembled. The uninhabited depths had an ancient city? Even Qingyi and the little rabbit were shocked, quickly asking for more. I don't know what kind of thing this so-called ancient city is. The ancient ancestor only spoke about it without thinking, and then stopped without saying any more, returning to the clan and entering isolation. Xuelin spoke about things as they were. Contract of alliance, ancient city. Shihao muttered. Soon after, he thought of the archaic contract of alliance. Could it be that the so-called contract of alliance was carried out there? He felt strangely shaken inwardly. Then, he thought of the desolate border, about the sin-blood seven kings, the mysterious and unknown worlds terrifying great battles, the black-colored ancient boat, as well as the undecaying, immortal, and others. All of these seemed to be connected, as if there was a line stringing everything together. Shihao felt a huge headache. He shook his head, not allowing himself to fall into that kind of vicious cycle, waking himself up. I'll have to make a trip sooner or later to see this so-called archaic contract of alliance. Shihao set a goal for himself for now. Compared to the other things he was thinking about, this wasn't too great of an objective. However, for the creatures of the higher realms, this was already sky-shattering. Who could reach that kind of place? Since the ancient times, how many people could safely enter the uninhabited region's innermost depths? Thank you all for your hospitality. I am going to leave to cultivate in isolation. Xuelin said her goodbyes. You don't want the reward? Shihao was shocked. He pointed at the immortal body, indicating that he could give her a portion. The part one said couldn't truly help you. Who can enter the uninhabited region's depths, let alone reach that so-called ancient city? Xuelin shook her head. Chao Yuxing, Qingyi, and the little rabbit released a light sigh. The uninhabited region was too mysterious. Who knew how many times larger than the higher realm's 3,000 provinces? No one could freely explore it. That place was surrounded by dense fog, and also enveloped in horrifying dangers. It was rumored that there might be perfectly preserved immortal corpses, living true dragons, phoenix nests and eggs, as well as other things. There were even powerful races that transcended above. That place was impossible to investigate, a restricted place. Unless there were mysterious creatures receiving them, otherwise who could walk inside and enter the so-called ancient city? I will enter sooner or later. When I leave Immortal Ancient, after flattening all enemy sects, I will march straight there. Shihao said. The little rabbit widened her large eyes, looking at him as if she was looking at an idiot. This annoyed Shihao, and as such, he directly gave her another strike, making her feel so much pain she screamed out with wah-wah sounds. You can stay behind and cultivate with us. absorbing the immortal Tao energy. Shihao said, inviting Xuelin to stay behind. Xuelin felt quite embarrassed. Older sis, just stay behind. Otherwise, with this entire immortal body, we won't be able to use up all of it anyway. The little rabbit said. In the end, they chose a pure land and prepared to cultivate with this immortal body. This was a mountain region with flower fragrance and bird cries. The scene was poetic and picturesque, the earth filled with spiritual elegance, essence energy seeping out hazily. The divine striking stone and Chao Yuxing joined hands, laying a formation to prevent the immortal body's aura from alerting others. They then prepared to cultivate in isolation. When the others saw Shihao sit down, a strand of immortal energy curling about him, all of them felt a great drive, feeling great motivation. This was a living example. Apart from the little rabbit, Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and Xuelin, the divine striking stone and emperor butterfly were also nearby, trying to absorb the immortal Tao energy. There is still a bit of effects. Shihao was shocked. After he refined fallen divine child's strand of immortal energy, no matter how he tried to nurture it, the effects weren't all that significant. He never expected that when cultivating with this immortal body, the strand of immortal energy around his body became a bit thicker, in addition becoming more auspicious and holy. An endless rain of light was continuously absorbed into his body, cleansing his flesh and nourishing his inner organs. This was immortal Tao energy, its wondrous uses endless. It merged together with his own strand of immortal energy. Several days later, Shihao became sure that the multicolored light this immortal body released was useless for him. His strand of immortal energy had been nourished to its limit, unable to improve anymore. Reached perfection, Shihao opened his eyes. If he wanted to improve any more, he had to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. As for merging the immortal bones into his body, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Forget about this half of the skeleton not having any immortal Tao symbols. Even if it did, he wouldn't do that. His true body wasn't going to merge with anything. Everything was going to be cultivated by himself. Without taking that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, there is still no way to absorb the endless immortal Tao energy. Xuelin sighed softly. They cultivated here, continuously guiding the rain of light into their bodies. Even though it could nurture the body, in the end, the rain of light still scattered, not staying behind. It was because they still had mortal bodies, unable to retain immortal Tao energy. However, this was still extremely beneficial for them. After experiencing this type of energy, it was the same as a type of cleansing, becoming more and more translucent, sparkling like jade. After cultivating in isolation for several days, Shihao was the first one to stand up. His strand of immortal energy had long become complete, unable to improve further. He tried to waste a bit of the immortal Tao energy, and he discovered that some of it was used up, but it would automatically restore itself to the maximum amount, not needing the immortal body for replenishment. Then Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the others also stopped cultivating. The rewards of cultivating here are not shallow, but I still need to take that step. Otherwise, the immortal Tao energy will only pass through the body. Chao Yuxing said. He vowed that he would definitely take that step in Formation Realm, thus preparing to bid everyone goodbye. This immortal body is useless right now for me, so just bring it with you, Shihao said. He was going to ponder over his own Tao and enter a long period of isolation. Thanks. With this immortal body, who knows, it might be easier to take that step. The little fatty didn't act too pretentious, bringing the immortal corpse with him and leaving. Qingyi didn't need it. The most important thing for her was to settle things with the main body. The little rabbit walked a different path. She stared at Shihao, wishing to nibble at the different holy medicines he had, and also wishing to grow one of every type of medicine. Until we meet again. Xuelin turned into a beautiful divine bird, and then her wings took to the skies, leaving this place. Qingyi's white clothes were exceptional. With a wave of her white hand, she also drifted into the distance. Since you want to be a bum beetle so bad, then just carry the medicinal bag. Shihao satisfied the little rabbit's desires, having her safeguard the entire pile of precious medicines. In reality, having the little rabbit follow him was also a type of protective measure. Heavenly Country's #1 assassin was impossible to guard against, and it was likely that only Hao could suppress and kill him. The little rabbit's Dao was not complete, so if she was targeted, she would definitely be in danger. As for Qingyi, she had the green lunar flame, so she had nothing to fear. Chao Yuxing had the higher realm's third killing formation, similarly able to travel unhindered. 3,000 bluestone paths. Large amounts of fiery light lit up. In the end, they all burned, drowning out all of the paths, directly rushing into the clouds, burning the 9 heavens. Freak! The little rabbit watched from the distance, feeling great shock together with the divine striking stone and Emperor Butterfly. Hao returned to this place once again, this time directly igniting the 3,000 Dao flames, moreover allowing the flames to burn ferociously, the fiery light overflowing violently into the sky. Earlier, when he was here experiencing this burning Dao, even though every single path had been ignited, the flames hadn't been stirred to their greatest intensity. The great flames raged, covering this place, burning for many days. Hao sat within, all of the clothes covering his body turned to ashes. The strand of immortal energy remained pure white the entire time, circling about his body, not displaying any changes. The end of the road has been reached. This place is already no longer suitable for me to cultivate in seclusion. Hao released a light sigh, putting on his battle clothes again. Before coming here, he had a feeling that the 3,000 paths likely couldn't cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. As such, he told Qingyi and Chao Yuxing that if he wasn't here, he will be at another place. If they finished their isolation cultivation, then they could reconvene there. A blood-colored ancient battlefield, a place that was incomparably terrifying and stifling. There was an enormous skull here that was unexpectedly larger than a mountain. A single person sat on top, on both knees a bleeding divine sword. On the ancient battlefield below the skull, Heavenly Country's #1 assassin was unexpectedly incomparably respectful. He knelt with one knee on the ground, currently talking about Huang's affairs. Without a doubt, the figure on the mountain that was even taller than a mountain was Heavenly Country's ancient freak, one of the most mysterious and terrifying individuals. It was rumored that even if 10 Crown King or Ning Chuan faced his attack, they would still have to treat it seriously, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. In another ancient land, corpse energy overflowed outwards. A male surrounded by underworld mist towered there like a demonic mountain. His eyes were incomparably deep, as if he could see through the realms of life and death. In addition, mysterious symbols would appear on his flesh from time to time. They were terrifying and world-shocking, naturally releasing strange flowing light that unexpectedly made the void distort and cave in. Divine Child Great One. There were quite a few people kneeling ahead, all of them experts belonging to Underworld Earth. Since all parties wished to kill Huang, then just take action. Divine Dark Child said coldly. Underworld mist immediately surged into the sky, the surrounding void falling apart. In another place, the ancient freak Jundao's face was cold as he said, "Fallen Divine Child, don't worry, we will get revenge for you. There will be a tremendous price paid." In a different place, when a few people obtained secret information and understood the situation, they released sighs. Huang will be finished soon. As soon as he is found, it will be hard for him to escape death. The 3,000 bluestone paths. The Dao flames stopped burning, this place recovering its peacefulness. The road was extremely long. All 3,000 roads rested side by side, appearing mysterious and distant. Even the fall of a pin drop could be heard, a place where one's heart would become peaceful. Hao turned around, about to leave. This place brought him a strand of immortal energy. In the 2 years he had been in Immortal Ancient, most of it was spent here. His benefits from this place were great. This was merely the entrance to Immortal Ancient, a place countless people had passed, but no one stopped here. However, he chose to cultivate in seclusion here, turning it into his Dao path. "Hurry and leave already. What are you looking all distracted for?" The little rabbit happily carried a purple-golden radish in her hands, currently nibbling it. In reality, this was a holy ginseng. Shurhao didn't say anything, only snapping out of his daze after a long time. He looked towards the divine striking stone and said, "To lay a few formations, will it take long?" "Not that long. Didn't we make some killing formations to deal with the final ominous and inauspicious, but didn't end up using them? The formation banners and Dao platforms are still here." The divine striking stone said, feeling a bit confused, not understanding why Shurhao suddenly asked this. "That's good. Arrange them again. Set them at their most powerful with the greatest destructive power." Shurhao said, "Right here? Weren't we going to leave? It would be such a waste." The divine striking stone said, even though they were absurdly wealthy right now, with divine materials piled up in heaps, they still shouldn't squander things like this. "It's fine. Fallen divine child, Immortal Palace's inheritor, and Jun Dao have all been robbed. The heavenly materials about to pile up into a small mountain. We should make use of some of them," Shurhao said. The divine striking stone was never of the good sort. After grumbling for a bit, it immediately understood what he wanted to do. He began to laugh strangely with hee-hee sounds. Shurhao also laughed, his laughter ringing through the 3,000 bluestone paths. The little rabbit swung her silver-colored waist-length long hair about, staring at them with her large ruby-like eyes. "The two of you really aren't good people." There were quite a few Dao platforms as well as many formation banners. They were quickly arranged on the bluestone paths, turning into a great formation, making this place incredibly dangerous and terrifying. Shurhao personally took action, producing a sculpture of himself made out of magical force. It was vivid and lifelike, having him sit at the center of the formation, his back towards Immortal Ancient's little worlds. Set up a concealment formation so that not even heavenly eyes will work, unable to see through it. Shurhao asked the divine striking stone to take action, setting up a background formation. "That's a bit difficult." The divine striking stone felt that this was a bit troublesome. In the end, it took out a formation banner obtained from Immortal Palace's inheritor, reluctantly arranging it here. This formation banner had immortal Dao methods, something that was brought out from Immortal Palace. It was something that resembled the effects of the formation the Willow deity arranged in Stone Village. "You collected so many Dao platforms and formation banners, so arrange a few more of them. Make sure there's no holes," Shurhao said. "A single one is more than enough. I still have to study the others." The divine striking stone strictly refused, and it even had Shurhao use his heavenly eyes to observe from the distance. It is effective." Shurhao was shocked. "But of course, don't you see who it is that's working here? It's not about how many formation banners there are, but rather in how the banners are arranged." Immortal Palace's inheritor was a complete amateur. "These things, in my hands, are 10 times more valuable." The divine striking stone spoke extremely narcissistically. Layer after layer of killing formations covered the figure within, surrounding it, making it impossible to see. "It's still missing something. There needs to be a few strange formations arranged. Best if you can make it so that as long as one approached this place, they would feel a temptation to come here, or forcefully be transported into the formations." It was clear that Shurhao's request would make the divine striking stone expend quite some effort again. In the end, the divine striking stone personally took action, setting up mazes one after another in the outermost area, as well as even a great concealment formation, making everything in front disappear. "The two of you really are scoundrels," the little rabbit said. "Those without any hostility wouldn't discover anything. Only those who are targeting me, using an extremely large amount of time to follow and search for me, would discover something strange, realizing that there's another world in the maze that someone is cultivating in isolation." Shurhao said indifferently, "Let's go." Shurhao waved his hand, bringing the little rabbit, divine striking stone, and Emperor Butterfly away from this place. They thus disappeared without a trace. Cold Realm. This was a place within Immortal Ancient that was bitterly cold, an incomparably terrifying little world. As soon as they stepped foot in this realm, The little rabbit cried out with wah-wah sounds. It was too cold. The chilliness seeped into their bones. The air they exhaled directly freezing, falling onto the ground. The ground was cracked, incomparably cold. The rocks and soil were all extremely hard. This was a quiet and frigid little world. This was precisely Xiao's destination. He was going to make use of something else, about to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. After careful consideration, based on what he understood, perhaps this was the world that was most suitable for him. "It's so cold," the little rabbit cried out. This cold energy was extremely sinister, unexpectedly able to pass through divine force and directly enter one's bones. "You are a lunar jade rabbit, so you should be resistant to the cold," Xiao teased. "That makes sense." The little rabbit surprisingly didn't argue back, instead closing her eyes to sense around, muttering, "Could it be that this little world has some great treasure? Ordinary cold energy couldn't harm her. Only something that exceeded her imaginations could. Great force can turn into water to nourish all living things. Something that complements my natural Tao," she muttered. After entering this frigid little world that could freeze them alive, Xiao directly headed towards into the centermost area. This was the coldest ancient land. Heavens! What kind of blasted place is this? Even divine corpses have cracked after being frozen. The divine striking stone cried out when it saw the broken corpses, clearly destroyed after being frozen. Up ahead, heavy snow fell, creating an expanse of silvery whiteness. The cold air hacked down on their faces like blades. The closer they got, the more they felt that this ancient land was terrifying. The snow contained divine force and even killing intent. It made one's soul tremble. This was definitely not normal snow. The great snow sealed the sky, covering heaven and earth. Everything was white, killing intent everywhere. There was a boundless expanse of silver, an austere aura filling this place. Io, can this even be called snow anymore? After proceeding for several dozen li, snowflakes the size of washbasins directly smashed downwards. Later on, there were even ice blades and other things hacking down from the void, these things all containing divine force. This really is a damned place, the little rabbit also cursed. Even though she had been sensing for Cold Realm's origin, she didn't discover anything strange. When the Emperor Butterfly came here, it frantically ate half-divine fruits. In the end, it spew out silk, wrapping itself up to enter hibernation. This left Xiao stupefied. It already turned into a butterfly, yet it could still turn into a cocoon. They reached a great snowy mountain. Snow stretched far into the distance, 3,000 li frozen over. This was Cold Realm's central ancient land. Along the way, a strange sight caught their attention. There were many snowmen standing within an ice cave. Those figures inside the sparkling ice cave were of all different poses and expressions. "Something's wrong," Xiao frowned. He waved his sleeve, sending symbols outwards, scattering the snow from those snowmen. These were corpses, all of them frozen there without moving. There were men and women here, all of them deities. They had died a long time ago. Outside the ice cave, wind and snow swept over from time to time, as a result covering them. So many divine corpses. The little rabbit sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling that things were extremely dangerous. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that there was no lack of true deities, but they had already died. It shouldn't be some ice immortal stone or great essence stone, right? The divine striking stone was not only not scared, it even became excited. It began to threaten that it might just prepare a killing formation and barge straight into the snowy mountain. They observed for a period of time here, and then continued on their way. It was a world of ice and snow, silver decorations binding up everything. The snowflakes in the sky were terrifyingly huge, and from time to time, a large wave of snowflakes slammed downwards. "Wah-wah-wah, I can't take it anymore," the little rabbit cried out. This place was too cold, cold to the point of directly attacking at one's soul through their divine force. "Almost there. We are already approaching the heart of the mountain range," Xiao said. Along the way, they saw many corpses buried in snow. When the snow was removed with divine force, they saw that these belonged to creatures of all different races. This cave has old and young, even infants. The divine striking stone cried out in shock. When they passed by a cliff cave, they were shocked to find a group of natives. This was a clan of humanoid creatures, but they had lin scales. All of them were frozen to death. They continued into this region, fumbling about, scattering the snow. They were incomparably shaken. They saw many constructs, but in the end, they were all sealed in ice, all of the creatures within killed. This was a tribe, but for some reason, everyone inside died suddenly, frozen here. There seemed to be a wave of coldness that suddenly swept over, freezing all of the deities here, ultimately sealing them under ice and snow. The postures of many of the people here were still preserved, making them look vivid and lifelike. So strange, Xianxia cried out in shock. He found a tattered altar, discovering a group of beautiful young ladies that were offered as sacrifice. They still maintained their previous appearances, sealed within sparkling and transparent divine ice. These young ladies' legs were straight, bodies tall and slender, skin snow-white, delicate and fine. Before dying, they didn't experience any suffering, becoming frozen beauties in an instant. Do you all see? The tribe is extremely large, and before their deaths, everyone was quite happy, looking forward to something. But in the end, they were all mysteriously frozen, all of them dying. The little rabbit was rather careful, her expression serious as she spoke. Wang. Right at this moment, the everlasting immortal sword on Xianxia's body shone, releasing waves of cries. At the same time, the entire snowy mountain surged with a rain of light, releasing terrifying light, as if it was ascending. It was incomparably sacred. Immortal Tao energy? Xianxia was shocked, because the immortal energy around his body was also lightning crying, coiling about, displaying abnormalities. Destroy Huang. Send him on his way. Set off. In the outside world, there were troops gathered from all different small worlds, converging at the same place to kill Huang. Within Immortal Ancient's small worlds, only a small amount of people's senses were sharp, learning of some news beforehand. They were incredibly shocked. Heavens! The ancient freaks are commanding armies to kill Huang together. Something huge is about to happen. Where are they heading? Someone saw them leaving for the 3,000 bluestone paths. No matter who it is that wishes to deliver news, it is already too late. They've already reached their destination. Dark mist surged. Underworld clans experts were everywhere, the atmosphere oppressive. They arrived before the bluestone paths. In the rear, divine dark child towered there like a demonic mountain, his flesh releasing mysterious symbols, making the void cave in and crack apart. In another direction, heavenly country's people appeared. On top of an enormous skull that was even taller than a mountain peak sat a single person. This was one of Immortal Ancient's most powerful creatures. Heavenly country's ancient freak made his appearance. In his surroundings, there were also many assassins. In the distance, Jun Dao walked over with a single person. There was another large group of experts. More and more people came, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Haha! Truly a distinguished meeting. Not just one ancient king set out. This can be considered quite the magnificent feat. On the 3,000 bluestone roads, someone laughed, but there was no warm feeling, only making others feel a type of coldness. Banners fluttered about, experts gathering like clouds, mists overflowing into the heavens. Human figures stretched as far as the eye could see, creatures from all different races present, separated into several large groups. Divine Dark Child, Jun Dao, these types of individuals appeared one after another. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake all the experts under the sky. Their backgrounds were all astonishing, yet today, they gathered to take action together. Huang is vicious by nature, harming all sects, his hands covered in blood. Everyone is unsatisfied, deciding to work together to eliminate him. This can be considered a good thing, someone said. Haha. From the distance, a figure stood on the enormous skull, its laughter like that of a wild animal, making one's scalp go numb. Heavenly Country's #1 assassin stood respectfully below the skull, his hands below his body as he awaited orders. This left many people shocked. Heavenly Country's king, the one known as one of the most terrifying among ancient freaks, personally came, even displaying his true body, not hiding anything. This was enough to illustrate his resolution. Even the #1 assassin was so reserved, not daring to display the slightest bit of carelessness in his presence. One could imagine just how terrifying he was. When they thought of the rumors surrounding him, as well as his splendid years in history, everyone felt like they were suffocating. This was a deadly creature who had killed many ancient kings before. "Fallen divine child, do you see? I came to get revenge for you," Dao said. Purple mist surrounded him, his body releasing an extremely powerful and intimidating aura. He had now recovered from his injuries, arriving today to fight a bloody battle. "Divine Temple's Dao brother, please do not feel any misgivings. The killing of Huang is an eradication of evil. If we act together, there will be no issues." Dao looked towards someone who wasn't too far out. Everyone moved again. Ancient kings appeared one after another, joining together. Regardless of who the enemy was, they would still die. "What else is there to say? Attack," Divine Dark Child said coldly. Behind him, underworld mist covered heaven and earth. This place was pitch black like ink. His body was the only thing that flowed with brilliant colors, able to split apart the void. That was because his body was too powerful, the unbreakable precious body left behind from the previous world. There were powerful symbols that remained in his flesh. The great army advanced, wishing to break apart the great formations. Formation banners were everywhere, killing intent surging like a sea. Human figures were everywhere here. Endless symbols lit up, battle intent overflowing into the sky. Several ancient kings appeared, walking forward, commanding everyone to surround the bluestone paths, about to take action to kill Huang. Pang! The great formations suffered attacks, symbols shining from within. There was a cold shout of disdain. "Get lost!" This voice rang through heaven and earth like thunder, echoing in all directions. "Huang! Sure how?" Someone shouted angrily. Even if they were burned into ashes, they still knew that this was his voice. In addition, his aura surged outwards. This was an imprint left behind by Sure How, sealed within a statue. Together with the Echo Formation's support, when it was released like this, it was deafening, leaving everyone feeling shaken up. Aside from this, he had previously scattered out a bit of essence blood, as well as supported it with magical formations to recreate his blood energy, making roiling scarlet multicolored light overflow into the sky from within the formation, covering the figure sitting within. "Sure enough, he's here. This time, your wings are impaled. It'll be difficult for you to escape." Many people shouted, revealing looks of excitement one after another. There were ancient freaks overseeing the place, moreover not just one. They were still scared of something. As long as this great formation was broken down, Huang will definitely fall, his blood splashing over the bluestone paths. "Kill!" War cries shook the skies. Everyone took action. Outside the bluestone paths, the creatures of all clans who rushed over after obtaining the news were all shocked. They watched from the distance. No one expected Huang to be cultivating in seclusion here, right at Immortal Ancient's entrance, sitting on the bluestone paths. It exceeded everyone's expectations. What a pity, Huang is about to fall. Even if he was a heaven-warping divine individual, he can't stop the joint assault of all clans. Even if Ning Chuan was attacked like this, it would still be difficult for him to escape. In the rear, people discussed. Huang. On the bluestone paths, the great formation displayed its might. The first wave of attacks already incited a powerful retaliation, immediately blasting more than 40 people apart, their blood splashing high into the air, white bones flying into the distance. It was incomparably miserable and also extremely shocking. It was just the beginning, yet so many died. One has to understand that all of these were powerful individuals, all of them elites. What was unexpected was that Huang didn't move, nor did he produce any sound. "I know what is happening." Huang has reached a critical moment in his comprehension. his body affected by some condition, unable to get up. Truly dangerous. In the distance, the expressions of those watching changed. Someone came to this conclusion. Hehe. Huang's judgment day has arrived. If you aren't coming out, then wait for us to slaughter our way in and destroy you. On the bluestone paths, several armies attacked. There were naturally some that speculated that Shihao's isolation cultivation had some issues, and that was why he didn't appear, borrowing the formation's power to hold off the enemy. Hong. Even more terrifying symbols erupted. The great formations revived, surrounding a large amount of people. Sword energy immediately interweaved here, symbols burning. It was as if fireworks were set off, stellar streams descending. In an instant, large amount of powerful individuals exploded, blasted into bones and blood. Scarlet-colored mist pervaded the air. Kill! Kill Huang! People shouted from the rear, voices ice-cold, stopping those who were running back and giving this order. This place erupted into chaos. Cold realm, it was ridiculously cold, the cold air bone-piercing. Within the mountain range depths, a rain of light filled the sky, as if someone was ascending. This place was too beautiful. Shiha held the everlasting immortal sword in his hand, preparing himself mentally. He sensed his surroundings, moreover supporting his heavenly passage, protecting the little rabbit at his side. He felt that this place was extremely strange. Why is there immortal Tao energy? His strand of immortal energy curled about his body like a true dragon. Could it be that I accidentally touched this altar? The divine striking stone began to have second thoughts. It was clear that endless years ago, before the great disaster arrived, this tribe was offering a sacrifice, using beautiful young ladies as the offering. Unfortunately, the altar was half destroyed. Nothing was left behind. Back up, Shiha said, becoming serious and vigilant, backing up. Sure enough, when they left the altar, the rain of light that covered the sky disappeared. This place slowly recovered its peace. Truly weird. I saw that the altar's stone material was special, so I took a bite out of it, and then it suddenly became like this. The divine striking stone was a bit concerned. Only when a long time had passed did Shiha collect his only heavenly passage, releasing the little rabbit. So cold. Just now, I felt a type of mysterious force that was a powerful lean. The little rabbit said. Shiha blew away the ice and snow, allowing the ancient tribe to reappear in this world, completely revealing everything. It was an ancient hill village that had an immortal ancient style, resembling the last great era. The ancient land was perfectly preserved, ice and snow covering everything, sealing this place up completely, just like back then. So many plants, all of them frozen. The little rabbit's eyes were wide as they moved all about. She looked around to see if there were any frozen holy medicines. This type of situation proved that endless years ago, cold realm wasn't cold, but instead rich with vitality. Only when disaster suddenly descended, surrounding this small world, all of the creatures were frozen to death. It was difficult to imagine what kind of coldness that was. It definitely contained endless magical force, or else this type of thing definitely wouldn't happen. As for that disaster, there were no clues at all. Shiha searched through this tribe, but didn't discover anything. It seems like we can only try our hand at that altar. It has something to do with it. Shiha frowned. Be careful. The little rabbit didn't get close, instead listening to his advice, hiding in the distance. Wang. When the everlasting immortal sword touched the altar trembled slightly, producing a rain of light again. It was as if it was ascending to immortality, a sacred aura pervading the air. There was also a bone-piercing coldness. Shiha didn't back up. He produced the true primordial record, 10,000 spirit diagram, holding the spotlessly white bone piece in his hand. This allowed him to become much more calm. Hong. Even more resplendent light erupted. A rain of light scattered down, covering this place. Cold energy overflowed into the sky. This altar was moving. Even though it was damaged, there was still a powerful reaction. Light spread outwards, engulfing the world. Shiha didn't back up. The strand of immortal energy on his body swirled about, and all of his symbols erupted to resist the cold. That disaster shouldn't appear again, right? The little rabbit was starting to get scared. It probably won't. The divine striking stone was already speaking with an uncertain tone, lacking confidence inwardly. They stared nervously towards Hao's direction. Hao closed his eyes. Through his divine senses, through his perception, he saw scenes appearing one after another from the altar, as well as all types of ancient imprints. He was immediately shocked. I want to become an immortal. These words were ear-splitting, crashing down on his sea of consciousness like thunder. He saw a handsome and imposing male roar towards the heavens. His body was accompanied by a rain of light, carrying resplendent rainbow radiance. That kind of aura, that type of power, and that type of style truly left one shaken. Since the ancient times, who could become an immortal? At the very least, there were none in this great era, all of them failing. It was because the natural laws of the world changed. There were no immortals in the world. However, this person still roared loudly, shaking the heavens above and earth below. His aura was matchless. This person was definitely not weaker than Xianxia. His roar causing rivers of stars to collapse, the world trembling in response. It was incredibly terrifying. Hao learned from the Void Sky Divine Vine that in the archaic era, the Emperor clan's Xianxia had entered the cosmos to cross a tribulation. He almost succeeded, but in the end, he died due to the ominous. A large black-colored claw reached down, covering everything. This person's attitude wasn't inferior to Xianxia's in the slightest. Sure enough, as expected, it is related to the immortal Tao. Hao was indescribably shaken. He looked at those scenes and then at that person as well as the ascension light. This person didn't incur any suspicious irregularities, nor did any ominous events happen. He watched everything with shock. 3,000 bluestone paths. Shouts of war shook the skies. Hong! The great formations erupted, suddenly releasing strange brilliance, surrounding the nearby people. There were unusual formations that were activated, placing all those who were attacking this place in danger. Everyone immediately became confused. They were just outside the formation, but now they were suddenly transported in. Not good. That isn't Huang's real body, just a statue. We were tricked. Jun Dao shouted loudly. When he entered the formation, the space between his brows opened, displaying a vertical eye. After observing from a close distance, he finally discovered the truth. The heavenly eye could be opened between the brows, or it could merge with both eyes. They were both shockingly terrifying. Hong! The 3,000 bluestone paths trembled, the great formations displaying their might, unleashing a bloody massacre. In the distance, all of the spectators' expressions turned deathly white. They couldn't help but take steps backwards. This was too terrifying. Ancient kings unleashed such a great assault, yet in the end, they ended up provoking a great disaster. After this battle, the losses of these armies were severe, almost being completely wiped out. Jun Dao was trapped in the formation. He used up a secret treasure, struggling free after receiving serious injuries, almost dying. Divine Dark Child's body was unmatched, instinctively releasing the most powerful precious technique, forcing open a path. His injuries weren't too serious because his flesh was too powerful. Heavenly Country's king never entered the formation, so he was safe and sound. He released a cold laugh, declaring in front of everyone that he was definitely going to kill Huang. This battle left all sides shaken. All those who watched this trembled inwardly, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The armies the ancient freaks brought with them all suffered tremendous losses. It was too hard to believe. When news got out, many small worlds erupted into commotion. After this battle, all of Immortal Ancient was greatly shaken. The sects of the outside world were in shock as well. What powerful methods! Huang is too domineering, provoking several ancient freaks by himself. This is the same as establishing hatred that wouldn't end until one side dies. The 3,000 Bluestone Path are now the grave for several great armies, and even the ancient freaks were injured. It truly is earth-shattering news. News traveled in all directions and quite a few small worlds learned of this battle. A great storm was brewing, triggering tremendous waves. Huang had previously cultivated in seclusion in the 3,000 bluestone paths, and when he came out, he even killed fallen divine child. One could see just how shocking his accomplishments were here. It was clear that the current Huang's reputation could match ancient freaks. He was one of the present world's most powerful existences. This day, Jun Dao, divine dark child, and Heavenly Country's ancient freaks alliance suffered greatly. When news of this spread, many people found it hard to believe, but it truly did happen. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Huang's true body didn't appear, using formations to bury the enemy's armies. His methods are truly heaven-reaching. People like him have shocking divine senses, sensing danger before it arrived, thus leaving and setting up this type of trap. The great armies that followed were swallowed up as expected. Everyone sighed in admiration. Jun Dao and the others definitely didn't feel good. As ancient kings who were high above everyone else, they normally definitely wouldn't work together. However, the first time they took action together, it led to this kind of defeat. For them, this was a great humiliation. It was just one person, yet he slapped all of them on the face, moreover extremely loudly. Hateful. In the fog, someone released a low roar. This was an ancient king. Their plan this time was truly without much brilliance. Losing was one thing, but they didn't even see Huang. Ha ha! A wild laughter sounded, one that was accompanied by bloodiness. Heavenly Country's ancient freak hadn't been injured, leaving others shocked. His divine senses were extremely sharp, never taking half a step into the formation. When everyone learned of this, they all shivered inwardly. Worthy of being someone even Ning Chuan had to be wary of, powerful to a terrifying degree. He was the greatest assassin in Immortal Ancient. Huang has now truly done it. If not even ancient freaks can kill him, he will definitely rise up in Immortal Ancient and quickly grow. In the outside world, at the border of the uninhabited region, someone released a light sigh. I truly hope that Immortal Ancient's gate will open in a few years, and not after several hundred, a heavenly deity said, not wishing to give Huang too much time. Otherwise, it would lead to great troubles. Cold Realm, the tribal remains. Sure how held the everlasting immortal sword. He saw scenes one after another, leaving him greatly shaken. That was a person becoming an immortal. That was a native. His divine might matchless, piercing through heaven and earth to resist heavenly tribulation. He was simply unstoppable. Actually able to freeze heavenly tribulation. Sure how was stupefied. That person achieved the Tao through ice, advancing it step by step, forming the Great Een. Any type of natural law was terrifying when it reached the extreme, their power boundless. He used ice to freeze the heavens, sealing up the heavenly tribulation, possessing an unmatched attitude. The heavens was frozen, shining and sparkling. Even the heavenly tribulation was destroyed. However, he was coughing blood as well, receiving serious injuries. Break through Immortal Ancient's restrictions and blast away the curse. I want to lead the clansmen to the past. This was what he roared, as well as his conviction. His entire body released a white expanse of light. Snow and ice drifted about, hacking towards the heavens. Great Een force surged, engulfing the boundless great tribulation that appeared again. Within the tribe, countless people were praying, waiting with hope and expectation for him to succeed. Hong! Powerful lightning tribulation crashed down. The heavenly tribulation about to scatter. It was about to end, specks of light shining everywhere, the light of ascension appearing. Everyone inside the tribe revealed joyous looks, all of them crying out excitedly. However, a crack appeared between that male's brows, and then it continuously widened. He was crumbling apart. The curse has appeared, Great One. For the sake of resisting heavenly tribulation, couldn't resist the curse. In the end, it broke into his primordial spirit. Cries of alarm sounded. The one that discovered what had happened first was an elder. Others were still immersed in joy and excitement. Together with the most powerful people of the clan, He activated the altar, wishing to assist the male in the heavens. "Do not worry about me. Quickly retreat." The space between the male's brows split apart. His body crumbled as he roared loudly. Those elders didn't listen to his advice, frantically operating the altar. A streak of divine light rushed into the heavens, shooting towards that male. They overestimated themselves. That person was already about to become an immortal, already at the final leg, his strength terrifying. Their assistance was completely useless. Pong! A final streak of lightning descended, blasting that male apart, the curse invading his primordial spirit, blasting him apart. His flesh turned into a bloody mist. He released a final great cry, frantically doing everything he could, releasing all of his life force and everything else towards the heavens to eradicate the heavenly tribulation, preventing it from approaching Immortal Ancient. Unfortunately, a bit of great divine force sprinkled onto the surface, all because those elders were activating the altar. The divine force that rushed up was connected to him, and as such, his great force was guided downwards. In that instant, ice covered the world, the entire small world frozen over, all living things perishing. This was all brought about by just a trace of his great force. At the final moment, even though he was mournful, when he looked downwards, he saw that the elders were all smiling, carrying a look of freedom. Rather than muddling their way on, it is better to just return to the earth. This type of conclusion isn't too bad either. He heard this type of voice, and then it disappeared. The powerful tribe was thus frozen, forever disappearing. Sure how didn't move for an extremely long time, as if he was petrified. The altar was already calm, no longer shining, entering a type of stillness. With a light sigh, he put away the everlasting immortal sword. He now knew what had happened here before. His mind was heavy. Turns out the reason why the natives cannot leave their tribes is because of a curse. It is just like living in a cage. It was difficult to imagine how someone who had hopes of becoming an immortal still failed at the last spurt due to the curse. How terrifying and sinister was that power. This was not the ominous or suspicious, but rather an ancient and mysterious curse that originated from the last great era. It was as if there were formless shackles imprisoning them in their respective tribal regions. They couldn't travel too far from them, or else they would suffer from the curse and die. In the past, there were immortal ancient residents that left, following the geniuses of the higher realms into the 3,000 provinces. But in the end, they all ended up disappearing, unable to exist for a long time. The various tribes, the places they resided in were comparatively safer places. They couldn't travel too far from those places, and after all this time, the curse was already deeply rooted in their blood. As such, once one reached the sect master level, it became dangerous. They would either go crazy or die. As for people from the 3,000 provinces, if they left in the end, then that was one thing, but if they left behind descendants, it would be even worse for them. If one lived here for a long time, they would go mad once they reached heavenly deity level, exhibiting abnormal signs. This tribe's most powerful expert exceeded the sect master level, continuing to attack at the limit, suppressing the curse, in the end almost becoming an immortal. Could be seen how astonishing he was. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. Immortal Ancient had all types of natural luck, a cultivation holy land, but it also had an unforeseeable curse. For outsiders, it was still manageable, normally not exhibiting any abnormalities after leaving. However, as long as one left behind heirs, these descendants would inevitably be cursed, similarly encountering disaster like the natives. This tribe's most powerful expert might very well be the most powerful individual within all of Immortal Ancient's small worlds. He wanted to break through Immortal Ancient's restrictions and destroy its curse so that he could bring all of his clansmen out of this entrapment. However, in the end, unfortunately, his blood dyed the skies, ultimately falling. How unfortunate, truly respectable. Sure how said with a sigh. The little rabbit rushed over. After understanding what happened, she immediately felt stupefied. There was actually this type of thing that happened. She said quietly, "How lamentable." An exceptional individual who was comparable to the demonic sovereign, Yi Chenyu and Mo Yudao died, completely unbeknownst to the rest of the world. Hao's mind moved. He recalled the scene where he saw that when Cold Realm became dull and lonely, all things freezing over, something fell from the sky, smashing into the great earth. It was something that belonged to that person. Carefully sense around. The source of the great Een might be here. You are a lunar jade hare, so it might be an unimaginably great natural luck for you, Hao said. Both the little rabbit and himself began to move, digging up all around the tribe. Unfortunately, they didn't discover anything special here. Take your time looking around. I am going into isolation cultivation, Hao said. The main reason he came here was to comprehend the Tao. He wanted to improve even further, to cultivate his second strand of immortal energy. I'm gonna look for the snow lotus. Who knows? There might even be divine medicines or immortal medicines. The little rabbit began to move about within the mountains. The divine striking stone followed her, wishing to find the great Een immortal stone and other things. Hao arrived in the mountain range's innermost depths. He sat down on a snowy peak and began to cultivate. The space between his brows shone. An object surfaced. Strand after strand of source energy overflowed, that thing about to come out. During this process, Hao frowned, feeling a bit of pain. He carefully and prudently extracted that item. This was the unmatched divine treasure both him and Qi Daolin sealed between his brows. And today, he was finally going to use it. If the Celestial clan was here, they would definitely gnash their teeth in anger, driven mad from fury. This was the immortal seed Hao seized from Celestial clan's ancient mine. Earlier in Supreme being Tao right, Hao already decided what kind of path he was going to take. This magical object was a vital piece. After entering Immortal Ancient, the 3,000 bluestone paths drew his attention, so that place became a part of his cultivation. That place was now useless to him, so he was now finally going to use this extremely rare wondrous object. Its size was constantly changing, suddenly becoming large and suddenly becoming small, world-shocking heaven and earth source energy swirling around it. It was hazy and indistinct, incredibly mysterious. When it was large, it was comparable to a millstone. When it was small, the size of a dragon eye fruit. It changed unpredictably, source energy swirling about it. This source energy couldn't be attacked because once this energy went berserk, a single strand of it would be enough to collapse mountains and rivers, let alone this amount of it. When the energy was at peace, it was still good, gentle, as if nothing was there. Even now, Hao didn't know what was inside this immortal seed. What kind of rare treasure was stored within? Even after cultivating the martial Tao heavenly eye, he still couldn't see through it. Back then, Qi Daolin had suspected that there might be immortal gold inside, but it hadn't fully taken form yet, still evolving. As for whether this really was true or not, there was simply no way of being certain. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that what rested within this thing was currently evolving into an unmatched treasure, something even more precious than true immortal gold. It could be said to be invaluable. It was because it was currently wrapped within source energy, connected to heaven and earth, currently being nurtured by all Tao. Right now, this object became one with heaven and earth source energy. It was as if a world-shocking placenta was nurturing the mysterious object at the heart of this thing. Hao had always remained calm and unhurried after entering Immortal Ancient, because this had always been the main part of taking that step, cultivating immortal energy. Hao wanted to use the world as a furnace, use the heavens Tao as flames to ignite his true self and transcend. If news of this got out, it would definitely make everyone's expressions freeze, their minds greatly shaken, thinking that he was crazy. It was because this was just too difficult. He was definitely going to burn himself to ashes. However, he already succeeded in his first step. The 3,000 bluestone paths were the first part. The 3,000 great Tao that place contained were a part of the path he wished to take. Normally speaking, even if it was the last great era where heaven and earth's natural law conditions permitted such things, one path could only produce a single strand of immortal energy. There was no way for it to give birth to more. The road reached its end, and then immortal energy would appear. This was common knowledge as well as the rule that was publicly accepted. However, his path was too terrifying. As such, even after the 3000 Tao reached its end, the first strand of immortal energy successfully condensed, there were still further steps to take. It was also precisely because of this that proved the difficulty of this path, the danger of having his body and Tao wiped out at every turn. It was because the 3000 bluestone paths could be considered the first stage of Tao comprehension. Sure how barely made it through alive. The immortal seed before him continuously changed, from less than an inch in size to half a zhang in length. It truly left others feeling extremely amazed. Sure how silently comprehended, immediately sensing the endless Tao flow into the immortal seed through the source energy, carrying out a nourishment. If he carefully harmonized with it, he could hear a deafening chanting of scriptures. It really is like an egg. Regardless of how it changed in size, it always stayed an oval shape, appearing like an immortal wand. Back then, Sure how already wondered if it was some egg birthed by some heavenly phoenix. Qi Daolin had previously shook his head, saying that it only contained an immortal treasure produced by heaven and earth. Sure how closed his eyes, silently sensing it. This egg contained all types of imprints, and with the support of the world's great Tao, all types of scripture voices rumbled. It was as if it could communicate with the entire world. In that instant he saw all things in the world, all the stars in the sky, a single stalk of grass, a single tree, a divine bird, walking beast, etc. Everything appeared before his eyes. This was the most valuable part of this placenta. Heaven and earth source energy, eggshell, and all things harmonized together, able to communicate with all living things, connecting intimately with heavenly Tao, absorbing nutrients in this way. Since the ancient times, how many people were able to witness the creation of a sacred object? This was truly a marvel, something that was a rare sight even for true immortals. Those with long lives from the last great era might be able to find immortal gold, but if one wanted to find this type of embryonic form that was currently nourishing a supreme treasure, it was too difficult. Sure how immediately immersed himself inside, his mind feeling as if it was wandering about unhurriedly between all Tao, resonating with it. He didn't immediately use all Tao to burn his true self, instead communicating with it first, carefully studying it. It was because it was going to become even more dangerous than when he was cultivating in the 3000 bluestone paths. Cold realm, the weather was truly cold, rumored to be so cold that it could wipe out all types of Tao flames. Sure how now knew the reasoning behind this, understanding that this wasn't an exaggeration. There was someone who almost became an immortal here, able to freeze over heavenly tribulation. However, in the end, he fell here, so the cold was naturally world-shocking. He felt that once he used all Tao to burn his body, this place might be able to help him neutralize a bit of the danger, perhaps not burning him to ashes. After all, there was immortal Tao energy here. That person almost ascended to immortality, his journey cut short here. The coldness still remained, perhaps able to help him make it through this trial. Sure how didn't move at all for several days in a row. The little rabbit carried the sleeping emperor butterfly, bringing the divine striking stone with her, wandering all about the mountains and plains, exploring everything within several thousand li, picking snow lotus and searching for immortal Tao remains. Serene Moon Realm. Qing Yi and Yuchan confronted each other. This was the fourth time the two clashed, victory or defeat about to be decided. The first time, the green lunar flame appeared, directly shocking Yuchan and forcing her back. She used a realm-shattering symbol to escape, not staying behind for even a moment, not fighting decisively at all. The second time they confronted each other, Yuchan's soul fluctuations were the same as Qing Yi's, even the slightest difference vanishing. She had her confidence when facing the green lunar flame. Sure enough, during the second clash, she received a few injuries, but the green lunar flame didn't inflict fatal damage. When the two met a third time, Qing Yi didn't lightly use the green lunar flame, because she knew the other party's plans, wishing to adapt bit by bit to the flame. As a result, during the third encounter, she received some light injuries. Now it was the fourth time they collided. The two fought intensely once again. Right now, they revealed their true appearances, both of them wearing white clothes, appearing incredibly spiritual and transcendent. Even though they were fighting fiercely, they still seemed untainted by the world of mortals. Both of them had graceful bodies, tall and slender, as if they were true immortals, beautiful to the extreme. Not the slightest flaw could be detected from them. Snow-colored clothes danced about, fine black hair flying in the air. Their umber-black eyebrows were curved, eyes carrying brilliance, nose straight and tall, red lips brilliant. They were incredibly perfect. The most important thing was that the two of them were the exact same. This type of fight produced an indescribable type of beauty, as if true immortals were dancing, their styles unmatched. Hong. However, their fighting strength were world-shocking, overlooking their peers. With just a raise of their hand or a move of their feet, a mountain peak would be flattened. A mountain range collapsed under a single finger. Qing-yi, you are me, and I am you. Why must you be so stubborn? Merge with me. We can immediately take that step and cultivate a strand of immortal energy. Yuchan said. You are the main body. You want to occupy the leading role and erase many things from my mind. How can I agree to this? Qing-yi said. When wasn't this case for you? Do you wish to change from being the guest to the host? Yuchan smiled faintly, within her quiet bearing a type of shocking charm that was world-shocking. I am not as decisive to sever all as you, Qing-yi said. I've already walked quite far on that path, about to take that step. We only need to merge, and then it will immediately succeed. Yuchan said. Qing-yi only released a cold snort, displaying a great divine ability. I know that you are quite extraordinary on this path as well, even obtaining the immortal seed fairy Qing you left behind. Moreover, after igniting your divine flame, it didn't leave, so it's clear how great the opportunity was. If the two of us merge, my Tao and your path will join up, so a strand of immortal energy will immediately rise. Yuchan said. Sure, we can merge together, as long as you release your body and mind, Qing-yi said. Qing-yi, you are just a second body, your requests are too great. However, you can feel at ease. Once we merge, none of us will be destroyed, as that true body is our true selves. Yuchan said. Then that's good. Come and merge with me. Qing-yi rushed over, the green lunar flame shining resplendently, appearing once again. Yuchan smiled faintly, appearing aloof and exceptional. As her white clothes fluttered about, the light within her brows shone brilliantly, her soul fluctuations the exact same as Qing-yi's, drawing over the green lunar flame to try and seize it. Hong! The two both sent out a fist. Their mouths claimed to wish for merging, but none of them would show mercy, so how could they believe the other side? Both parties were injured in this battle. In the end, both of them backed up. In the following half a mouth, they continuously fought. Once they unexpectedly charged into each other, becoming one. The green lunar flame immediately shone resplendently, immediately producing a faint strand of immortal energy. Qing-yi, the things both you and I obtained really are extraordinary. Fairy Qing, you and us are brought together by fate. Hong. However, after an intense tremble, both of them split apart again, both of them coughing out large amounts of blood. You wish to erase my imprint? Qing-yi's beautiful eyes released cold lightning, confronting her. You misunderstand. I just wish to clear up a bit of unnecessary memories between the two of us, Yuchan said. She then looked at her. Didn't you want to erase my portion of the imprints as well? This time, both of them backed up, because their injuries weren't light. Cold Realm. That fella isn't moving at all. Is he really going to sit there like an idiot? The little rabbit muttered, staring at the snowy peak at the center of the mountain range. Sure how sat on it, not displaying any activity. The little rabbit and divine striking stone had been searching for immortal treasures these past few days, but there still wasn't any gains. Hong! Suddenly, on the snowy mountain, streak after streak of flames appeared, some originating from the void, some from the heavens. It was too spectacular, immediately drowning out that place. The ice and snow that contained natural laws and divine force immediately melted, the snowy mountain about to become a place of lava. Heavens! So much Tao laws. Did all of the heavens' natural laws appear? The little rabbit cried out in alarm, staring with her large red eyes. Too ferocious. Don't throw your life away too now. The divine striking stone had second thoughts. So strange. The ice and snow appeared again. This mountain region is shining. There's immortal Tao energy too. The little rabbit widened her large eyes. The mountain region was frozen once again. She quickly realized something, crying out, "We're rich!" That fella that almost became an immortal left something behind after all. On the snowy peak, the fiery light burned more and more viciously, about to destroy heaven and earth. It was difficult to bear even from far away. Tao, bones, and divine force all about to melt away. This left the little rabbit and divine striking stone shocked. What kind of power was this? However, the snowy mountains were quite strange, continuously releasing symbols. Icy coldness surged, the great snow and ice reappearing after melting. In that instant, the little rabbit and divine striking stone forgot all about their search for immortal treasures, only staring at Xianxia, who was sitting on top of the snowy peak in a stupor. He was enduring the burning of endless Tao flames there. Freak! Too powerful! This flame burned for 3 days straight. During this period, all types of great Tao sounded, as if there were chants ringing through the air. It was as if heavenly immortals or devils were chanting scriptures. It was extremely shocking. Older sis Qing you came? The little rabbit was shocked. She saw the exceptionally beautiful Qing in white clothes descend here. Did he succeed? There's actually this type of strange scene. It truly is shocking. The ice fairy-like exceptional beauty revealed an expression of shock, her beautiful eyes flickering with brilliance. Still in the process. Right, older sis Qing you went to look for the main body. Did you suppress her? The little rabbit blinked her large eyes as she asked. I was injured. She is extremely difficult to deal with. Qing shook her head, her face a bit pale. Are you all right? The little rabbit was shocked, hurriedly producing a stalk of holy medicine for her to eat. Don't worry, I'll be all right after a bit of rest, Qing said. Then, she asked the little rabbit about the situation with this place. When she heard what happened here, she was immediately shocked, saying, almost ascended to immortality. There is an unmatched divine treasure here? Right. The little rabbit carefully spoke things over. You all search for the immortal treasure then. I reckon that it's buried under the earth. I'll stand guard here and use this time to treat my injuries. Who knows? I might be able to comprehend something from Xianxia's cultivation. Qing said. Okay. The little rabbit wanted to look for it a while ago. The divine striking stone didn't say another word, immediately digging into the snowy earth. The seated figure fell down, the endless fiery light disappearing. Xianxia's entire body was scorched black, receiving serious injuries. Using the heavens Tao as flame, how could it be so easy? Even though he made ample preparations, now powerful to the extreme, even cultivating a strand of immortal energy, he still almost died. This road was too difficult. Xianxia was incomparably weak, his entire body in pain. He sat up with difficulty. It was too miserable this time, almost having his body and Tao destroyed. Fortunately, he endured it at the critical moment. So difficult. He released a soft sigh. For a second strand of immortal energy to appear, it was harder than climbing to heaven. He began to think hard with a frown. With a schwa sound, a streak of white light appeared. An exceptional beauty descended on the snowy peak. White clothes fluttered about her like an immortal, beautiful to the extent of moving souls, refined and extraordinary. Qing, why did you come? Could it be that there was a conclusion? Xianxia asked. Not yet. I was injured, needing some time to recover. Qing shook her head. She then asked about his current state with deep concern. It's a bit troublesome. I need to rest for a few days. Xianxia released a light sigh. With his current strength and terrifying flesh, even if he was heavily injured, a day or two of rest was still enough to make a complete recovery. However, now, he actually had to rest for several days, so one could imagine how severe the injuries this time were. These really were great Tao injuries that almost killed him. You were injured so badly even after cultivating a strand of immortal energy? Qing was shocked, feeling even more concerned as she asked. In addition, she walked over, grabbing Hao's arm, personally taking a look. She then said with a sigh, "Really do have to rest for some time." And Hao suddenly became alarmed, because he discovered that he couldn't move. Qing took action, sealing his seriously injured body. Pong! In addition, she continuously formed imprints, completely sealing Hao from his flesh to his primordial spirit. You? Hao stared at her. Qing revealed a peaceful smile, beautiful to the extreme. Her body was tall and slender. She lifted Hao and then moved through the sky like a fairy walking on ripples. Her white clothes fluttered about, disappearing from the snowy mountain. Cold realm, a place of bone-penetrating coldness. There was someone who had almost become an immortal here, but in the end, suffered a disaster. Great source scattered outwards, sealing up this small world. Even after millions of years, it was still incredibly cold. However, life was always tenacious and hard to defeat. Aside from the central region where snow descended over 10,000 li, ancient tribes frozen, the distant borders didn't have any snowflakes. But the Great Earth there was still dry and cold. However, even under this type of environment, there were still a few plants that persistently grew. This was a mountain range. Mountain peaks towered one after another, grand and massive. Entering this place felt like entering a legendary era. Every single mountain peak was imposing like the cultivation place of an immortal. Unfortunately, it was just too peaceful. This mountain range had quite a few plants, but they were all extremely strange. Some of the mountain peaks were snow-white, snow peaches growing there, pure white flower petals fluttering about, fragrance wafting through the air. There were mountain peaks that were covered in gold, shining resplendently. Those were golden cypress trees with exuberant vitality. They absorbed nourishment from the cold sky and frozen earth to strengthen themselves. From the distance, this mountain range looked extremely peculiar. There were plants of all different colors, creating an incomparably strange yet beautiful scene. Shwa! A beauty appeared, white clothes even purer than snow, fine black hair fluttering about, indescribably beautiful and striking. Her beauty was untainted by the world of mortals, devastatingly beautiful. In her arms was a male, precisely Hao. She entered this vast mountain range. Her feet didn't touch the earth, incomparably agile and graceful as she danced over the peach blossoms, jumping on the leaves of the golden cypress trees. She was incomparably pure, like something out of a fantasy. Even while carrying a person, her exceptional figure still couldn't be concealed, as if she was a fairy born from heaven and earth, without any imperfections or impurities, separated from the ways of the world. In the end, she arrived at the foot of a massive ancient mountain. She saw a cave left behind by a cultivator from the previous generation and then entered inside. The passage of time could erase many things. This cave endured the baptism of several millions of years, so the traces all faded away, all of the formations already decayed, no longer existing. The cave was extremely clean and also orderly. There was a stone bed and a quiet room, a good place for cultivation. The spiritual essence here was extremely rich. The snow-clothed beauty flung out her sleeve, using a dust-eliminating technique, making this place appear even more bright and clean. In reality, the weather was cold and ground frozen, ice and snow freezing the skies, so there was almost no dust in all of Cold Realm. After all this time had passed, the cave could still be considered clean. The white-clothed fairy randomly tossed Hao to the side. Pong! Hao frowned, his flesh colliding with the stone walls. If it was an ordinary person, this type of force would definitely break many bones and muscles. This was the toss of a deity. Yu-chan, I truly underestimated you. He released a light sigh. The snow-clothed woman laughed, her beautiful hair pitch black, her skin snow-white, displaying an otherworldly beauty that was also bright and moving. Her smile could topple a country. It's been a while since we met. Brother's style has even surpassed the past. Yu-chan's smile was peaceful and moving. Where's Qing? suffered from your vicious methods? Shi Hao asked. Yuchan is Qing Yi, the two of us were originally one. What difference is there? Yuchan smiled in a quiet and contented manner as she asked. At the very least, Qing Yi wouldn't mount a hidden attack. Shi Hao said. Qing Yi has fallen. In the few years of time she has separated from me, her pure heart has been contaminated. I will change her back, becoming clear like crystal. Yuchan smiled faintly. While speaking, she raised her hand, continuously forming imprints. Strand after strand of light flew over, turning into strange symbols that resembled the stars in the sky before entering Shi Hao's body. Brother Shi, you shouldn't trouble yourself so. It is better if you take a long and proper rest. She applied seals while speaking. Symbol chains entered Shi Hao's body streak after streak. In reality, while on the snowy mountain, she already added many layers of seals. Now that she was taking action again, it really was wrapping Shi Hao like a zongzi. In addition, the primordial spirit was where she placed the most attention, using heaven-mending sect's most powerful methods to seal and thoroughly confine him. This is the 36th Great Seal. Aren't you being too careful? Shi Hao was touching the ice-cold stone walls, not moving an inch as he said. For someone who has taken the final step, exceeding the ancient predecessors, someone who has cultivated a strand of immortal energy, I truly feel sincere admiration and deep respect. That is why I am treating you especially carefully. She smiled faintly like a blossoming flower. I'm a bit confused. How can your soul and Qing Yi's be the exact same? Shi Hao asked. Even though they were originally one, there were still some differences. Shi Hao had touched the main body before, and he couldn't be more familiar with Qing Yi, already understanding her quite a bit. The main body had a few slight differences, so he could definitely sense the differences in spirit fluctuations. No matter who it was, as long as they used soul force, displaying it towards others, then they could definitely be differentiated. Everyone was different, no such thing as completely identical creatures. Heaven-mending sect has existed since the ancient times, not something as simple as you think. It is larger than your imaginations. The fact that it has some secret treasures not all that surprising. Yuchan had a faint smile on her face. While speaking, she produced a blue crystal that was carved into a small cauldron. This type of thing surrounded the primordial spirit, able to mimic soul fluctuations. It is a heaven-defying wondrous treasure as expected. Shi Hao's eyes shone. Your realization is too late. Yuchan spoke, and then she brandished her leg. Her long and slender beautiful leg drew out a beautiful arc, smashing heavily against Shi Hao's body, sending him into the air, smashing into the stone walls with a pung sound. Wasn't heaven-mending sex very extraordinary and free from vulgarity, holy and pure? How can she be this rough? Shi Hao said. Fairies have tempers as well. Yuchan smiled extremely sweetly, walking over step by step calmly and gracefully. She moved the beautiful hair in front of her forehead, lowering her head to look down on Shi Hao. Capturing my second body, injuring my true self, always displaying crazy behavior and speaking nonsense. What does this small amount of suffering count as? Dong. Her lotus arms were spotlessly white and sparkling. When they were brandished, Shi Hao was directly sent flying out, once again smashing into the cavern wall on the other side, producing a human-shaped hole. Blood flowed out from Shi Hao's lips. Soon after, he was locked down by the other party again, and then with another leg he flew outwards. He was originally injured from his comprehension of the Tao, his body and Tao almost erased by the Tao flames. Right now, it was adding injuries on top of injuries, his condition terrible to the extreme. Can you not be so rough? Be more gentle. Regardless, we've already paid our respects to heaven and earth, entering the bridal chambers. Shi Hao said while leaning against the stone wall. Is that so? Then I'll be a bit more gentle. Yuchan calmly spoke. A finger pointed out, a beam of light entering the space between Shi Hao's brows. It looked gentle and holy, but this type of pain was unendurable. This was injuring the primordial spirit. Stop. Even though we entered the bridal chambers, actions based on emotions should still stop within the limits of propriety. It was extremely pure and sacred. Don't misunderstand. Shi Hao shouted. Misunderstanding, he. Even though Yu Chan's bearing was exceptional, beautiful to a dreamlike degree, her smile still made one feel as if there was demon attached to her. Pong! Shi Hao flew out again. His body dyed with blood. Treating me fiercely now, do you really feel content with yourself? Did you forget that in the lower realm, you were blasted into a little girl by my reincarnation technique and then captured, spanking your bottom? When Yu Chan heard this, a hint of redness immediately rose on her pure white pretty face. Her eyes became as brilliant could be, the smile on her face not decreasing at all. However, she picked Shi Hao up. You still dare bring up old matters. If you didn't speak about it, I was about to forget about it. With a pung sound, she smashed Shi Hao into the ground, and then stepped on his body, fiercely grinding her feet. That beautiful foot wasn't that large, but as it crushed down on Shi Hao's body with unmatched divine abilities, it displayed brilliance, immediately becoming as heavy as a mountain. Shi Hao was trampled into the ground, his vertebra releasing gaji sounds, about to break. As for his flesh, it had long been damaged to the point of being impossible to damage further. Pong! In the end, he was sent flying by the elegant foot again. If I don't remind you, how can we make deeper impressions on each other? Regardless, there was someone that entered the bridal chambers with you, spanking you before. This type of thing has to be remembered and engraved as deeply as possible. You cannot forget about it in this lifetime, Shi Hao said. Yu Chan's gaze became even more penetrating. She laughed coldly and said, Good. Your mouth is still hard, huh? You will definitely have time to regret it. I've been feeling regret for a long time already. If the heavens give me another chance, let's start over in the bridal room again. Shi Hao put on an annoyed expression, and then continued, I believe that this day will definitely come. Chi! Yu Chan's right hand shone. Scarlet multicolored light erupted, as if an immortal phoenix was spreading its wings, releasing a wave of strange power. She pressed it against the space between his brows, and then she suddenly withdrew. Shi Hao's body trembled, the space between his brows splitting. Strand after strand of source energy spilled out. That was the immortal seed being seized outwards, about to be extracted. This type of thing couldn't be forcefully taken, or else a single strand was enough to crush mountains and rivers, unimaginably dangerous. Right now, even Shi Hao with his powerful flesh couldn't hold on any longer. The source energy began to revive, inflicting serious injuries upon him. You crazy woman, did you merge with Qing Yi? How do you know everything? Shi Hao's expression changed for the first time. Where is that strand of immortal energy? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Where is it hiding? If you still don't display it, then there won't be any more opportunities. I am still waiting for you to release a fatal attack against me. Yu Chan smiled extremely brilliantly. She used the Immortal Phoenix Precious Technique's loose move to guide the immortal seed, making Shi Hao's entire body tremble, the space between his brows continuously trickle out blood. His situation was extremely terrible. Sigh, truly a pity. I was waiting for you to make a move this entire time, wishing to guide out that strand of immortal energy to take a look, but you really aren't cooperating. Since it's like this, then I won't give you any more opportunities. Yu Chan's smile was extremely sweet, but her actions were decisive and ruthless. Her arm shone, scarlet multicolored light filling the ancient cave, drawing out that immortal seed a bit more. Source energy seeped out, making Shi Hao's entire body tremble greatly, his body and spirit struggling to endure this. Then Yu Chan produced a small pagoda that released faint green radiance. It quickly entered Shi Hao's head, drawing out the primordial spirit that should have long been restricted. The little pagoda didn't fly out, remaining behind Shi Hao's forehead. Soul-locking pagoda. Even with your powerful divine abilities, you can still obediently accept the fate of imprisonment, Yu Chan said calmly. At this moment, she stopped the guidance of the immortal seed, allowing it to return into Shi Hao's forehead. Right now, everything was under her control, so there wasn't much to be worried about. If not out of fear of having the Kuan Peng technique be forever lost, fearing the Lightning Emperor's secret method's inheritance being severed, I would have directly extracted the immortal seed, she said coldly. Without a doubt, once it was forcefully extracted, all of the source energy would erupt. Shao's forehead would explode, and his primordial spirit would be erased as well. Let's pay our respects to heaven and earth again. I'll give everything to you, Shao said while leaning against a piece of bluestone. Things have already reached this state, yet you are still trying to incite me. Haha. No matter what kind of methods you have, it's all too late, Yuchan said coldly. I am just asserting a fact. Shao reclined there as he calmly said. His current attitude left Yuchan feeling extremely bewildered and uncertain. She carefully inspected him, but didn't detect any abnormalities from his body. She was sure that he was just purposely humiliating her. Ha ha ha! Yuchan laughed, her voice sharp and clear, as well as extremely cold. From how much time has passed, I reckon that she should be here soon. Let's give her a pleasant surprise. When he heard this, the radiance in Shao's eyes flashed. He inwardly let out a breath of relief. He was finally certain that Qingyi was fine, that the two didn't merge together. Yuchan produced another magical artifact in an unhurried manner, a divine chain. She directly activated it, wrapping it around Shao's body. This object's name was Dragon Chain, known as something that could even bind dragons, impossible to struggle free from. Right now, it entered Shao's body, preventing him from acting out. I was originally going to save it for Qingyi, but I have no choice but to use it on you first, Yuchan said to herself. Soul-locking pagoda, dragon chain. These were both well-known secret treasures, shocking and extraordinary. Now they were both used, locking down the body and mind, and only now did Yuchan completely relax, not believing that he could stir up anything else. Should greet Qingyi now. Her primordial spirit shone, multicolored light glistening brightly. A small person flew out from between her brows that looked the same as her, vivid and lifelike, beautiful and aloof. Are you going to send your spirit into someone else's body, wanting to experience the feeling of being male? Shao ridiculed. You should just obediently display your remaining worth. Keep going until there's nothing left, Yuchan coldly replied, similarly provoking the male before her. So, she directly entered the space between Shao's brows. There was no need to feel any fear right now, because she had long added several dozen heavy seals. Just the soul-locking pagoda she added later on alone was enough to suppress Shao's primordial spirit. Wu, even though this body has been injured to the point of collapse, it is still so strong. However, I should loosen up the dragon chain a bit, or else you'll be caught in your own trap, you know. Shao spoke, his words quite strange. It was clear that Yuchan had occupied his body. It was her that was talking. How is it? This kind of sturdy body is giving you a unique experience, right? Do you feel the urge to take a bath? To relieve yourself? Experience something different? Shao's voice sounded. Yuchan became petrified. She never met this kind of expert. This was someone who looked down on the crowd and overlooked his peers. However, the words he spoke really made it difficult for others to assess him. Men and women really are different. You don't even want to give it a try. Shao continued to urge her on. You shameless, absolutely disgraceful being, hateful, deserve death. Yuchan berated, dark lines covering her forehead. She really wanted to kill him with a slap. This was the first time she lost her cool like this. Immediately afterwards, she had Shao close his mouth, preventing him from speaking further, completely assuming control over his body. Wu, just waiting for Qingyi to arrive now. Yuchan smiled. Everything was already put in order within the cave. The mountain range was full of battle traces, displaying the current situation where both of them looked like they suffered serious injuries. Defeated while comprehending the Tao, almost having body and Tao erased, yet still wished to fight decisively against me. This type of illusion, is it a bit much? Yuchan frowned, and then she redid the battlefield traces. Soul-locking pagoda seal, Yuchan shouted. You are. Shao was shocked. he discovered that the faint green little pagoda that sealed his primordial spirit became even more shocking. Stars appeared on it, covering its surroundings densely, suppressing and sealing his primordial spirit. I am the only one that can undo it. Others will not be able to move it. Just wait for me to successfully capture Qingyi, Yuchan said. Then this place became completely peaceful. In the ice and snow, the little rabbit and divine striking stone were stupefied. Where was Shihao? Why did he disappear? Just now, Shihao's aura was clearly weak, failing in comprehending the Tao. So why did he suddenly disappear with Qingyi? They should be treating their injuries and recovering. Not good. The little rabbit and the divine striking stone cried out at the same time. Their reactions were swift, immediately realizing what was happening. That was Yuchan? Fuck. That deceitful hag is too daring, actually making her way here. They couldn't help but cry out. That was clearly Yuchan previously. She was just looking here, waiting for an opportunity, not expecting that something wrong really would happen to Shihao. Shwa. Suddenly, white clothes fluttered about. A beautiful figure appeared, descending in the snowy mountains. Kill! The divine striking stone rushed out, his eyes becoming just as red as the little rabbit's. Stop! I am Qingyi. Did something happen to Shihao? The one that came shouted. She already sensed that something was off. Liar! The divine striking stone berated. Qingyi didn't move, not evading, allowing the divine striking stone to come at her. It really is you? Just now. That bitch fooled us bad. The divine striking stone cried out angrily. Older sis Qingyi, is it really you? The little rabbit rushed over, clenching her fists and grinding her teeth. Being tricked made her really angry. Hurry and save him. Shihao is in danger, the divine striking stone said. Right. Hurry and chase after her. The little rabbit shouted. Don't be in such a rush. Qingyi calmed herself down, and then said, Shihao won't be in danger right now. Her target is me. So she still wants to use this to trap me. The more she spoke, the more cool-headed she became. She carefully thought things through, analyzing the situation to avoid directly entering a trap. How did she know that we are here? The little rabbit said. I fought with her, and not long ago we merged for a short period of time, Qingyi said. In that instant, both of them learned of many secrets about the other party. The two of them were not ordinary. Even though they were of common origin, when they reached their current cultivation realm, they could seal themselves, not being sensed by the other party. However, at that moment it was difficult to hide anything, thus a few matters were learned by the other party. When they separated, the two of them were injured, both of them withdrawing. Qingyi wanted to see Shihao immediately, but along the way, she discovered that Yuchan seemed to be rushing for Formation Realm. Her target, the little fatty. I was fooled. She used a bit of her soul force to trick me into making a pointless trip. Even though I realized what was happening, I was still a step late, she said with a sigh. Too hateful. The little rabbit was furious, but she found it difficult to curse. After all, that crafty Yuchan was the other side of Qingyi. I presume that when I appear, she will definitely have prepared a great gift for me, Qingyi calmly said. Then, she took to the sky, rushing towards a specific direction. Older sis Qingyi will go with you. No, the final result will definitely be a battle of the soul. I will merge with her, so if you two are there, will you be able to take action against the merged body? You two will likely be exploited by her as well, and then used to threaten me. Qingyi rejected. She quickly left, disappearing. We will follow behind and slowly advance. Prepare to provide support. However, we shouldn't get too close, the divine striking stone said. Qingyi and Yuchan's main body had the same origin, so there was a strange connection between them that allowed them to sense each other's whereabouts. Originally, when they were within a set distance, they would even learn of everything from the other's mind. Only as their cultivation realms became more profound, they were able to close off themselves from each other. However, the connection between their bodies still existed. Of course, they had to use a lot of time to carefully sense it. Qingyi arrived. She looked at this enormous mountain range, the snow peaches and golden cypress trees everywhere making this place extremely brilliant. In Cold Realm, it really was a scenery that was beautiful to the extreme. When she saw the battlefield traces in the mountain range, she frowned. Could it be that Xianxia broke free from the trap? Hong! Loud sounds could be heard. They were still fighting, but the power was much weaker. Qingyi didn't have a choice. She could only rush into the mountain range's innermost depths. She saw two people within an ancient cave, the two confronting each other, both of them seriously injured. This was especially the case with Xianxia. He was already in a terrible state after comprehending the Tao, but now he was injured beyond belief on the verge of collapse. Qingyi, you finally came. I'll leave it to you, Xianxia said, walking backwards. He then sat on the ground, breathing heavily, about to go unconscious at any moment. Qingyi stared at Yu Chan in the battlefield, closing in step by step. Your calculations failed. The captive broke free? Yu Chan's expression was unpleasant, turning around to leave. She produced a space-shattering symbol, not staying behind for a second. Where do you think you're going? Qingyi lightly berated, turning into a streak of light and chasing after her. The Xianxia sitting on the ground revealed a strange smile from the corners of his lips. He suddenly acted out, attacking towards Yu Chan's back. I knew there was something wrong with you. Yu Chan's soul force wasn't that strong when she escaped. Already foresaw that you would be caught off guard. Qingyi didn't turn around. An earthen-colored ceiling diagram suddenly appeared behind her, and then she quickly rushed backwards, perfectly facing the incoming Xianxia. Yu Chan's primordial spirit that was inside Xiao's body was shocked. Xiao himself was similarly shocked, inwardly crying out, Qingyi, can you not always be so smart? Seeing through things so quickly, can't you give me a bit of time here? It was because at this moment he also took action. The hibernating immortal energy guided an expanse of fiery light that flooded outwards, engulfing towards his primordial spirit to suppress and kill Yu Chan. These were the remnant flames of the 10,000 Tao that were ignited when he cultivated on the snowy peak. It remained in his body. At first, it didn't obey his control at all. He continuously communicated with it, and only at this moment did he have some kind of reaction. However, right at this moment Yu Chan's attack on Qingyi started. This flame was extremely overbearing, possessing the aura of 10,000 Tao. If not for the mysterious flame hibernating in his body, this remnant flame would have definitely risen in revolt, becoming incomparably terrifying. That mysterious flame that accompanied the three-world coffin didn't obey Xiao's control, or else it would be a terrifying killing weapon. This was the flame that was left behind when he was comprehending the Tao, hibernating together with that mysterious flame, avoiding Yu Chan's earlier inspection. Hong! The remaining flame swept outwards, not being controlled by his primordial spirit, nor guided by his flesh, completely activated by that strand of immortal energy. It rushed at the primordial spirit in his body. The yellow paper outside also flew over. Pooh! Xiao's body trembled violently, unable to move out of the way. That golden paper was mysterious and unfathomable, breaking through all obstructions, sticking to his body and carrying out a seal. He was extremely speechless. A wave of powerful force poured into his body, making that remnant flame escape his control. Meanwhile, Yu Chan's primordial spirit was incomparably decisive, rushing out from his forehead, not hesitating to use a secret treasure in order to break free from the earthen paper seal. Bitch! Where do you think you are going? Xiao flipped out. He had already waited for an extremely long time, now finally communicating with that remnant flame. So how could he just watch as she escaped, failing at the last step? At the same time, the earthen symbol paper shone as well, dealing with Xiao's fiery light while suppressing Yu Chan's primordial spirit. What a pity! Both of these forces are extremely powerful, and if any of them landed on her, she would definitely be crippled. Xiao howled inwardly. He never expected Qingyi to be so sharp, taking the initiative to rush at him, colliding with the attack he released with such difficulty. Yu Chan cried out in pain. She suffered a disaster, freeing herself from Xiao's forehead, not dying. Where are you going? Qing chased after her, suppressing the injured primordial spirit. Suddenly, Shi Hao's expression changed. When Yu Chan's primordial spirit left his body, even though his primordial spirit and other things were refined, he could still move slightly. He released a weak divine sense voice. Care? Full. In the rear, Yu Chan's true body actually turned around in reverse, attacking from the void, rushing at Qing Yi's back. In addition, the space between her brows shone brilliantly, clearly possessing powerful soul force fluctuations. Even though Qing Yi's reaction speed was fine, she still suffered an attack. She coughed out large amounts of blood, flying outwards. Ha ha ha! Yu Chan laughed softly, standing there. As for the wounded primordial spirit that rushed out from Shi Hao's brows, it entered her own body. The legendary primordial spirit mirror image technique, you actually refined it? Qing Yi was shocked. Correct? Barely able to display it once. Yu Chan nodded. Her flesh still possessed powerful soul force, the earlier weakness feigned. Her true primordial spirit hadn't completely left, and the primordial spirit in Shi Hao's flesh was just the primordial spirit mirror image's embodiment, able to temporarily display the true power of her primordial spirit. Fucking bitch! Shi Hao cursed. Even he thought that what entered his body was Yu Chan's primordial spirit, let alone Qing Yi, who didn't know about the situation. So she was naturally fooled. Qing Yi, with such heavy injuries, are you still going to try and run? There will be no chances left anymore. Yu Chan smiled faintly, her white clothes perfect, appearance unmatched. Everything was now under her control. Qing Yi wiped away the blood from the corners of her lips, her snow-white clothes fluttering about, just as beautiful as the one on the other side. She didn't say anything. She knew that things were now extremely troublesome. Qi. Suddenly, the space between Shi Hao's brows shone. Blood trickled outwards. The immortal seed was rushing out, its speed too fast. A strand of immortal energy curled about it, turning into a streak of flowing light and then smashing towards Yu Chan. Her expression immediately changed. Outside the immortal seed, there was endless source energy, and at this moment, a large amount had been activated, every single strand enough to collapse an expanse of mountains and rivers, powerful to an unimaginable degree. Yu Chan directly hacked apart the void, turning around to leave. This immortal seed was too terrifying. If she were to face it head-on, she would definitely suffer greatly, crushed under its weight. However, all of the source energy surged, crushing the void. Yu Chan, who fled inside, was also forced out, suffering terrifyingly injuries. She flew upwards, large mouthfuls of blood coming out from her mouth, dyeing her snow-colored clothes red. The immortal seed smashed into the mountain region depths, producing a black hole. This unforeseen change came extremely abruptly. Yu Chan never thought that Shi Hao would still be able to display this kind of attack. Qing Yi, I'll have to hand things over to you now. Shi Hao transmitted with difficulty. His final trump card was now used. The space between his brows split apart, no longer possessing any more strength. Activating the immortal seed was too difficult. When attacking the enemy, he had to seriously injure himself first. Qing Yi rushed forward to pursue Yu Chan, but the latter unexpectedly didn't escape, rushing over as well, saying, "Then let's just completely settle things." With a schwa sound, the two of them merged together, becoming one. They still had that exceptional appearance, and at this moment, the space between their brows shone, soul force surging, carrying out a great battle there. You actually have the legendary soul nurturing bottle? That is deity beheading sword. It's actually soul chain. The two fought intensely. This was a battle of primordial spirits. They clearly both hid divine objects now brought out in the final battle. After who knew how much time had passed, that body quieted down quite a bit, the space between their brows blossoming with auspicious multicolored light, releasing Yu Chan's voice. Qing Yi, I am the main body, so I naturally have the superiority. You should just acknowledge allegiance. What she received in response was only a cold snort. Accept suppression then, Yu Chan said, calming down quite a bit. She had quite a bit of confidence. Suddenly, their perfect body shone, clothes burning, revealing their snow-white immortal bodies. With a schwa sound, Shurha was brought over, moved over by the sparkling flesh to their body. Qing-yi, what are you trying to do? Do you think that this can upset me, making me give up? Yuchan shouted. Immediately afterwards, Shurha made intimate contact with that incomparably wonderful body. Yuchan screamed out, Qing-yi, you've become corrupted, actually so despicable. Do you think that I will concede and withdraw? Pang! Shurha was flung onto the ground, clearly the result of Yuchan displaying might. However, immediately afterwards, that snow-white body approached once again. The two of them made contact almost within reach. This could be considered quite intimate as well. It hurts. Be a bit more gentle. A cry of pain sounded. This lowly voice was clearly something Shurha did everything he could to release, purposely to deal with Yuchan, provoking her. Yuchan cried out purely out of anger. She had never experienced this type of thing before. Shurha was truly too hateful. That type of voice truly was lowly. Even though nothing much happened between the two. His skin was still so thick, purposely provoking her, speaking in such a vulgar manner, making her face flush with anger. Yuchan was unbearably angered. From the past until now, when Yuchan walked in this world, she was known as a fairy, white-clothes exceptional who had ever treated her like this before. Even the most outstanding disciples from every sect who showed admiration would act with utmost respect. Pang! She was angered to the extreme. She temporarily controlled her body, her long and slender legs becoming perfectly straight, the sparkling whiteness carrying a type of moving luster. When it moved, Shurha was fiercely swept flying. Ayo, masculine lady, don't be so rough. Shurha's mouth was extremely lowly. After suffering this heavy blow, he didn't change his tone, still provoking her, angering Yuchan. It was because the other party was carrying out a great battle of the primordial spirit, power at a spiritual level. Any bit of emotion would affect its might. Otherwise, why would Qing-yi do this, burning away the white clothes? It was all to provoke Yuchan, hoping to ruin her mood, making her feel fear, and thus cause great chaos in her mind. Masculine lady? Yuchan's beautiful brows jumped, truly wishing she could give him a beating, trample him into mush with a single step. This was the first time someone used this type of term to describe her. In front of everyone in the world, she was a sacred fairy, a holy being. No matter where one went in the higher realms 3,000 provinces, there would definitely be people who thought of her this way. Hey, buff fella, let's become sworn brothers. We're clearly kindred spirits. I'll be the big bro, and you can be number 2. Shurha leaned against the cave's wall, blood flowing from the corner of his lips, enthusiastically connecting with her. It was as intolerable as it could get, simply impossible to endure. Yuchan was truly angered badly, hating him so bad that she didn't want to directly kill him, but instead after capturing him, slowly tidying him up, letting him suffer viciously for a long time. Of course, she wasn't an ordinary person. Even though she felt rage, she could still control it, let alone the fact that she was in a life-and-death battle situation. She rushed over again, her naked lotus arm white and glowing, drawing out an expanse of light as it struck over. Pang! However, her other arm raised upwards, similarly dazzling, stopping her own attack, obstructing this attack aimed at Shurha. It was clear that this was Qing-yi that was taking action. How could she let the opportunity go? She understood Yuchan well, and as such, her soul decisively took action while Yuchan's mind was affected. Shurha was creating opportunities for her, and she herself was fighting hard. It was because they were originally one. So no one understood better than Qing-yi how arrogant Yuchan was, always incredibly pure. She had a terrifying obsession with cleanliness, someone who wouldn't tolerate the slightest bit of profanity. Now that there was this type of openness, Yuchan definitely couldn't take it, feeling great resentment inside. Meanwhile, this was precisely Qing-yi's opportunity. She was the second body, inherently inferior, so she used this to strategically seize the initiative, using it to recover some lost ground and suppress Xianxia. Hao was trying to neutralize his own body's critical situation, hoping to undo the seal. Qi. Up ahead, that snow-white body shone, especially the space between her brows, forming mysterious symbols. The two imprints intertwined, producing golden patterns that were profound and mysterious, the radiance astonishing. It was clear that their great battle had reached its climax. Wang. The gold symbols trembled, releasing heaven-reaching radiance. The void distorted, continuously splitting apart, producing terrifying black-colored cracks. It was a wave of pure and terrifying soul force. The power dormant within their sea of consciousness was stirred on, reviving at this time, now participating. Back then, Hao had seen a golden-colored gate in the depths of Qingyi's consciousness. There was a slumbering divine awareness power that was extremely mysterious and powerful. Now, this type of power awakened, flowing out through the enormous golden gate, separately nourishing their primordial spirit, making the battle more and more terrifying. Vaguely, from behind the golden gate inside the sea of consciousness, an indistinct woman gradually appeared. Golden light surged, resplendent light erupting into the heavens. This wave of power was extremely terrifying, produced purely from soul force. She simultaneously supported Yuchan and Qingyi's opposition, producing two streaks of light, granting them mysterious force. The entire sea of consciousness immediately erupted with endless radiance, shining from the space between the perfect body's brows, appearing more and more holy. At the same time, the green lunar flame slumbering within her body was immediately attracted over, unexpectedly resonating with that wave of soul force. It was incomparably gentle, divine, and noble. Green radiance erupted, forming a ring of light, surrounding that perfect jade body like a divine moon, illuminating the fairy within. This type of marvel was incomparably beautiful. Hao was deeply shocked, finding it a bit hard to believe. Even though he was sealed, he still saw that astonishing scene. It was because Yuchan's forehead and sea of consciousness were incomparably brilliant, vaguely displaying what was currently happening. Her spotlessly white frontal bone became transparent. The golden gate within the sea of consciousness opened. A mysterious power guided the green lunar flame, the two interacting, continuously resonating, intertwining together. Since the ancient times, few people were fortunate enough to obtain an unmatched ancient flame left behind after a true immortal fell, and even then, they only used it to break through, entering the divine flame realm. The flame itself would depart afterwards. However, Qingyi was extremely special. The green lunar flame didn't leave her, following her. Now, this type of change even happened. This flame seemed to be innately intimate with her, staying with her, and now, it even resonated with the sleeping beauty behind the golden gate in her sea of consciousness, producing this miraculous scene. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Yuchan was surrounded, also acknowledged, accepting nourishment, obtaining tremendous benefits. It was because the green lunar flame acknowledged the soul force. As Qingyi and Yuchan were from the same source, originally one to begin with, they were both nourished by the mysterious rain of light scattered down by the green divine moon. Is it going to transform? Hao was shocked. Right now, it was already no longer an issue of the two merging. The soul force within the depths of their consciousness was reviving, joining in. Meanwhile, the immortal seed fairy Qingyu left behind from the last great era moved as well, joining in. No one knew what was going to happen. Qingyu, Qingyi, Yuchan, the woman sleeping behind the golden gate. Could it be that there really is some reincarnation imprint? Hao frowned. He didn't believe in reincarnation, but he felt that perhaps someone really could leave behind some type of astonishing revival method. When he thought of this, he broke out into a cold shiver. Hey, masculine lady, what kind of relationship do you have with the exceptional immortal Qingyu from the last great era? Don't tell me that you were her slave servant. Hao purposely mocked, once again trying to provoke Yuchan. Masculine lady. Yuchan grinded her teeth. Her beauty was unmatched, known to be beautiful enough to topple the world. There was no way she would be described by those two words. Even though she knew that the other party was clearly trying to anger her, she still couldn't take it. With a pung sound, she took action again, sending Shihao flying, smashing into a stone wall. Qingyi naturally tried to stop her, neutralizing a great portion of the power. Despite this being the case, Shihao still grimaced in pain, enduring the enormous and terrifying power. If it was any other divine flame realm expert, they would have definitely turned into a bloody paste. His flesh was incomparable. He went through a heavenly tribulation and even cultivated a strand of immortal energy. That was why, even though he had long suffered serious injuries, he still didn't break apart on the spot. Wang! The void trembled lightly, shaking intensely. Upon close inspection, one would discover that the imprint between Yuchan's brows was becoming more and more gentle and holy, making her look like the goddess of the moon. This is... Shihao's mind was greatly shaken. Qingyi and Yuchan were fighting an intense battle in the space between their brows. Soul force merged. The mysterious woman behind the enormous golden gates within the sea of consciousness was reviving. The green lunar flame was also merging inside, displaying astonishing changes. A strand of immortal energy was currently forming. Green lunar flame, it's the power of Qingyu. Shihao sucked in a breath of cold air. It was that green moonlight that was resonating with them, producing immortal energy. How could this be? It left him shaken. In the past, he had never heard of an ancient flame helping one cultivate immortal energy. In the end, they would choose to leave, never staying behind for even a moment longer. Even though everyone knew that the true flame left behind from Immortal Ancient was an immortal seed, something left over from an unmatched true immortal in the past. An invaluable immortal treasure that was difficult to find throughout the world. No one was able to use it. And now, this flame, the immortal seed left behind by the fairy that was most widely known from the last great era, unexpectedly taking the initiative to help Yuchan and Qingyi change. This was inconceivable. The most shocking thing was that the green moon and their soul force were pulsing at the same rhythm, shockingly harmonious without the slightest bit of sluggishness, merging together as if that was the way it should be to begin with. That strand of immortal energy became more and more real, gradually appearing. It was snow-white and mysterious, producing astonishing immortal Tao energy. Just like this. The step was taken? Shihao was stupefied. Between Qingyi and Yuchan's brows, the soul force was astonishing, far surpassing all those of the same cultivation realm. That type of force surged like a golden sea, incomparably grand and powerful. The green moon was hazy, scattering out moonlight, making that unmatched snow-white body more and more holy, as well as incredibly moving, beautiful to the extent where one couldn't even properly describe it. Yuchan and Qingyi's fine black hair danced about, their appearance exceptional, beautiful eyes containing spiritual energy, body spotlessly white and refined, waist small, legs long and slender. This was a truly moving scene. An exceptional fairy was releasing immortal Tao radiance, the aura astonishing. That strand of immortal energy became more and more compact, truly appearing. The green moon was brilliant as it suspended above, wrapping around this wonderful body, scattering down moonlight. Shihao was shocked. The other party cultivated immortal energy. That green moon was too astonishing. At this time, Qingyi and Yuchan's intense battle also reached its final point. The victor, the one that would take command, would completely erase the other's existence. Qingyi, you aren't my opponent. I am the main body, Yuchan shouted. Things weren't looking good. This was what Shihao thought, feeling startled. If Qingyi were to lose, his end would definitely be miserable. He immediately shouted, "Hey, masculine lady, come at me." Pong! That green moon really did descend, smashing into his body. "Ayo, buff lady, please be more gentle," he cried out in pain. At the same time, the clothes on his body were ignited, soon becoming like the fairy at his side, without an inch of clothing. His powerful body was completely exposed. "What are you trying to do?" "I won't yield," Shihao cried out, clearly trying to provoke and incite Yuchan. "I'm going to burn you to ashes," Yuchan shouted. The green moon crushed downwards, moonlight turning into flames that could burn through everything. However, at this time, the inside of Xiao's body shone as well. That mysterious flame finally reappeared, forcing back the green moon's radiance. Greatly alarming, Yuchan Qing seized the opportunity to attack fiercely. Yuchan blocked it with great difficulty. Pong! The two of them tangled together, their ivory-like immortal body landing on Xiao's. At this moment, neither of them had clothes on, so this was truly intimate contact. Ah! It hurts so much. Buff lady. Why are you so heavy? You are crushing me to death. At this time, Yuchan and Qing were at the most critical point. Even though she was angry, she still completely ignored this. She was going to capture Qing in one go. Pong! Suddenly, a jade arm wrapped around Xiao, moving around his neck, intimately making contact. Ah, Yuchan, what are you doing? I firmly refuse. Hurry and release me. Xiao shouted loudly. Yuchan's fine jade-like arm was about to become crooked from anger. Feeling incomparable shame and humiliation, she screamed out, Qing, what you doing? Xiao shouted loudly. Nonsense, Yuchan. You can forget about trying to lie through this. It's clearly you. Me and Qing have both already been husband and wife for a long time. You are too lecherous, actually want to rape me. Buff woman, get off me. Absolute nonsense. Yuchan screamed, using her soul to attack Qing, berating. Qing, you're mad. You're playing with fire. Yuchan, buff woman, I was mistaken about you. Actually trying to rape me. I would rather die than submit. Xiao shouted. Yuchan was simply about to go mad. While fighting a great battle, she had to endure that shameless noise. What made her feel the worst was that she had no way of dispelling the other party's flame. So it completely forced back the green moon's radiance. Pong! Xiao was knocked over, suffering a heavy blow. However, that body also pressed downwards. Even though he could only slightly move, he didn't let go of this opportunity. He faced the snow-white and sparkling body that was pressing down on him, opening his mouth and biting down. In addition, he mumbled ambiguously, I won't submit to you, Qing. You dare act crazily. Both of us will be destroyed indiscriminately. Yuchan screamed out. The feeling that was transmitted from her body made her feel like she was going mad. However, Qing remained unmoved. For the sake of defeating her so that she wasn't erased by the innately superior main body, she did everything she could to resist. Immediately afterwards, Xiao was dumbstruck. Yuchan was also stupefied. She struggled about, releasing a cry of alarm. Qing, you're crazy. You're playing with fire. Yuchan, you actually bit me. You really are too unreserved. Xiao released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting scream as if he was extremely miserable. Masculine lady, I am going to resist you to the end. Even if you bite me, I still won't yield. He cried out strangely. Yuchan was shocked, because Qing temporarily controlled her flesh, unexpectedly behaving intimately with this shameless bastard. She was like a cat that had her tail stepped on, all of her fine hairs standing on end. Ah, ah, ah! Yuchan screamed, frantically trying to seize control of the body. However, because of this, she suffered a soul attack, immediately becoming at a disadvantage. Qing, I am going to erase your imprint, destroy your everything. Yuchan was furious. As an aloof fairy, forget about her lips and teeth touching a man. She had never even experienced skin contact. For someone who had an obsession with purity and didn't tolerate profanity, this was even more uncomfortable than death. Pei! After temporarily assuming control over the body, she truly wanted to smash her face into the ocean to wash her lips and teeth. However, no matter how vast the sea was, it still couldn't clean her mouth. It drove her mad. Hey! Buff Lady Yuchan, how can you just spit anywhere you want? Xiao shouted. Yuchan felt like when she won in a bit, successfully merging with Qing, she definitely couldn't kill this bastard. That would be letting him go too easily. Instead, she had to use the cruelest methods to punish him. Xiao grimaced his teeth in pain, and then he provoked once again. Yuchan, take back the saliva you left in my mouth too. Otherwise, the grudge between us won't be settled. The corners of Yu Chan's eyes were twitching. Faint blue veins vaguely appeared. Truly couldn't stand him anymore. How could there be this type of person in existence? This shameless bastard who lacked all virtue and elegance was just too hateful. Chop him into 8 pieces, lighting up a sky lantern, hot pillar torture, and then 10,000 cuts. At this moment, Yu Chan could only think about all types of torture, truly wishing to use all of them on this person's body. Hey, buff lady, stop being all silent. Do you think that you can muddle your way through just by staying silent? You took advantage of me. This debt has to be fully settled. Hong. Yu Chan slapped down towards him, wishing to make his mouth burst. This bastard's mouth was too lowly, deserving to be completely destroyed. A green moon appeared around her body, subsequently moving downwards. However, it incited the reaction of the flame within Shihao's body, forcing it back. Her strike also gave Qing Yi an opportunity. She took action with full force. A strand of immortal energy pervaded the air, curling around their body. White-colored immortal Dao mist curled about the glowing body, astonishing and mysterious. This is the end. Yu Chan released a low shout. She ignored everything, temporarily forgetting all that happened, frantically attacking at Qing Yi's imprint, wishing to merge her into her own origin. Don't be like this, Shihao shouted. This body temporarily lost control, laying on Shihao's body, making him feel a type of suffocation. The first was because the green lunar flame was burning right in front of his flesh, making him feel a type of uneasiness, his fine hairs all standing on end, fearing that the mysterious flame within his body might not be able to save him in time. The second reason was because the white body was fine and wonderful, curves rising and falling, sparkling and shining, carrying a delicate fragrance. Touching so intimately truly was a bit too much. Yu Chan, hurry up and move, or else I'm going to stake it all against you, Shihao shouted. Then he took action. To be more precise, he bit down, biting her snow-white neck, feeling a wave of smoothness, as well as smelling a sweet fragrance. Immediately afterwards, he felt a layer of goosebumps appear on Yu Chan's neck, her body shaking, face becoming red. She was angered to the limit. A wave of tremendous power moved towards him, about to kill him. So heavy. You are going to crush me to death. Yu Chan. Buff woman, you should lose some weight, he shouted noisily. It was clear that the other party didn't purposely try to deal with him. This was the critical moment, so it was just an instinctive clenching of her body, releasing radiance to blast him to death. Fortunately, Qing Yi sensed something, stopping this attack. Moreover, Shihao's body was also powerful enough, unbreakable and difficult to destroy. Since this is the case, you're taking action against me, I am also going to declare war. Shihao cried out, doing everything he could to bite down, changing to another place. See, this time, he bit down on her delicate and fine face. He couldn't move freely about, to the extent where he almost couldn't move, only barely able to move his head. As such, the areas he could choose from were few. Yu Chan wasn't the only one whose hair stood up in anger. Even Qing Yi trembled. This fella really knew how to talk. Not just spewing empty words, biting quite fiercely. Between his lips and teeth was a strand of immortal energy. Even though he couldn't use immortal energy, this was still enough, leaving behind a row of teeth marks on that fine jade-like perfect face. Yu Chan felt as if her lungs were about to explode. Was there still heavenly reason? She was actually bitten by the most shameful scoundrel, moreover on her sparkling cheek. Ayo, Qing Yi, it doesn't hurt, right? I bit down a bit too heavily. Don't mind it, I will watch myself next time. Yu Chan, buff woman, do you feel like I am too gentle? Please don't be too polite with me. I was just returning the saliva from before. Shihao spoke smugly, treating them differently. Moreover, with a smack with his lips, he bit down again, leaving behind a bit of saliva. Huang, you fucking bastard. Yu Chan was truly about to go crazy, almost swearing out loud. To anger this graceful, noble, holy, dignified, otherworldly fairy to this extent, Shihao really was the first. For Yu Chan, This type of feeling was just too terrible. The first time in her life feeling like she was about to collapse. She had never been touched by a man. Yet today, not only did she face the other party with her naked self, she even made contact at such a close distance. Moreover, she was bitten, his saliva still on her. Her sparkling skin flickered, multicolored light swirling. Her snow-white body became taut, her throat feeling sore. Because of her obsession with cleanliness, she couldn't help but feel like retching. Yu-chan, you actually dare discriminate against me. Wanting to vomit, this is angering me to death. You left your saliva in my mouth. Yet I didn't even settle things with you. All I did was leave a bit on your cheek. I am going to stake it all against you. Xianxia shouted as if he was annoyed to the extreme. Then he grinded his teeth, releasing brilliant white radiance, his mouth biting over again. Saliva, saliva! Yu-chan's soul was screaming, almost on the verge of collapse. Xianxia's saliva finally entered her mouth. She absolutely could not tolerate this. At this moment, her beautiful body suddenly arched back, and then did everything she could to take action, attacking Xianxia, blasting him flying. At this moment, Xianxia's strand of immortal energy displayed its use. Even though he was restricted, unable to participate in the battle, it could still protect his body. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger. Despite this being the case, he was blasted until his blood and chi roiled, flying outwards and smashing against the cavern wall, the intense pain nearly unendurable. Masculine woman, it really is hard for you to change your nature. Too barbaric, Xianxia said through clenched teeth. For the sake of this attack, she paid quite the price. In the battle against Qingyi, she immediately fell to the disadvantage. She originally occupied the initiative. The situation was now not looking favorable. I won't be defeated because I am the main body. I inherently have the ability to subdue you. There wasn't much time left. She quickly calmed down, doing everything she could to make her soul shine, becoming resplendent like a sun, surrounding Qingyi. It was the same on the other side. Qingyi's soul surged like a bright moon rising into the sky, a rain of light following it. Soul force surged, suppressing Yu-chan. This battle was about to reach its conclusion. Qingyi was still the second body in the end, and even from her title one could see that she had an inherent weakness. Strictly speaking, she had no way of resisting the main body. Being able to fight to this extent was already quite respectable, incredibly shocking. Haha! It finally ended. Qingyi, you've lost. Yu-chan laughed coldly, the expression on her face noble and elegant. Not far out, Xianxia felt anxious, but here was no way for him to offer help. The two figures in the sea of consciousness intertwined, almost indistinguishable. Even if Xianxia could move, he didn't have any way of settling this. Suddenly, Yu-chan's body went rigid. Qingyi unexpectedly temporarily gave up the battle between her brows, directly seizing control of the body, and then moving towards Xianxia. Qingyi, you dare. You cannot do this. Yu-chan shouted angrily, her face becoming pale. She was now truly worried. Why wouldn't I dare? I am about to go out of existence, my imprint about to vanish. So you think I'll still worry about your pureness? Give consideration to your future. Qingyi said. We can talk things over. Stop, Yu-chan berated. We've already reached this point. You think I'll believe you? Qingyi laughed, her beauty enough to topple a country. She didn't stop. Hey, have you guys considered my feelings? The glorious future heavenly emperor is actually being manipulated by you too, Xianxia shouted. Soon after, he couldn't say anything, his breathing becoming heavy. It was because a perfect sparkling white, ivory body already leaned over, touching him. It was incomparably warm. Qingyi, you are courting death, Yu-chan shouted loudly. That's good. Destroy me then. We'll both be ruined. Qingyi smiled, replying decisively. A crack appeared between her brows, producing a few wisps of blood. Several drops of scarlet-red blood appeared, trickling down. They were fighting intensely. I am going to stake it all against you too, Xianxia argued noisily. His body released all types of light, almost making his own body crack apart. Those were all symbols from great divine abilities. However, how could Yuchan, who occupied the advantage, want to die? Success wasn't far. She wasn't willing to throw her own life again, and thus, she slightly withdrew. This was precisely Qing Yi's opportunity. Kill! Between the brows, all types of multicolored light surged. It was the soul that was using precious techniques, fighting a life and death battle. However, in the end, this place suddenly became quiet. Sure Hao didn't say anything. Qing Yi frowned. Yuchan was frozen. A moment later, Yuchan released a scream. Qing Yi, what have you done? I'm going to kill you. There won't even be a trace left. Sure Hao was a bit stunned as well, but he quickly snapped out of it, saying, Yuchan, you have to take responsibility. Pong! Yuchan was so angry she slapped over. Then, she immediately released a muffled groan, because Qing Yi was also moving. This type of feeling was too terrible. Everything that happened left Yuchan a bit stupefied. Hey, how are you all going to deal with the consequences? Sure Hao spoke. While looking at Huang, Yuchan became slightly clear-headed, and then she immediately collapsed. She released all of her power to kill Qing Yi and Sure Hao, destroying all corpses and evidence. This type of contact for her was too terrifying. However, the flame that accompanied the three-world coffin appeared again, almost touching her, immediately making her body go taut, her fine hairs standing on end. Yuchan? Qing Yi, you too? Sure Hao spoke, unable to form a complete sentence. So, at this moment, the perfect body shone, immediately once again separating into two people. Qing Yi was still in the original place, while Yuchan struggled free, rushing out from the cave. She staggered, almost falling. When she thought back to what she had just experienced, she simply couldn't believe what had happened. Why didn't she leave a bit earlier? Moreover, after it happened, why did she freeze up for a moment? When she thought back to it, she found it difficult to accept. Hey, Yuchan, how can you just leave? Are you trying to run without taking responsibility? Sure Hao shouted from behind. Yuchan staggered again, truly about to collapse. Her graceful, immortal body swayed, quickly running. This is the mountain range? The little rabbit stood on a golden cypress tree while gazing into the vast mountains. This is the place. There's no mistaking this trail. There are battle traces in the mountain range. We've arrived. The divine striking stone was surprised. The mountains were majestic, standing tall one after another. Even though it was bitterly cold, there were still signs of life. There were purple divine cherry apple trees, silver snow peaches, golden cypress trees. This place shone with incomparable brilliance. One girl, one stone quickly moved forward, closing in on that ancient cave. Aya, who is that? Yuchan or Qing Yi? She is actually in such a difficult position, running out. What happened? The little rabbit cried out strangely. Prepare to ambush her. The divine striking stone said quietly. Yuchan quickly put on a white dress, covering her white jade-like sparkling perfect body. Her wonderful body faintly discernible under the dress, her curves astonishing. She couldn't be bothered to worry about her appearance right now. She didn't dare believe what had just happened. This is hateful. Suddenly, she staggered, almost falling onto the ground, her skin color immediately flushing pink. While gritting her teeth in anger, she suddenly turned around, looking behind her. The relationship between herself and Qing Yi was that of a main and second body. Under a set amount of distance, all of these two individuals' perception was shared. That meant that anything that happened to one person's body felt like it happened to the others as well. Only after becoming deities were they able to seal off themselves, isolating themselves from the other party, no longer feeling like they had one body. However, today's heavy injuries made their soul force unsteady, so the separation lost effectiveness. Right now, she could clearly sense everything Qing Yi felt. Ah! Yuchan screamed. For her, it was just too frightening. She almost couldn't stand still, but she forcefully clenched her teeth and endured it. Her lotus arms shone, snow-white and sparkling. They quickly moved about, producing a powerful magical imprint, about to attack that mountain region. Even though she knew that it would be difficult for it to hurt the other party, she still couldn't endure it. Show! The sound of space shattering sounded. The divine striking stone turned into a streak of light, attacking first. It was known to be able to strike down deities, so it was naturally astonishing. Dang! Even though she suffered an unimaginable serious injury, Yuchan was still extremely sharp, hurriedly defending herself. Symbols shone resplendently between them, creating kangxiang sounds. Freeze over! The little rabbit shouted, already taking action. All of the great Yin energy surged, turning into a black tide as it swept forward. Following a light sound, Yuchan appeared in a block of black ice, as if frozen still. Serious injuries were still serious injuries. Regardless of her body or spirit, Yuchan received serious damage, suffering greatly from this ambush. With a kacha sound, the black divine ice split apart. She broke free. Even in this type of state, she could still break out, worthy of her title of fairy. Yuchan turned around and left, not zealously fighting here. She produced a space-shattering symbol. The void became indistinct, and then she threw herself inside. Before leaving, her body staggered again. It was as if she felt it herself, her body one with Qingyi. She was feeling everything the other party felt. It was too terrible. Yuchan's entire face flushed red, biting her bright red lips. She was going to explode from anger, feelings as if she really was going to go crazy. With a schwa sound, she disappeared from Cold Realm. You? In the cave, Qingyi's body was covered with red multicolored light, her ivory-like perfect body displaying a change, as if she was carved from a pink diamond, sparkling and glistening. As soon as she wanted to get up, a strand of immortal energy winded about her, bringing her back. Who do you two treat me as? Touching and pinching, and then directly leaving. What is this? Xianxia still couldn't move much, in a rather passive state. Only the strand of immortal energy wasn't restricted, able to move around his body. Qingyi suffered serious injuries, both physically and spiritually. In the end, with a single mistake, she naturally moved down again, a painful heat immediately spreading through her entire body. Let me go! The life and death dangers had finally passed. She could finally sense Yuchan's frame of mind. It was truly unimaginable. Help me undo a few restrictions first. Otherwise, if you run, what am I supposed to do? It's so freaking cold here. I'll be frozen to death, Xianxia said. Qingyi wanted to struggle free from that strand of immortal energy. After all, the other party was sealed, so even though the immortal energy was astonishing, it still couldn't truly restrict her. There were ways for her to leave. Not good, Yuchan returned. She sealed up her soul fluctuations, but my instinctive divine senses won't deceive me. She wants to attack us. Xianxia's expression became serious. Qingyi's face changed. Many things happened not long ago, things that would affect her for the rest of her life, so her mind had long been thrown into disorder. When she heard this, she quickly took action, helping him undo the seals. Then, sure enough, Xianxia could move again. What direction? Qingyi asked, preparing to fight. She seems to have left again, Xianxia said. You? Qingyi was shocked. Neither of you two placed this future heavenly emperor in your eyes, acting randomly as you wish. You really aren't treating me like anything important, right? It was clear that Xianxia was going to take action. The little rabbit and divine striking stone carefully closed in, arriving not too far from the cave. There's a battle. The little rabbit's eyes widened, becoming incomparably vigilant, staring at that mountain region. The divine striking stone was astonished, saying, "Be careful. Something's not right. It's a bit strange," the little rabbit said, revealing a look of doubt. "I'll go look around. Wait here." The divine striking stone disappeared with a so sound. Soon after, it returned, saying, "Withdraw. What's wrong? What about Xianxia and older sis Qingyi?" the little rabbit asked. "They are fighting," the divine striking stone said seriously. "What? They already started fighting? Hurry and stop them." The little rabbit's ruby-like eyes were completely round, about to rush over. Relax, it's just a small argument. They won't engage in life or death struggles. Outsiders can't join in. We just have to back up and watch out for you, Chan. The divine striking stone said seriously. When the little rabbit saw how resolute its expression was, she felt a bit of hesitation. However, she still nodded, following it in retreat. However, she still clenched her small fists, saying, Huang, you're going too far. Even if there is a disagreement, you can't fight like this with older sis Qingyi. You have to be a bit more forgiving. Makes sense. When they calm down again, you should properly give them a scolding. The divine striking stone nodded with a deadly earnest expression. But sure, how has divine medicines and holy medicines, letting me hold onto them. If I help older sis Qingyi scold him, what if he confiscates all of the precious medicines? Don't worry. The divine striking stone was quite confident. It added, if they listen to your criticism, they will definitely feel ashamed. Don't worry. Really? The little rabbit blinked her large eyes, revealing an expression of shock. Then that's good. I will help them mediate in a bit. This wait immediately took up an hour. In the end, the two of them still didn't appear. They're taking too long. Don't tell me that something happened? The little rabbit was suspicious, fearing that the two of them really might be angry and do something dangerous. It's nothing. They know what is appropriate. The divine striking stone said confidently. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, a few hours passed. The little rabbit became nervous. Could it be that the two of them really got angry, fighting furiously? She felt like she couldn't wait any longer. She had to take action. This isn't good, right? The divine striking stone stopped her. What do you mean not good? You stinky stone, you still aren't going to mediate things? If something unexpected happens to them, you have to take responsibility, to watch them die without saving them, not stopping them. The little rabbit was furious. All right. However, I still believe that there's really no need. The divine striking stone said seriously. One girl and one stone closed in. It was clear that after they reached a certain distance, they definitely couldn't hide from those two's powerful instinctive divine senses. Hong! The mountain cracked apart, rubble rushing into the skies. The cave was collapsing, the mountain crumbling. Not good. They really are angry, about to fight a decisive battle. This ancient cave clearly still has ancient formations, but it still can't stop their attacks. You can see how angry those two are, the little rabbit said, quickly rushing forward. Cough! The divine striking stone coughed, stopping her and saying, there's no need. They should peacefully settle the problem. They won't fight to the death. Sure enough, Qingyi wore snow-white clothes, moving aside an enormous stone, walking out from the collapsed ancient cave. Older sis Qingyi, are you okay? That scoundrel sure how actually dares to take action against you. Fighting such a great battle against you. I'm gonna look for him to settle things. The little rabbit voiced her anger. When Qingyi heard this, she staggered, almost collapsing on this mountain region. Hateful. Huang, you really don't hold back. When the little rabbit heard this, she became even more angry, rushing over to hold Qingyi. Aya, older sis Qingyi, you were seriously injured after all. Look, your body is so hot. Your face red. Let me see, take a look at you. The little rabbit cried out strangely. Something's wrong. Why is your skin getting more red the more I talk? Qingyi truly couldn't handle this rabbit anymore. She struggled free, turning around to run. No matter how one looked at it, she was clearly trying to run. Older sis Qingyi, why is there bits of immortal energy on your body? So powerful. Did you succeed in that short period of time just now? The little rabbit was shocked, feeling a bit stupefied. She then shouted from behind. I understand, sure, how must have helped you train just now, helping your cultivation, right? It seems like I blamed him unfairly. He was helping you cultivate a strand of immortal energy. Nonsense, Qingyi said through clenched teeth. I want to kill him. After saying this, Qingyi turned around to leave. She cut open the void, disappearing from this place. It really is strange. I don't understand. The little rabbit shook her head. The divine striking stone coughed, saying, "You should chase after her and properly ask her about the details. Use the concrete circumstances to help mediate the two of them. Why do I feel like you don't have good intentions? Stinky stone? Are you playing tricks?" The little rabbit glared at it, and then she quickly turned around, rushing towards the collapsed mountain and shouting, "Sure how? Get out here right now. Why did you anger older sis Qingyi into leaving?" Hong. Rubble tumbled about. Sure how walked out from the ancient cave, on him faint blue battle clothes. However, there were injuries on his body, and his complexion looked a bit pale as well. What exactly happened? The little rabbit rushed over to interrogate and scold Sure how, telling him that he shouldn't have argued with Qingyi. Dong. Sure how directly struck her forehead, saying, "What does a little kid like you understand?" Then his face became dark. He didn't say a single word and walked forward. "Aya!" The little rabbit screamed. You shouldn't have this kind of attitude. You really know how to hide things." The divine striking stone cried out strangely. "What do you understand?" Sure how turned around, immediately berating it. "For a future heavenly emperor like me, to actually be so passive today, how can this be endured?" The divine striking stone curled its lips and muttered, "You can be passive? And right now my mood is extremely terrible. I'm going to nurse my injuries first, and then I'm going out to kill," Sure how said with a darkened face. In reality, Jundao was also plotting, extremely unwilling to accept things as they are. He definitely couldn't endure the great defeat on the 3,000 bluestone paths. In addition, Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country, and Divine Temple's people were full of killing intent, mobilizing all power they could use to find Huang. They were going to suppress and kill him. Mountain Range Realm, a place that was rumored to have produced long life medicine. Within a pure land of fragrant flowers and bird cries, multicolored mists filled the air. This place was rich with heaven and earth spiritual essence. All types of divine birds and auspicious beasts here. Sharp cries broke the silence. Yuchan soaked herself in a hot spring, continuously washing her pure white body. However, her fingers were clenched, her beautiful hair scattered in chaos, sticking to her sparkling white face. Water vapors rose all around her. She was going crazy. This type of state was completely different from her ordinarily dignified and sacred appearance. Right now, she felt like she was going mad. When she thought back to what happened, she couldn't help but wish to kill. Pond Realm, there were lakes and water ponds everywhere. Water vapor pervaded the air, heaven and earth incomparably hazy. With a putong sound, Qingyi jumped into a great azure lake, and then she rushed out of the water surface, similarly screaming. Her beautiful fair body shone, and then she rushed back into the depths of the lake. Cold Realm, on top of an ice-cold snowy mountain. Sure how was also screaming loudly, making the snowy mountains shake. An avalanche was clearly going to crash down. "Young man, what are you screaming so weirdly for?" The little rabbit berated. She was extremely unsatisfied. Not long ago, Sure how actually struck her on her forehead, calling her a child. "You are currently facing a man. Don't disturb my comprehension of the Tao," Sure how said. He sat on the summit of the snowy peak, exposing his upper body. Mists rose, dissolving some of the ice and snow. "What comprehend the Tao? Look at your expression. Sometimes giggling, sometimes face darkening, and then a different emotion. You clearly don't look like a good person." The little rabbit spoke with contempt. "Go look for you great immortal treasure. I'm going into seclusion," Sure how said, his face darkening. "And it's better if we leave and search for immortal treasures. You should understand that men always have those days every few months where their temperament become eccentric." The divine striking stone said. "Go die." The little rabbit was furious, immediately hitting the divine striking stone. However, in the end, she only hurt herself, shaking her hand in pain, tears almost spilling out. "All right, I was confused," remembered Wrong. "Your temper really is great these past few days." The divine striking stone said with an apology. "I'm gonna kill you," the little rabbit cried out with wah-wah sounds. chasing after it and saying, "You and Xianxia are the same. Neither of you good people." This land of ice and snow finally became peaceful. Xianxia began to enter meditation, all of the charming and gentle, all thoughts and distraction gradually fading. It was now time for him to nurse his injuries. He couldn't absorb himself in the scene not too long ago where his blood vessels were swelling. This was immortal ancient, so cultivation was the most important. Otherwise, one might very well be eliminated by an enemy. The 3,000 provinces competition, geniuses strived for supremacy. This was the true and cruel reality. If they didn't leave this place, there will always be dangers, with death waiting around every corner. Only by transcending, only by becoming the most powerful few could he have the qualification to look down on all. When that time came, forget about romance in the air. Even establishing a powerful foundation in Immortal Ancient that would allow him to retaliate against the great sects of the 3,000 provinces wouldn't be a problem. However, to do that, the curse of the natives would have to be eliminated first. He stopped thinking about all of these things, focusing on treating his injuries first. This dragon chain really is sturdy. Xianxia was shocked. This was Yu Chan's secret treasure, something used to bind his flesh. In the end, it landed in his hands. This was something refined from many ancient beasts' divine tendons. Extremely terrifying, enough to bind powerful, exceptional talents. It was difficult to struggle free from. Xianxia treated this like a belt, keeping it on his body. This soul-locking pagoda is so troublesome. Xianxia frowned. Not even Qingyi could help him completely remove this pagoda, only neutralizing a portion of its imprint. He could only rely on himself now. His strand of immortal energy merged with his primordial spirit that was freed, the joined force collaboratively removing the imprisonment of this pagoda. Half a day later, with a pung sound, a brilliant little pagoda landed in his hands. How powerful! It's an extremely powerful magical artifact. Xianxia was quite satisfied. Then, he began to devour holy medicines and other things, continuing to treat his injured body. This time, his injuries were extremely severe. The 1,000 flames burned his body, almost burning him to death. If he hadn't taken that step, cultivating a strand of immortal energy, he would have definitely died right there and then. Despite this being the case, he still barely made it out alive, almost having his body and Tao erased. Together with Yu Chan's hidden attack, and then the series of serious injuries, his current situation was extremely terrible. This period of recovery used up a whole half-month of time. During this period of time, he didn't move at all. One has to understand that after one became a deity, if he was injured, even if it was extremely serious, a single day or two would be enough to recover. This time, it truly exceeded his imagination. The outside world, the border of the vast uninhabited region. The sect masters all became suspicious, because they lost track of Xianxia, unable to observe him. It was because once he used the immortal Tao energy, it would conceal everything. The immortal Tao flower petals wouldn't be able to display him. Yu Chan went to kill this person. I wonder what happened exactly. Someone became suspicious. When Yu Chan and Xianxia were together, due to the latter cultivating a strand of immortal energy, continuously operating it, both him and Yu Chan disappeared from view. This continued until Yu Chan left later on. Everyone still didn't understand the reason for this. Formidable. Yu Chan, Qingyi. Could it be that they cultivated the immortal energy only recorded in bone books, therefore preventing the immortal Tao flower petals from displaying them? Many people became doubtful. Wu, you might not be wrong. Qingyi's green moon is a bit strange. Most likely really able to help them cultivate a strand of immortal energy. Someone came to this conclusion. Hee. Something strange must have happened between the three of them during the time they disappeared. From a woman's intuition, Heaven-Mending sect most likely now has a son-in-law. A woman spoke, one with green hair, her appearance seductive and beautiful, her eyes carrying temptation. This place immediately became quiet. Everyone's minds were shaken. Those that dared provoke Heaven-Mending sect were definitely terrifying, their numbers few and far between in the higher realms. Soon after, everyone recognized her. This was Sky-Severing sect's demon queen. Quite a few heavenly deities quickly turned around, not daring to look again, deeply understanding how terrifying she was. However, many people's minds were shaken. This demon empress intuition was frightening, previously helping sky-severing sect avoid disaster many times. Everything she said was generally extremely accurate. Could it be that something really happened between the three of them? Heaven-mending sex people released a cold snort, saying, "Should watch out for your sex, little witch." Rumor has it that her relationship with Huang in the lower realm was mysterious. Now that they entered Immortal Ancient, you better hope she doesn't get kidnapped. Ha ha! The demon empress laughed and said, "Then it'll definitely be quite the deal." Many people revealed strange looks. She then continued and said, "Huang kidnaps heaven-mending sex fairy, while my little witch will kidnap Huang, bringing him back. Isn't this buy one get one free? What a deal." "Oh, I was wrong. It's buy one get two free. Haha." Immortal Ancient, the various small worlds. In the past half-month, it was definitely not peaceful. Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country, Divine Temple, and others all moved out, experts from all sides sweeping in all directions. In addition, there also seemed to be an extremely terrifying power in the dark, suspected to be in liaison with Underworld Earth. Dark streams were moving about. Luo Dao, Lani Chen, and Lu Yi were at large. They had previously fought together in Silver Polish Mountain, and they entered the vicious nest as well. After they separated, they were in charge of gathering news of different divine medicines for sure how. There was someone unexpectedly searching for them. If not for sure how teaching them the Zhuyan clan's transformation techniques, they would undoubtedly be in danger. Despite this being the case, they were still almost discovered by others several times, barely avoiding disaster. Underworld Earth and those other powers are truly domineering, this time moving for real, wishing to find Huang and kill him. I heard that Jun Dao moved, personally taking action, visiting Formation Realm. It was rumored that he discovered Chao Yuxing, who Huang has close relations with. The ripples spread to many small worlds. Ancient kings were working together to kill Huang. This stirred up a huge storm. Damn it! The little fatty Chao Yuxing fled from Formation Realm, feeling great anger inside. His place of seclusion had been discovered. Someone came to surround him, the one in the lead, precisely Jun Dao. If he was just a step late, he would have likely been blocked up. "Wait for me to come out of isolation. I'll definitely find you all to settle accounts." Chao Yuxing wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, thus disappearing again. On the 20th day, Sure Hao finally woke up. A strand of immortal energy curled around him, his body releasing brilliant radiance. All of his injuries disappeared, and the so-called Dao injuries were completely recovered from. This made both the little rabbit and divine striking stone greatly surprised inside. The injuries Yuchan gave him were one thing, but the great Dao injuries from being burned by 10,000 flames really was terrifying, making many people worry if he truly could recover. They never expected him to be perfectly unharmed. "It didn't injure my foundation. It really is something to rejoice about," Sure Hao explained. Otherwise, true great Dao injuries would make even sect masters' expressions become bitter. Those injuries were the most difficult to heal from, and whenever they did appear, it would most likely lead to both body and Dao being eliminated. This made Sure Hao on guard. It was too dangerous this time. Even though he made it through, it was still worth reflecting over. Can it be that a second strand of immortal energy really can't be cultivated? He sighed softly. He then raised his head, looking at the divine striking stone and the little rabbit, asking them if anything happened. "You finally came out of isolation. The outside world is about to overturn the heavens. Many people are looking for you, all of them wanting to kill you," said the little rabbit. Not knowing the difference between life and death, Sure Hao said coldly. He wanted to kill those people a long time ago, not expecting that these people jumped out on their own. "You need to be careful. Those people are extremely terrifying." Several ancient kings joined hands. The divine striking stone said. Moreover, the little rabbit told him that Chao Yuxing had visited this place, warning them that he had already suffered an ambush, almost killed because of it. He was now hiding within a mysterious small world to cultivate. Courting death. Sure Hao's murderous intent was stirred. These people were vicious after all, not even wishing to let those by his side go. The little rabbit was also angry. Even though she always bickered with Chao Yuxing, when she heard that he was almost killed from an ambush, she immediately couldn't endure it. Let's take a look around. See who it is that wants to deal with me, Sure Hao said coldly. Good. Kill the enemies. The divine striking stone was always someone who wished to see the world in chaos. When Sure Hao emerged, he first paid the 3,000 bluestone paths a visit. When he learned about what happened, he immediately roared with laughter. Then, he first visited Radiant Realm, Green Spirit Realm, Origin Realm, and other places with enormous cities to look for Luo Dao, Lanichen, and Lui. He wanted to see them. These were all places they had previously arranged to meet at, but in the end, he didn't see any of them. So many days have passed, but Huang still hasn't revealed himself. Could it really be like the rumors, that he is cowardly and doesn't want to fight head-on? You don't say. Several ancient freaks are working together. Who dares fight against something like that? Of course he's scared. After all, one's life is most important. This is considered smart, not a type of shame. Otherwise, if he went on to face them head-on, that would undoubtedly result in death. In the outside world, many people were discussing this. It was because the recent disturbances were too great. Everyone felt that Huang was scared. No matter how tyrannical he was, there was no way he could deal with several ancient kings, as a result choosing to withdraw. Of course, there were some who believed that Huang might be cultivating in seclusion, unaware of these things. Hee. The divine striking stone laughed coldly. The little rabbit rolled up her sleeves, saying, Let's go mount a sneak attack. She also felt that they shouldn't fight the ancient freaks heads-on, but rather deal with them one by one. Those people are likely waiting for me to deliver myself to their front doors. Jump into their traps. Sure Hao sneered. He then arrived in Kuan Realm's enormous city. This was the final place he had selected to regroup with Luo Dao, Lani Chen, and Lu Yi. He opened his heavenly eyes, revealing a look of shock. He finally discovered the three of them. You all didn't encounter anything unexpected after all. Sure Hao smiled. Lu Yi was immediately given a fright, unexpectedly seeing Sure Hao suddenly appear at his side like a ghost. He screamed out, You! They are all looking for you. You shouldn't reveal yourself. Pooh! Even though Lani Chen was a metal man, he still had blood that was unique to himself. He directly coughed out a large mouthful of blood. You're injured? Sure Hao asked. Lani Chen and Luo Dao were both powerful, exceptional talents. With even these two injured, one could imagine what kind of miserable battle they experienced. These people are crazy. For the sake of finding you, all those related to them want to capture and kill. We barely avoided disaster. Lani Chen said with a sigh. Even those who aren't really related have taken action. I heard that for the sake of capturing and killing a snow phoenix, Divine Temple's people moved together with Jun Dao. Luo Dao said. What? Sure Hao was shocked and furious. The snow phoenix was silver, her name Xuelin. Even though the two only exchanged brief interaction, she was unexpectedly still chased after. This really was beyond intolerable. For the sake of dealing with him, they didn't hesitate to use any method. Did any dangers happen to her? Sure Hao asked. There was some news that Xuelin should have escaped after suffering serious injuries, but when he spoke up to this point, Luo Dao felt a bit of hesitation. But what? Sure Hao asked closely. It is rumored that they are looking for your little brother Qin Hao, planning to kill him to force you out. Lu Yi added. Sure Hao suddenly erupted with anger. He laughed coldly again and again. Force me out to jump into their trap? This old one isn't going to play around with you all. I'm going to directly knock over the chessboard. Cold intent filled him. He was going to unleash a great slaughter.